मस्त करे सरकार, मोदी जी सबसे बड़ा है, मोदी भी हमारी मस्त करे।
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has urged the External Affairs Ministry to intervene urgently. This is not the first such incident. In April, 5 Indian workers from Jharkhand employed by Kalparatu Power Transmission Limited were kidnapped in Niger's Tillaberi region during an attack that killed 12 soldiers. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Niger has been battling a jihadi insurgency linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, a crisis that has worsened since the 2023 military coup. Foreigners, including aid workers and Indian nationals, are increasingly being targeted. The Indian government has advised its citizens in Niger to remain vigilant and is working to ensure the safe release of all abducted nationals. But for families back home, the wait is agonizing.
आज तकरीबन हफ्ता हो गया है,
कोई गौर नहीं है।
कुछ बताया कंपनी वालों ने क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं।
बाकी जगहों से क्या पता चला?
बाकी जगहों से भाई कहीं ले गए, मिलिटेंट ले गए, गुंडे ले गए, पता नहीं।
सरकार से आप क्या कहेंगे?
सरकार करेगी मदद तो यही कहते हैं, अर्ज करते हैं सरकार को कि भाई मोदी जी ने पहले भी इंडिया से बाहर गए थे, विदेशों में तो छुड़ा कर लाए थे।
The company, Transrail Lighting Limited, has been misleading family members as they failed to provide any clear communication. And it was only after their efforts that the company reached out to them. Repeated calls to the company's HR by Republic TV since this morning have gone unanswered, and questions on mail are yet to be seen.
जो कंपनी थी जो कि वहाँ पे ट्रांसमिशन इंडस्ट्री में थे, कंपनी ऑफिशियल्स आपको अभी तक क्या बता रहे हैं?
पहले तो उन्होंने मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन देने में काफ़ी टाइम लगाया, मेरी फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म किया, लेकिन मुझे बस यही बताया कि आपके हस्बैंड जंगल की ओर भाग गए हैं अफरा तफरी में, तो हम उनको सर्च करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, कंपनी उतना एफर्ट्स नहीं लगा रही है। मैं यहाँ से कोशिश करती हूँ, मैं कॉल्स करती हूँ तो ही कुछ बताते हैं, नहीं तो वहाँ से बताने की उतना नहीं करते हैं, एफर्ट्स बिल्कुल भी नहीं लगाते हैं। मेरी भारत सरकार से, मेरी हर किसी से जो भी मेरी ये बात सुन रहा है, और विदेश मंत्रालय से यही अपील है कि मेरे हस्बैंड, जिनका नाम रंजीत सिंह है, वो सीनियर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर एज वहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे, 15 जुलाई से लापता हैं। मुझे उनका कोई भी क्लू नहीं है, कोई ऐसा मतलब इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है कि वो किस हालत में हैं, कैसे हैं। मैं सबसे यही अपील करती हूँ, सभी मंत्रालय से, गृह मंत्रालय से, मोदी जी से, जितेंद्र जी से, कि उनको सेफली घर लाया जाए। मैं चाहती हूँ कि वो सेफली घर आ जाएं, मुझे और कुछ नहीं चाहिए। मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, मेरे जो सास ससुर हैं वो काफ़ी एज्ड हैं, मैं उनको नहीं संभाल पा रही हूँ, मैं खुद को संभालूँ, उनको संभालूँ, मैं एक अकेले दिन भर उनको, बच्चों को अकेला छोड़ के आती हूँ। मेरी सरकार से यही अपील है कि मेरे हस्बैंड को सेफली घर लाया जाए, हर प्रकार की कोशिश की जाए उनसे, मुझे बस एक बार बात करवा दी जाए, मैं और कुछ नहीं चाहती हूँ इस समय। बस मैं अपने हस्बैंड की सुरक्षा चाहती हूँ, और मैं सरकार से ये अपील करती हूँ कि उनको सेफली घर लाया जाए।
A family clings to hope, their prayers echoing across borders for Ranjit's safe return.
Surprise announcement: Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar stepped down from his post as the country's second citizen with immediate effect on Monday late evening. In his resignation letter addressed to President Draupadi, Dhankar cited medical advice and the need to prioritize his health as a reason for his decision. Vice President's office shared Dhankar's letter of resignation, which was in accordance with Article 67A of the Constitution. The former jurist and the Governor of West Bengal thanked the President, Prime Minister Modi and his Council of Ministers for their support during his tenure in office. Shiv Sena leader Shaina NC expressed her disappointment after the Bombay High Court on Monday acquitted 12 convicts in the 2006 serial train blast case. The court set aside the convictions of all 12 convicts, including 5 on death row, saying that the prosecution utterly failed to prove the charges against them. Weighing on the High Court ruling, Shaina said that rather than going into a blame game, the ruling Mahayuti will challenge the ruling in the Supreme Court and ensure justice for victims of the deadly serial blast.
As a Mumbaikar, it is very disheartening that 12 people who were convicted in the 2006 Mumbai local train blasts have been acquitted. I think the Mahayuti government is amply clear. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar have said we will go to the Supreme Court, and no matter what, even if it is after 19 years, we will get a judgment which is favourable, where Mumbaikars realize that the government wants justice for all those explosions that took place in the Western Line.
Bihar Deputy CM Samrat Chaudhary came down heavily on RJD patron and former CM Lalu Prasad Yadav, saying a family that looted the state when in power and deprived the poor of their land had no right to talk about development. He claimed that the Yadav family runs away when confronted with the development track record of CM Nitish Kumar and the incumbent NDA government. He also accused the RJD of spreading falsehoods when Election Commission has already clarified that no bona fide citizen, regardless of the social identity, will be removed from the electoral rolls.
बिहार जानता है कि लालू प्रसाद जी का परिवार कभी विकास की बात नहीं कर सकता। जब इलेक्शन कमीशन ये कह रहा है कि एक भी हिंदुस्तान के नागरिक का, चाहे वो अति पिछड़ा हो, दलित समाज हो, स्वर्ण समाज हो, किसी का नाम नहीं कटेगा, तो ये लोग सिर्फ राजनीति कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि लालू प्रसाद जी ने जीवन में किसी को कुछ दिया नहीं, सिर्फ अपने परिवार के लिए किया। तो ये सब लूटकर अपने लिए चाहते हैं।
Congress was left red-faced after the party student leader Udit Pradhan was arrested for alleged raping a 19-year-old student in Odisha on the defensive. In the wake of the arrest, Congress State Chief Bhakta Charan Das said the accused leader was immediately suspended by the party pending inquiry. He said that the Congress has been leading the protest against atrocities on women in the state and will continue to do so till the situation improves. Much coming up, viewers. We are live this morning. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter jet set to fly out after a month at Kerala Airport. ED issues fresh summons in illegal betting apps case. Rana Dagabati, Vijay Devarakonda and Prakash Raj, and more to be questioned. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live this morning.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पूरी दुनिया ने भारत की सैन्य शक्ति का, भारत के सैन्य के सामर्थ्य का रूप देखा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में भारत की सेना ने जो लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया था 100% अचीव किया। आतंकियों के आकाओं के घर में जाकर के 22 मिनट के भीतर भीतर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के तहत उसको जमींदोज कर दिया गया। और मैंने बिहार की एक कार्यक्रम में इसकी घोषणा की थी, जो हमारी सैन्य शक्ति ने बहुत ही कम समय में सिद्ध करके दिखा दिया। और इसमें मेड इन इंडिया सैन्य शक्ति का ये नया स्वरूप, इस पर भी दुनिया बहुत आकर्षित हुई है। इन दिनों विश्व के जिन जिन लोगों से मिलना होता है तो भारत के इस
Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning at 7:30 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasti. It is day 2 of the monsoon session of the Parliament. Remember, late night development where the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar had tendered his resignation. There are fireworks expected as far as we talk about that case as well. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Jagdeep Dhankar resigns as Vice President, cites health reasons for decision. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there is far more to totally unexpected resignation than meets the eye. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex. Top sources tell Republic presiding officers of both houses to write to CJI seeking a probe against Justice Varma. Air India witnesses 2 major aviation incidents in a single day. DGCA orders investigation. Civil Aviation Ministry seeks a report. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter jet set to fly out after a month at the Kerala airport. And the Enforcement Directorate issues fresh summons in illegal betting apps case. Rana Dugubati, Vijay Devarakonda, Prakash Raj and more to be questioned. Starting this edition with the top story that we're tracking here on Republic. Giving a fresh hope to peace in Eastern Europe, a third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected to take place in Istanbul. While both delegations have indicated readiness for discussions, significant divergences remain on the key issues. Here's more to the story.
The third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected to be held soon in the Turkish capital of Istanbul. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that Kyiv has proposed a new round of negotiations with Moscow this week, although a confirmed date is yet to be announced.
З російською стороною щодо обмінів. Продовжуємо виконувати домовленості минулої зустрічі в Стамбулі. Зараз команда працює ще над одним обміном. Також секретар РНБО Умєров доповів, що запропонував російській стороні наступну зустріч на наступному тижні.
Meanwhile, Russia's foreign ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova said Moscow is prepared to send its delegation to Istanbul, but Kyiv has not provided a formal indication of participation. The possible agenda for the talks revolves around progress on humanitarian issues such as prisoner exchanges and repatriation of soldiers. The talks come in the backdrop of both sides continuing to exert military pressure on the ground, seeking to gain a decisive tactical advantage in the bruising and bloody conflict. It also comes against the backdrop of a successful round of Turkey-mediated talks between Russia and Ukraine. While the discussions did not bring an end to the ongoing conflict, both sides did agree to exchange all prisoners of war under the age of 25. With the war entering its fourth year, it is to be seen if the latest round of talks can bring lasting peace.
Iran is set to resume nuclear talks with European powers in Istanbul this Friday, marking the first diplomatic engagement since the last month's deadly conflict with Israel. The talks involving Britain, France and Germany, commonly known as the E3, will focus on sanctions relief and Iran's peaceful nuclear program. Watch this report.
Iran has announced that it will hold renewed talks with European nations over its nuclear program, with discussions scheduled to take place in Istanbul on Friday. According to Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghei, the talks will focus on the removal of sanctions and issues related to Iran's peaceful nuclear activities.
همونطور که اعلام شد در یک مکانی غیر از اروپا در استانبول این نشست برگزار خواهد شد در سطح معاونان وزیر امور خارجه با حضور مسئول سیاست خارجی اتحادیه اروپایی، در واقع معاون مسئول سیاست خارجی اتحادیه اروپایی. موضوع گفتگو هم روشن هست.
The talks will mark the first diplomatic engagement since the 12-day war in June between Israel and Iran, during which the US also claimed to have struck multiple nuclear facilities in the Islamic Republic. This week's discussions will include officials from Britain, France and Germany, also known as the E3, as well as the deputy representative from the EU Foreign Policy Commission. The 2015 nuclear deal had placed restrictions on Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief, but began to unravel in 2018 when the US withdrew and reimposed sanctions. In recent months, European nations have threatened to trigger the deal's snapback mechanism to reimpose sanctions in case of non-compliance by Tehran. However, in a letter to UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi rejected the move, saying the E3 nations lack any legal, political or moral standing to invoke the mechanism.
Shifting our focus to Niger's volatile Dosso region, where a brutal terrorist attack has shattered lives and left a family in despair. On July 15, 2 Indian nationals were killed and another, Ranjit Singh, was abducted. Far from the conflict zone, in the quiet village of Chakla Kundi in Jammu and Kashmir, a family waits in anguish, grappling with the sudden loss of contact and the agonizing silence that followed. We bring you the full story, exploring the escalating dangers in Niger, the desperate pleas of a heartbroken family and the questions surrounding the company's response.
In Niger's conflict-ravaged Dosso region, a terrorist attack on the 15th of July has claimed the lives of 2 Indian nationals and left another, Ranjit Singh, abducted. The victims, working at a power project site 140 kilometers away from the capital Niamey, were ambushed by unidentified gunmen. The Indian embassy in Niger is coordinating with local authorities to repatriate the bodies of the deceased and secure Ranjit Singh's safe release. Singh had been in regular contact with his family since leaving India in 2023. But on the day of the attack, the family lost contact post 2:46 p.m. in the afternoon. Back home, in the Chakka Kundi village of Ramban in Jammu and Kashmir, a distraught family is making desperate appeals.
माता जी आपकी आखिरी बार बात कब हुई थी उनसे?
15 तारीख को।
क्या क्या मतलब नॉर्मल बात थी?
हाँ नॉर्मली किए थे, क्या बना रहे थे, क्या कर रहे थे। हाँ फिर वो चला गया, वो नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहा था, हमारे साथ बात नहीं हुई। हम फिर परेशान हो गए, कहाँ गया हमारा बेटा, क्यों नहीं नेटवर्क आ रहा है। वो कंपनी से गया, वीज़ा बना के चला गया, तो उधर बोलने लगा, वो कनेक्ट हो गया। हमें क्या पता है कहाँ कनेक्ट हुआ कहाँ नहीं है, हमें कोई पता थोड़ा है। सरकार से मेरी मस्त है, हमें मस्त करे सरकार। मोदी जी सबसे बड़ा है, मोदी भी हमारी मस्त करे।
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has urged the External Affairs Ministry to intervene urgently. This is not the first such incident. In April, 5 Indian workers from Jharkhand employed by Kalparatu Power Transmission Limited were kidnapped in Niger's Tillaberi region during an attack that killed 12 soldiers. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Niger has been battling a jihadi insurgency linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, a crisis that has worsened since the 2023 military coup. Foreigners, including aid workers and Indian nationals, are increasingly being targeted. The Indian government has advised its citizens in Niger to remain vigilant and is working to ensure the safe release of all abducted nationals. But for families back home, the wait is agonizing.
आज तकरीबन हफ्ते से ज़्यादा, तकरीबन हफ्ता हो गया है,
कोई गौर नहीं है।
तो कुछ बताया कंपनी वालों ने क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं।
बाकी जगहों से क्या पता चला?
बाकी जगहों से भाई कहीं ले गए, मिलिटेंट ले गए, गुंडे ले गए, पता नहीं।
सरकार से आप क्या कहेंगे?
सरकार करेगी मदद, तो यही कहते हैं, अर्ज करते हैं सरकार को कि भाई मोदी जी ने पहले भी इंडिया से बाहर गए थे, विदेशों में तो छुड़ा कर लाए थे।
The company, Transrail Lighting Limited, has been misleading family members as they failed to provide any clear communication. And it was only after their efforts that the company reached out to them. Repeated calls to the company's HR by Republic TV since this morning have gone unanswered, and questions on mail are yet to be seen.
जो कंपनी थी जो कि वहाँ पे ट्रांसमिशन इंडस्ट्री में थे, कंपनी ऑफिशियल्स आपको अभी तक क्या बता रहे हैं?
पहले तो उन्होंने मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन देने में काफ़ी टाइम लगाया, मेरी फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म किया, लेकिन मुझे बस यही बताया कि आपके हस्बैंड जंगल की ओर भाग गए हैं अफरा तफरी में, तो हम उनको सर्च करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, कंपनी उतना एफर्ट्स नहीं लगा रही है। मैं यहाँ से कोशिश करती हूँ, मैं कॉल्स करती हूँ तो ही कुछ बताते हैं, नहीं तो वहाँ से बताने की उतना नहीं करते हैं, एफर्ट्स बिल्कुल भी नहीं लगाते हैं। मेरी भारत सरकार से, मेरी हर किसी से जो भी मेरी ये बात सुन रहा है, और विदेश मंत्रालय से यही अपील है कि मेरे हस्बैंड, जिनका नाम रंजीत सिंह है, वो सीनियर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर एज वहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे, 15 जुलाई से लापता हैं। मुझे उनका कोई भी क्लू नहीं है, कोई ऐसा मतलब इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है कि वो किस हालत में है, कैसे हैं। मैं सबसे यही अपील करती हूँ, सभी मंत्रालय से, गृह मंत्रालय से, मोदी जी से, जितेंद्र जी से, कि उनको सेफली घर लाया जाए। मैं चाहती हूँ कि वो सेफली घर आ जाएँ, मुझे और कुछ नहीं चाहिए। मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, मेरे जो सास ससुर हैं वो काफ़ी एज्ड हैं, मैं उनको नहीं संभाल पा रही हूँ। मैं खुद को संभालूँ, उनको संभालूँ, मैं एक अकेले दिन भर उनको, बच्चों को अकेला छोड़ के आती हूँ। मेरी सरकार से यही अपील है कि मेरे हस्बैंड को सेफली घर लाया जाए, हर प्रकार की कोशिश की जाए उनसे, मुझे बस एक बार बात करवा दी जाए। मैं और कुछ नहीं चाहती हूँ इस समय, बस मैं अपने हस्बैंड की सुरक्षा चाहती हूँ, और मैं सरकार से ये अपील करती हूँ कि उनको सेफली घर लाया जाए।
A family clings to hope, their prayers echoing across borders for Ranjit's safe return.
From India out to all in with India. That has been the full circle journey of Maldivian President Mohammad Mizu. Just a couple of years ago, Mizu hedged all its best on China with the massive anti-India platform and swept Mali with a victory. A state visit to China and photo op in Lakshadweep later, Mizu soon understood that India is an all-weather anchor partner for archipelago nation. 3,000 crore rupees and 400 million USD currency swap later, and after a state dinner at Rashtrapati Bhavan, Mizu is now returning the courtesy by inviting the Prime Minister as a state guest for the 60th National Day celebrations. But will this be enough for President to course correct? Our next report attempts to decode just that.
The next chapter of Indian Ocean geopolitics is being written. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to land in Maldives this week, visiting as the chief guest for the Maldives' 60th National Day. This feat, however, wouldn't have made global headlines before 2023. After all, Prime Minister has already visited Maldives successfully in 2018 and 2019, but something changed in 2023. In 2023, Maldives elected Mohammad Muizzu, leader of People's National Congress, as their president, with a plank of pro-Chinese investment and India Out campaign.
We may be small, but that doesn't give you the license to bully us. Shukriya.
While in May of 2024, India withdrew its military personnel in the eye of the storm, who were stationed in Maldives to operate and maintain 2 helicopters and Dornier aircraft India gifted earlier. It took India just one picture to send the entire island nation into a tizzy. That is because in January 2024, Prime Minister launched a quiet tourism campaign for India's Lakshadweep Islands, striking a nerve with Maldives. The photography created quite a storm, with 3 ministers spitting venom online against the Indian Prime Minister in breach of all diplomatic protocols. While the 3 ministers lost their job, Maldives lost a lot more. The backlash in India was immediate, and then began boycott trend and airlines cancelled flights. The Maldives' vital tourism sector was left in shambles. A week after the Lakshadweep photo saga, Muizzu had visited China for a state visit, and while he hoped for relief ahead of an impending default on debt payment, China was hardly any help. 6 months later, despite his India Out pitch, he flew to the national capital for the first time for the swearing-in ceremony of the Prime Minister.
What will be the focus of your visit, sir?
We have a very strong bilateral relationship.
And since then, high-level contacts between the two nations have resumed.
We are actually the biggest country in Maldives vicinity. We are undoubtedly a big country in South Asia. Historical linkages, we have had very strong historical linkages. When Maldives has faced problems, India has always been the first responder. Be it the coup or be the tsunami or the water shortage, India has responded, and Maldives realizes that in case of any crisis, if there is one country which can respond the earliest, that's India.
While China talked big but delivered slow, with the defense being the top of its priority, on the other hand, Maldives needed Indian trade, economic support and swift disaster relief more than ever.
I am thankful for the Indian government's decision to provide support in the form of 30 billion Indian rupees in addition to $400 million bilateral currency swap agreement, which will be instrumental in addressing the foreign exchange issues we are facing right now.
I always believe that Indian Ocean is primarily should be India's ocean, where India should be the prima donna. And I think we are the largest littoral naval power in Indian Ocean. And I think the countries of Indian Ocean look towards India to provide them succor in times of any humanitarian assistance or disaster. So, if we have to fulfill this responsibility, Maldives' geographical location makes it extremely important.
Unlike it has always in the past, India once again came to aid and assist Maldives with the state visit of the President Muizzu in October last year. His second visit in just 4 months, and his tone changed.
India is a key partner in the socio-economic and infrastructure development of the Maldives and has stood by the Maldives during our times of need. I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi the government and people of India for the generous assistance and cooperation extended to the Maldives over the years.
It was during this time that he invited Prime Minister Modi for a state visit.
This itself signifies the ambition that is there for the relationship in the coming years. So there is very little doubt, if any, in our mind that we will continue to work with the Maldives in a very close manner as we did previously.
See, when he came to Parl, he came to Parl on at behest of on a campaign that India out, and consequently he tried to reduce or diminish India's influence. But I think very soon he realized that Maldives cannot survive by antagonizing India.
So as the fireworks light up Maldives skyline, only one question remains. Will this visit mark a reset? Will Muizu finally acknowledge that his India out gamble misjudged India's staying power and China's hollow promises?
भारत ने सदैव मालदीव के लिए फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर की भूमिका निभाई है। भारत ने हमेशा अपने पड़ोसी होने के दायित्व को निभाया है और आज हमने आपसी सहयोग को स्ट्रेटेजिक दिशा देने के लिए कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक और मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी पार्टनरशिप विजन अपनाया है।
Let's now also have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking internationally. 25 countries, including Britain, France, and a host of European nations, issued a joint statement saying the war in Gaza must end now and Israel must comply with international law. The foreign ministers of countries, including Australia, Canada, and Japan, said the suffering of civilians in Gaza has reached new depths and condemned the drip feeding of aid and the inhuman killing of civilians, including children, seeking to meet their most basic need of water and food. The Israeli government's aid delivery model is dangerous, feels unsuitably, and deprives Gazans of human dignity, the statement read. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio is meeting with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. The two leaders greeted each other and shook hands in front of the press before they went into the meeting. Marcos is visiting Washington this week and is expected to meet President Trump later. The trip, which is the first by any leader from Southeast Asia since Trump returned to the office, is intended to boost economic and security ties between the two countries. A performer holding a Palestinian flag touched off a brief scuffle on a stage at the Royal Opera House in London as cast members were taking their bows following the season's final performance of the year. Images posted on social media shows what happened to be a member of the chorus holding the unfurled flag in front of his chest while the lead singers bask in the audience's applause on Saturday night. After a few moments, someone backstage tries to grab the flag, but the performer holds onto it and snaps back into place. Authorities in New York have arrested a Canadian man who reported his 9-year-old daughter missing before she was found dead. New York State Police says that the father of Melina, the missing child, is charged with second-degree murder and concealing of a corpse. State police said that reported the girl missing and possibly abducted on Saturday, leading officials to issue an Amber Alert. But authorities said there were inconsistencies in the father's account and that they concluded that there was no evidence of an adoption. Milan mayor said he would not step down in face of a sweeping investigation into city's massive urban development over the last 2 decades. The city's top urban development official, however, resigned while denying wrongdoing. Prosecutors last week announced a widespread investigation into Milan's real estate boom that has seen skyscrapers transform the city's skyline and entire quarters transformed, including the construction of a new Olympic village for the 2026 Milan Croatia Winter Games. The probe alleges that developers bribed officials to speed building permits and win approval for their projects. Japan's ruling coalition suffered a significant setback in the polls to elect members to the country's upper house. Prime Minister, Liberal Democratic Party and its junior partner short by 3 seats to maintain a majority in upper house of Japanese parliament, also known as National Diet. The poll results have raised serious questions on the political future of the Prime Minister of Japan. Here's a report.
Japan's ruling coalition suffered a rude jolt in the polls to the country's upper house on Monday. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's ruling Liberal Democratic Party and its junior coalition partner Komeito fell short by 3 seats in the coalition's quest to hold majority in the 248-member upper house. The Japanese Prime Minister said he'll continue to stay in office to tackle challenges such as rising prices and high US tariff after a weekend election defeat left his coalition with a minority in both parliamentary chambers. The incumbent coalition is now a minority in both houses of the Japanese parliament or Diet, even as the Liberal Democratic Party headed by Ishiba continues to be the leading party in the country. Ishiba accepted the responsibility for the poor performance in the polls as he sought the forgiveness of his fellow party members.
我が自由民主党、そして与党公明党、多くの優位な同志の方々、議席が得られなかったということは痛恨の極みであります。自由民主党総裁として心より深くお詫びを申し上げる次第でございます。
Monday's election results followed the loss suffered by the ruling coalition in the polls to the lower house in October last year. Stung by past corruption scandals, Ishiba's unpopular government has been forced into making concessions to the opposition to get legislation through the parliament. The scandals have not only affected the public approval ratings of PM Ishiba, but also his Liberal Democratic Party.
Amid the furor over the Epstein files, the Trump 2.0 administration has released records of the FBI surveillance of iconic civil rights activist Martin Luther King Jr. The classified records were brought in public domain despite opposition from the slain Nobel laureate's family and the civil rights group that led until his 1968 assassination. Here's a detailed report.
The Trump administration has released records of the FBI's surveillance of iconic civil rights crusader Martin Luther King Jr. The classified material was released despite objections from the family of the civil rights activist as well as the civil rights group that he led until his 1968 assassination. The release involves thousands of pages of records that had been under a court-imposed seal since 1977. King's family, including his 2 living children, Martin III and Bernice, were given advance notice of the release and had their own teams reviewing the records ahead of the public disclosure. The release is part of President Donald Trump's order to publicly disclose government files on King and the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy. When Trump took office in January, he signed an executive order to declassify the JFK records along with those associated with Robert F. Kennedy's 1968 assassination and Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination.
It's time for us to now slip into a short break. Getting your details after the break is how the opposition is completely stunned with Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar tendering his resignation midterm. Also after the break, Congress has begun speculation already. They say there is something more than meets the eye over Dhankar's resignation.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
يمكن 15 يوم ما كنا طحين وش نسوي موضوع على الموت عشان ندبر كيلو على الطحين ويا ريت بزبط معنا بزبط شيء معنا ولا بنجيب شيء ولا شيء بنموت وبنروح.
This is a
another mass casualty incident that is being reported in the vicinity of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation food distributions. The situation here is absolutely dire, and my team said to me today, the situation in Gaza has never been this bad. They are desperately hungry. Children are crying all the time for food, and my team, who are employed, they have money in their bank accounts, they're unable to find food in Gaza to buy. So the situation is absolutely terrible, and people are making impossible choices to risk their lives to try and find food.
In what is believed to be one of the deadliest days for aid seekers in the Gaza Strip, at least 85 Palestinians have been killed as per the health ministry. It is reported they were killed while trying to get food at locations across Gaza.
كنا نستنى نضحين من الجوع بدنا ناكل ونشرب. إلا الدبابات لفوا علينا حصرونا وطفوا علينا طخ، حصرنا من الطخ والخبط ما قدرناش ناخذ طحين ولا شيء. وظلينا محصرين يمكن ساعة ونص ساعتين. واللي شرد واللي مات واللي تصاب وياك زي ما انت شايف كيف حاله. رحت على الزكيم اول مره اروح عليه عشان
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Torrential rainfall has battered Mumbai today, triggering widespread waterlogging, severe traffic disruptions, and significant challenges for residents across the financial capital of India. The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai and neighboring districts, including Thane, Palghar, and Raigad, through Tuesday. The downpour, which began early this morning, has submerged low-lying areas, disrupted public transportation, and brought daily life to a near standstill in several parts of the city. Key areas such as Sion, Kurla, Andheri, and Bhandup have been hit hardest, with reports of knee-deep water on roads and underpasses, rendering them impassable for hours. Commuters faced significant delays as local train services on the central and western railway lines were disrupted due to waterlogged tracks. The Western Express Highway and Eastern Express Highway saw massive traffic snarls, with vehicles stranded for hours, exacerbating the chaos. In some areas, residents reported power outages and difficulties accessing essential services. The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, or BMC, has mobilized emergency response teams to address the crisis. High-capacity pumps have been deployed in flood-prone.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning at 8 a.m. with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Our top story remains on the politics that is emerging over stepping down of a Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar. Late night developments that followed a fresh furor that has erupted today. This morning, the opposition alleges that there is something more deeper than what meets the eye. We're getting that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Jagdeep Dhankar resigns as Vice President, cites health reasons for his decision. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there's something more than totally what meets the eye. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex today. Top sources tell Republic presiding officers of both houses to write to Chief Justice of India seeking a probe against Justice Yashwant Varma. Air India witnesses 2 major aviation incidents in a single day. DGC orders investigation. Civil Aviation Ministry seeks report. British's Royal Navy F-35B fighter jet set to fly out after a month at Kerala Airport. Enforcement Directorate issues fresh summons in illegal betting apps case. Rana Dugbati, Vijay Devarakonda, Prakash Raj and more to be questioned. Starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh has given suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 and demanded that discussion on special intensive revision of the voters list in Bihar should take place today. This, along with Sanjay Singh, Congress MP, Rajya Sabha MP Akhilesh Prasad Singh has also given a suspension of business notice under Rule 267 and demanded to discuss the concerns arising out of the Election Commission's special intensive revision exercise in Bihar ahead of elections, followed by a plan to conduct similar exercises nationwide, including West Bengal, where high levels of migration, displacement and documentation-related vulnerabilities have been persisting for a long period of time. Shifting our focus to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is about the controversy that occurred at Iskcon just few days back. The British African who barged into Iskcon restaurant in Soho, London, has now issued an apology. The apology comes after the shocking incident that unfolded at Iskcon's Govinda restaurant, a well-known pure vegetarian establishment, when a British youth of American descent entered the premises and asked if they served meat. Upon being informed that the restaurant only serves vegetarian food, the man brazenly pulled out a box of chicken from KFC and proceeded to eat it inside the restaurant. Not just that, he offered the non-vegetarian food to others also that was present in the restaurant, including the staff and patrons, causing widespread discomfort. The situation escalated with the staff members calling for security and eventually throwing him out of the premises due to his disruptive behavior.
What is this? Oh my God! Prabhu, go outside, please. Prabhu, excuse me.
Throw some. Throw some. Throw some. Throw some. Chicken. Hey, don't do it. Yeah, are you enjoying this? This is a business shop.
Excuse me. You're actually violating somebody's religion. This is not fair.
In that case,
what is this? Oh my God! Prabhu, go outside, please. Prabhu, excuse me.
throw some. Throw some. Throw some. Throw some. Chicken. Hey, don't do it.
Were ill-timed, irresponsible, and after doing my research on the restaurant, seeing that that restaurant is very predominantly dominated by Hindu people, where they believe in no violence and peaceful behaviors towards animals as well as people, my actions came off as offensive towards the community. And I would like to come here and offer a heartfelt, sincere apology for my actions. You know, I don't think I would have been able to carry on calling myself a good person and then see myself, even though it was unintentional, I just felt like it was just needed just to say a very good, sincere apology to the people I've offended. I would also like to make a comment on this rumor that I walked inside the Hindu temple and I started apparently eating chicken in the actual Hindu temple, which is completely false. Despite me obviously being Christian faith and not believing in any other religion. I'm not the type of person to go out and start disrespecting any other religion, whether it's obviously Jewish, Hindu, Muslim. That is not me. And that is shown in this clip right now. When I realised that I was walking into the temple and I have genuinely no business there to be in such a religious place, I took myself out of the equation, apologised, and I went into the vegan restaurant where I was going to go do my pranking. Now, if I had known that that vegan restaurant was with the temple, I would have never filmed that prank in that specific restaurant and I'd have left.
Moving on, in a surprise development, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar stepped down from his post with immediate effect. In a letter addressed to the President Draupadi Murmu, the 74-year-old former jurist cited health concerns as the reason for his resignation. However, the timing of his resignation on the day the Parliament convened for the monsoon session did raise eyebrows. Here's what the opposition has been saying.
Hours after presiding over a stormy opening of the upper house on Monday, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar sprung a major surprise. The Vice President announced his resignation with immediate effect. Taking many on both sides of the aisle by surprise, the 74-year-old former advocate stepped down, citing his health.
Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has put in his resignation. This is very big news. I'm sorry. Something major has happened. The Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, in an unexpected statement, it is apparently being told for health reasons, to prioritize healthcare and abide by medical care, has put in his resignation. And the breaking news plate can be on, and he has said that I abide by, this is huge. Can we go breaking news on the Hindi channel also? We have been told to prioritize medical advice, and the resignation has been submitted to the President of India.
In his resignation letter addressed to President Draupadi Murmu, Dhankar thanked Prime Minister Modi and his Council of Ministers for the support during his tenure as the country's second citizen. According to unconfirmed reports, Dhankar, who underwent an angioplasty some time back, collapsed while conducting the proceedings in the upper house. In his tenure as chairman of the upper house, Dhankar had several run-ins with disrupting opposition members. A disciplinarian to the core, Dhankar seldom held himself back and enforced order with an iron hand as the opposition raised a ruckus. Wishing the former Bengal governor good health, veteran Rajya Sabha MP Kapil Sibal recalled the days when him and Dhankar were paired opposite in court.
In a sense saddened, because I have a very good relationship with him. In fact, I know Dhankar Saab for what, 30-40 years. We were paired with each other, we were paired against each other in matters. And we have a bonhomie between us that is quite unique. And I always respected him, and he always respected me. In fact, he has been to some family occasions of ours.
As the nation prays for Dhankar's health, the big question is, who are the likely successors?
Impeachment of Justice Varma moves ahead with more than 200 MPs that have submitted notices to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar seeking the removal of Justice Yashwant Varma, who is accused of misconduct after piles of unaccounted cash was found at his residence. Here's more to the story.
Impeachment proceedings against Justice Yashwant Varma is set in motion after MPs submitted a signed memorandum. More than 200 members of Parliament have submitted notices to Lok Sabha Speaker and Rajya Sabha Chairman seeking removal of Justice Varma. Motion for the removal of a judge has to be signed by no less than 100 MPs in Lok Sabha and 50 in the Rajya Sabha.
I have received notice of motion to constitute a statutory committee for removal of Justice Yashwant Varma, Judge of the High Court of Judicature at Rajasthan, at Allahabad. This has been received by me today. It is signed by more than 50 members of the Council of States, and thus it meets the numerical requirement of signing by members of Parliament for setting in motion a process for removal of a High Court judge.
152 MPs in Lok Sabha and more than 50 MPs from all parties have signed the motion.
Most of the parties have signed for it. Most of the MPs also have signed for this. We don't want corruption in any of the organization of the government. Obviously, that's what Modi ji, Prime Minister, has been mentioning about it from 2014 itself. There's nothing too much to read into this, but at the same time, yes, there is something that has been found, and there is the committee that has been formed. The committee has also gone into the details, and the committee has found that so and so thing has happened. So based on the committee's report, the government is going for the impeachment.
Removal of Justice Varma, the Congress party also signed more than 52 MPs from Congress party signed for the removal of Justice Varma, that I hand over to Honourable Speaker.
The controversy began in March this year when a mysterious fire at Justice Varma's Delhi bungalow led to discovery of burnt currency worth crores. Justice Varma calls the process unconstitutional and has accused the committee of bias. If impeached, this would be the first ever impeachment of a sitting High Court judge in independent India.
An F-7 trainer aircraft in Bangladesh crashed into an educational institution in the heart of Dhaka, triggering panic and chaos. A daylight horror left dozens injured and death toll only mounted. For now, the death toll stays at 20. It is likely to increase. Here's how the tragedy struck the heart of Bangladesh just yesterday.
Chaos as hundreds of students run to save their lives. A highly populated education institution completely gutted in fire. And a race against time for rescue personnel. What was supposed to be a normal day for thousands of students turned into a disaster zone close to afternoon. A Chinese-made F-7 trainer aircraft crashed into a college campus in Dhaka, killing at least 19 and left many injured. Eyewitnesses confirmed that the jet crashed into 3rd and 6th grade classrooms in educational institution. Upon receiving information about the incident, Bangladesh Army, 8 fire service engines and civil defense forces rushed to the spot for rescue operations. The Bangladesh Army and Fire Services immediately evacuated the students and guardians of the college to a safe place using tricycle rickshaws or whatever was available. The death toll has risen to 19 and over 60 people, including women and children, have been admitted to the National Institute of Burn and Plastic Surgery for treatment. In the aftermath, the officials are now investigating the cause of the crash, which still remains a mystery.
The Andhra Pradesh CID on Monday named former Chief Minister and YSR CP Chief YS Jagan Mohan Reddy in connection with Rs 3,500 crore liquor scam. Significantly, however, Jagan was not named as an accused but recipient of alleged kickbacks. Here's all that you need to know about the case.
The Andhra Pradesh CID on Monday released a remand report in the Rs 3,500 crore liquor scam naming former Chief Minister YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. Significantly, however, the former CM has not been named as an accused in the case. The YSRCP chief has in fact been named as a recipient of alleged kickbacks of between Rs 50 and Rs 60 crore in connection with the liquor scam. A retired IAS officer, officers of ABS BCL, a sitting MP and a former MP, and about 40 other persons have been named as accused in the scam. The kickbacks mentioned in the remand report were disguised through inflated transactions with bullion merchants and shell companies. Bank records showed funds routed through entities such as Spy Distilleries, a brand promoted by the accused, Sandhawk Laboratories and Dhaka Logistics. Jagan meanwhile denied receiving kickbacks in the scam, dismissing the charge as a manufactured narrative.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. As Himachal witnesses rain fury, passengers of a train had a narrow escape when the retaining wall of a railway bridge on the Chakki River near Dhangu in Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh collapsed due to incessant rainfall. IMD issued orange alert in 2 to 7 districts of Himachal Pradesh with warning of intense showers from July 21st to July 23rd. A massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Gujarat's Vapi. The fire officers stated that the firefighting operations are underway and no casualties have been reported so far. Trouble mounts for former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel's son as the enforcement director alleged that Chaitanya Bagel used rupees 16.7 crore liquor scam funds in his realty business. Chaitanya is in ED custody for 5 days and is expected to be produced before the court today. 4 Dalit youth have accused police in Madhya Pradesh's Chhatarpur district of police brutality, custodial torture and illegal detention. The 4 individuals claimed that they were stripped for 4 days and were forced confession in a theft case. Following the public outcry and preliminary findings, 3 policemen have been suspended. Dealing to blow to the quest for justice in the 2006 serial train blast case. The Bombay High Court on Monday acquitted all 12 convicts in the case, setting aside the trial court convictions. The High Court said the prosecution utterly failed to prove its case. 5 of the convicts had been sentenced to death by the trial court, while the remaining were handed life terms. The ruling Mahayuti government has said it would move to the Supreme Court, challenging the High Court's ruling. Here's the report.
Exactly 19 years to the day, the country's commercial capital was shaken by a series of blasts on suburban trains, claiming close to 200 lives. The Bombay High Court on Monday dealt a huge setback to the long battle for justice in the 2006 serial blasts case. In an unexpected turn of events, the High Court acquitted all 12 convicts in the case, citing the prosecution's failure to prove the charges. A trial court had earlier convicted 12 accused in the case, sentencing 5 to death and the rest to life term. A series of 7 blasts ripped through Mumbai locals on July 11, 2006 in a span of 11 minutes, sending shockwaves across the city. While the blasts took 189 lives and left 800 injured, many more have continued to carry the scars from the event 19 years on. A High Court bench of Justice Anil Kilor and Justice Shyam Chandak said there was no clinching piece of evidence or witness testimony to reach a satisfactory conclusion and uphold the trial court ruling. Failure to establish value of evidence, type of bomb, identical parts in confession statements, and no relevant materials given were some of the lapses on the basis of which the convicts were given the benefit of doubt.
शुरू से ही हमारा ये कहना है कि हम बेगुनाह हैं, पुलिस ने हम लोगों को झूठा फंसाया, सिर्फ मुझे नहीं बल्कि जितने हम लोग इसमें थे 13 के 13 उन लोगों को झूठा फंसाया। 2 लोगों को जानते बूझते इन लोगों ने मालेगांव 2006 लास्ट केस में डाला और ट्रायल कोर्ट ने उनको डिस्चार्ज दिया और ये बोल के डिस्चार्ज दिया कि स्केप गोल। ये 2013 की बात है, 13-14 की बात है, उस 12 या 13 की बात है। तो हमारा मतलब जो भी क्लेम रहा है हमें झूठा नहीं, हमें झूठा फंसाया गया। ATS ने जो गढ़ाया वो झूठ गढ़ाया।
The High Court ruling opened old wounds of those who lost their loved ones in the serial blasts.
19 साल तक इंतजार करने के बावजूद आज ही अगर फैसला आया कि वो निर्दोष छूट रहे हैं तो ये सुनकर बड़ा ताजुब हो गया। ऐसे लगता है कि न्याय व्यवस्था मर गई है या न्याय बिक गया है या सरकार बिक गई, पता नहीं है। तो ऐसा क्यों? क्या बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट किसी ने नहीं किया? किसने किया? फिर इतने लोग मरे हैं, कम से कम 200 आदमी करीबन मर गए, हजारों आदमी के तादाद पर लोग जख्मी हो गए, और आज भी वो झेल रहे, मुसीबत झेल रहे।
The opposition, meanwhile, accused the state of failing to build a watertight case against the convicts.
लोग मरे थे, शहीद हुए थे, 2006 से इंतजार कर रहे हैं न्याय का। न्यायपालिका में इंतजार कर उन पे विश्वास रखकर उन्होंने क्लोजर और जस्टिस की उम्मीद जो बनाए रखी थी, आज वो टूटी होगी। ये तो जले पे नमक डालने वाली बात हुई है। मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ इसको होम मिनिस्टर जो महाराष्ट्र के हैं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, जो मुख्यमंत्री भी हैं, इस कोर्ट वर्डिक्ट को चैलेंज करेंगे और एक ऐसा केस सामने रखेंगे जो फुल प्रूफ हो और उनको बाइज्जत बरी की बजाय उनको सजाए मौत तक ले जाए।
AIMIM leader Boris Pathan, however, welcomed the acquittal of all 12 convicts by the High Court.
जजमेंट है ये बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का, ये सत्य और न्याय की जीत है, जिसमें तकरीबन कुछ 12 बेगुनाह बेकसूर मुसलमानों को सिर्फ शक की बुनियाद के ऊपर अरेस्ट करके जेल में ठूस दिया गया था। उनको आज न्याय मिला है। 19 साल के बाद आज बेगुनाह बेकसूर साबित हुए हैं और बॉम्बे के कोर्ट ने उनको पूरी तरह से बाइज्जत बरी कर दी।
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, meanwhile, assured aggrieved families that the state will challenge the High Court ruling at the Supreme Court.
आपल्या सगळ्यांकरताच हा निर्णय अतिशय शॉकिंग अशा प्रकारचा निर्णय आहे। अशा प्रकारचा निर्णय येणं हे निश्चितच धक्कादायक आहे। मी अजून काही पूर्ण निर्णय वाचलेला नाही, पण मी तात्काळ आपल्या जे काही वकील आहेत त्यांच्याशी चर्चा केली आणि त्यांना मी सांगितलेलं आहे की आपण सुप्रीम कोर्टमध्ये याला चॅलेंज केलं पाहिजे आणि आमचा प्रयत्न आहे की लवकरात लवकर सर्वोच्च न्यायालयामध्ये जाऊन या निर्णयाला आम्ही चॅलेंज करू।
As the focus now shifts to the apex court, the big question is, was there no one to blame for the loss of 189 innocent lives?
Shifting our focus to Niger's volatile Dosso region, where a brutal terrorist attack has shattered lives and left a family in despair. On July 15th, 2 Indian nationals were killed and another, Ranjit Singh, was abducted far from the conflict zone in the quiet village of Chaklakundi in Jammu and Kashmir. A family waits in anguish, grappling with the sudden loss of contact and the agonizing silence that followed. We bring you the full story, exploring the escalating dangers in Niger, the desperate pleas of a heartbroken family and the questions surrounding the company's response.
In Niger's conflict-ravaged Dosso region, a terrorist attack on the 15th of July has claimed the lives of 2 Indian nationals and left another, Ranjit Singh, abducted. The victims, working at a power project site 140 kilometers away from the capital, Niamey, were ambushed by unidentified gunmen. The Indian Embassy in Niger is coordinating with local authorities to repatriate the bodies of the deceased and secure Ranjit Singh's safe release. Singh had been in regular contact with his family since leaving India in 2023. But on the day of the attack, the family lost contact post 2:46 p.m. in the afternoon. Back home, in the Chakkakundi village of Ramban in Jammu and Kashmir, a distraught family is making desperate appeals.
माता जी, आपकी आखिरी बार बात कब हुई थी उनसे?
15 तारीख को।
क्या मतलब नॉर्मल बात थी?
हाँ, नॉर्मली किया था। क्या बना रहे थे, क्या कर रहे थे। हाँ, फिर वो चला गया। वो नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहा था, हमारे साथ बात नहीं हुई। हम फिर परेशान हो गए, कहाँ गया हमारा बेटा, क्यों नहीं नेटवर्क आ रहा है। वो कंपनी से गया, वीज़ा बना के चला गया, तो उधर बोलने लगा, वो कनेक्ट हो गया। हमें क्या पता है कहाँ कनेक्ट हुआ, कहाँ नहीं है, हमें कोई पता थोड़ा है। सरकार से मेरी मस्त है, हमें मस्त करे सरकार। मोदी जी सबसे बड़ा है, मोदी भी हमारी मस्त करे।
भारत की होगी अपनी दुकान। इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान।
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमेटिक विथड्रॉल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
बाय द वे, आई एम क्वाइट श्योर पॉलिटिकल सवाल तो पूछूंगा ही। राष्ट्रवादी
getting you the latest coming in. We will track all the top stories that we are tracking for you and all the international stories coming in. Iran will be holding nuclear talks with European nations very soon this week. Very big, significant development to watch out for. Many more international stories being tracked here on Republic. But the headlines. Let's get started. Jagdeep Dhankar resigns as vice president, cites health reasons for decision. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there is far more to totally unexpected resignation than meets the eye. Prime Minister Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex. Top sources tell Republic presiding officers of both houses to write to CGI seeking probe against Justice Varma. Air India witnesses two major aviation incidents in a single day. DGC orders investigation. Civil Aviation Ministry seeks report. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter jet set to fly out after a month at Kerala Airport. ED issues fresh summons in illegal betting apps case. Rana Dagubati, Vijay Deverakonda, Prakash Raj and more to be questioned. So let's start with the big story we're tracking right now, giving fresh hope to peace in Eastern Europe. Third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected to take place in Istanbul, while both delegations have indicated readiness for discussion. Significant divergences remain as key issues. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
The third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected to be held soon in the Turkish capital of Istanbul. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that Kyiv has proposed a new round of negotiations with Moscow this week, although a confirmed date is yet to be announced.
З російською стороною щодо обмінів. Продовжуємо виконувати домовленості минулої зустрічі в Стамбулі. Зараз команда працює ще над одним обміном. Також секретар РНБО Умєров доповів, що запропонував російській стороні наступну зустріч на наступному тижні.
Meanwhile, Russia's foreign ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova said Moscow is prepared to send its delegation to Istanbul, but Kyiv has not provided a formal indication of participation. The possible agenda for the talks revolves around progress on humanitarian issues such as prisoner exchanges and repatriation of soldiers. The talks come in the backdrop of both sides continuing to exert military pressure on the ground, seeking to gain a decisive tactical advantage in the bruising and bloody conflict. It also comes against the backdrop of a successful round of Turkey-mediated talks between Russia and Ukraine. While the discussions did not bring an end to the ongoing conflict, both sides did agree to exchange all prisoners of war under the age of 25. With the war entering its fourth year, it is to be seen if the latest round of talks can bring lasting peace.
Iran is set to resume nuclear talks with European powers in Istanbul this Friday, marking the first diplomatic engagement since last month's deadly conflict with Israel. The talks involving Britain, France and Germany, commonly known as the E3, will focus on sanctions relief and Iran's peaceful nuclear program. Watch this report for more.
Iran has announced that it will hold renewed talks with European nations over its nuclear program, with discussions scheduled to take place in Istanbul on Friday. According to Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghei, the talks will focus on the removal of sanctions and issues related to Iran's peaceful nuclear activities.
همونطور که اعلام شد در یک مکانی غیر از اروپا در استانبول این نشست برگزار خواهد شد در سطح معاونان وزیر امور خارجه با حضور مسئول سیاست خارجی اتحادیه اروپایی، در واقع معاون مسئول سیاست خارجی اتحادیه اروپایی. موضوع گفتگو هم روشن هست.
The talks will mark the first diplomatic engagement since the 12-day war in June between Israel and Iran, during which the US also claimed to have struck multiple nuclear facilities in the Islamic Republic. This week's discussions will include officials from Britain, France and Germany, also known as the E3, as well as the deputy representative from the EU Foreign Policy Commission. The 2015 nuclear deal had placed restrictions on Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief, but began to unravel in 2018 when the US withdrew and reimposed sanctions. In recent months, European nations have threatened to trigger the deal's snapback mechanism to reimpose sanctions in case of non-compliance by Tehran. However, in a letter to UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi rejected the move, saying the E3 nations lack any legal, political or moral standing to invoke the mechanism.
Let's get to some more updates coming in from all across the globe now. 25 countries, including Britain, France, and a host of European nations, issued a joint statement on Monday saying the war in Gaza must end now and Israel must comply with international law. The foreign ministers of countries, including Australia, Canada, and Japan, say the suffering of civilians in Gaza have reached now new depths and condemn the drip feeding of aid and the inhumane killing of civilians, including children, seeking to meet their most basic needs of water and food. The Israeli government's aid delivery model is dangerous and fuels instability and deprives Gazans of human dignity, the statement said. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in meeting with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the two leaders greeted each other and shook hands in the front of the press before they went into the meeting. Marcos is visiting Washington this week and expected to meet President Trump later. A trip which is the first by any leader from Southeast Asia since Trump returned to the office is intended to boost economic and security ties between the two countries. A performer holding a Palestinian flag touched off a brief scuffle on stage at Royal Opera House in London as cast members were taking their bows they're going ahead and taking their bows in front of following the season's final performance of, and images are posting on social media showing that what appears to be a member of the chorus holding the unfurled flag in front of his chest. while the lead singers bask in the audience's applause on Saturday night. After a few moments, someone backstage tries to grab the flag, but the performer holds onto it and snaps back into place. Authorities in New York have arrested a Canadian man who reported his 9-year-old daughter missing before she was found dead. New York State Police Captain Robert McConnell says Luciano Fratolin, the father of Melina Fratolin, is charged with second-degree murder and concealing of a corpse. State police said Luciano reported the girl missing and possibly abducted on Saturday, leading officials to issue an Amber Alert. But authorities said that there were inconsistencies in the father's account and that they concluded there was no evidence of an abduction. Milan mayor has said that he would not step down in the face of a sweeping investigation into city's massive urban development over the last 2 decades. City's top urban development official, however, resigned while denying wrongdoing. Prosecutors last week issued a widespread investigation into Milan's real estate boom that has seen skyscrapers transform the city's skyline and entire quarters transform, including the construction of a new Olympic village for the 2026 Milan Cortina Winter Games. The probe alleges that the developers have bribed officials to speed building permits and win approval for their projects. Japan's ruling coalition suffered a significant setback in the polls to elect members of the country's upper house. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's Liberal Democratic Party and his junior partner were short by just 3 seats to maintain a majority in the upper house of the Japanese parliament, also known as a National Diet. Now, the poll results have raised many serious questions on the political future of the Prime Minister Ishiba. Here's what is happening in Japan. Take a look.
Japan's ruling coalition suffered a rude jolt in the polls to the country's upper house on Monday. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's ruling Liberal Democratic Party and its junior coalition partner Komeito fell short by 3 seats in the coalition's quest to hold majority in the 248-member upper house. The Japanese Prime Minister said he'll continue to stay in office to tackle challenges such as rising prices and high US tariff after a weekend election defeat left his coalition with a minority in both parliamentary chambers. The incumbent coalition is now a minority in both houses of the Japanese parliament or Diet, even as the Liberal Democratic Party headed by Ishiba continues to be the leading party in the country. Ishiba accepted the responsibility for the poor performance in the polls as he sought the forgiveness of his fellow party members.
我が自由民主党、そして与党公明党、多くの優位な同志の方々、議席が得られなかったということは痛恨の極みであります。自由民主党総裁として心より深くお詫びを申し上げる次第でございます。
Monday's election results followed the loss suffered by the ruling coalition in the polls to the lower house in October last year. Stung by past corruption scandals, Ishiba's unpopular government has been forced into making concessions to the opposition to get legislation through the parliament. The scandals have not only affected the public approval ratings of PM Ishiba, but also his Liberal Democratic Party.
Amid the furor over the Epstein files, the Trump 2.0 administration has released records of the FBI surveillance of iconic civil rights activist Martin Luther King Jr. The classified records were brought in public domain despite opposition from the slain Nobel laureate's family and the civil rights group that he led until his 1968 assassination. His report, viewers, take a look.
The Trump administration has released records of the FBI's surveillance of iconic civil rights crusader Martin Luther King Jr. The classified material was released despite objections from the family of the civil rights activist as well as the civil rights group that he led until his 1968 assassination. The release involves thousands of pages of records that had been under a court-imposed seal since 1977. King's family, including his 2 living children, Martin III and Bernice, were given advance notice of the release and had their own teams reviewing the records ahead of the public disclosure. The release is part of President Donald Trump's order to publicly disclose government files on King and the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy. When Trump took office in January, he signed an executive order to declassify the JFK records along with those associated with Robert F. Kennedy's 1968 assassination and Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination.
All right, viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. Israeli Air Forces intercepted one missile launched from Yemen following alerts that were activated shortly beforehand in several areas across the country. The IDF identified that a missile was launched from Yemen towards Israeli territory. Defense systems are operating to intercept this threat. And alerts have been activated in several areas across the country, including a launch from Yemen. Details are now under investigation. Back to what is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Israeli Air Force has put this post up, and they're saying the Air Force intercepted one missile launched from Yemen following alerts that were activated shortly beforehand in several areas across the country. The alerts were activated in accordance with the policy. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. I'm going to talk of a third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine in Istanbul. Germany and Norway have expressed their willingness to strengthen the Ukrainian air defense. The move follows US President Trump's plan to fortify Ukrainian defense with European money. The fresh bid to arm Kiev has raised fears of scuppering fresh attempts to bring lasting peace to Eastern Europe. Here's a report.
Germany and Norway want to jointly finance the strengthening of Ukrainian air defenses. Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre said his country was willing to make a considerable financial contribution towards boosting Ukrainian defense. His statement followed a meeting with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz at the Chancellery in Berlin on Monday. Germany, according to reports, wants to support Ukraine with 2 more Patriot systems. The original plan was to buy 2 systems in the US for around €1 billion each and bring them directly to Ukraine. However, as they're not immediately available, the Bundeswehr is now to initially hand over 2 of its 9 remaining Patriots to Ukraine and receive replacements from the US at a later date.
Die Ukraine braucht unsere Unterstützung. Gott sei Dank sind die USA bereit, der Ukraine weiter Waffen zu liefern, wenn auch finanziert durch europäische Partner. Deutschland und Norwegen wollen hier einen wichtigen Beitrag leisten.
With the EU members coming forward to boost the Ukrainian air defense, the big question is, will it hurt the peace push in Istanbul?
And viewers, rescuers on Monday freed a cave explorer who was injured because he fell from the rocks some 40 meters, more than 130 feet below the surface in Italy's northwestern region. This cave explores, he was a cave explorer, and he was out on an outing with a group of friends when this disaster struck. Here's a report about the brave rescue which took place.
Rescuers on Monday freed a cave explorer who was injured by falling rocks some 40 meters below the surface in Italy's northwestern Piedmont region. The cave explorer was on an outing with a group of friends when disaster struck, according to Italy's Mountain Rescue Corps. The 63-year-old man who sustained a head injury was brought to the surface by crews who used explosives to widen the cave at key junctures. They also passed through 2 15-meter vertical shafts and a series of narrow winding passages. Medical teams reached the injured man after the accident on Sunday and treated him inside a heated tent while the path out was being cleared. He was airlifted to hospital by helicopter and his condition was said to be stable. The incident occurred in the Abisso Paperino cave system, which extends 170 meters underground near the town of Ormea in Cuneo province.
And viewers, much coming right up. Jagdeep Dhankar resigns as vice president, cites health reasons for decision. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there is far more to the story and the totally unexpected resignation than what meets the eye.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
बाय द वे, आई एम क्वाइट श्योर पॉलिटिकल सवाल तो पूछूंगा ही। राष्ट्रवादी मंच है, न्यूज का मंच भी है, आप अमेठी वापस आएंगे कि नहीं?
बात कहूँ, आप ये सवाल मुझसे सालों साल से पूछते आ रहे हैं।
मैं नहीं पूछ रहा, आप लोग नहीं पूछ रहे ये सवाल।
वो तो तालियां बजा रहे हैं, सवाल आप पूछ रहे हैं।
अगली बार स्वीट रिवेंज होगी कि नहीं होगी?
मैं दर्शक जितने यहाँ बैठे हैं, आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट सभी वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं।
जी जी,
सबकी कहीं ना कहीं नौकरियां हैं
जी।
अगर आप लगातार अपनी नौकरी में 11 साल से ढंग से काम ना कर पाए तो क्या आपकी नौकरी रहेगी?
A parliamentary select committee has suggested major amendment to the proposed income tax bill, aiming to ease the burden on the individual taxpayers' viewers and protect the interest of charitable and religious institutions. The committee, led by senior BJP MP Bajayant Panda, has submitted its detailed report to Lok Sabha on Monday after carefully reviewing the bill introduced earlier this year. Income tax bill is intended to replace the outdated Income Tax Act 1961 and simplify India's tax law in both structure and language. India's National Auditor, Controller and Auditor General of India, CAG, has now discovered over 573 crores in fiscal lapses and operational inefficiencies across Ministry of Railways, which reveals systemic weakness in recovery process, executing projects and asset management. As part of the audit report number 5 in 2025 by the CAG, the findings were tabled in the Lok Sabha on Monday during the ongoing Parliament Monsoon Session. An earlier CAG report in the Rajya Sabha covered 25 pertinent observations basis the test audits conducted up to financial year 2023 with updates from subsequent periods which were applicable. Zomato parent Eternal Limited is set to expand in the food service sector with the launch of new venture aimed at directly challenging Zepto Cafe. A strategic move announced on Monday, the company revealed plans to establish a wholly owned subsidiary, Blinkit Food Limited, which will focus on preparing, selling, delivering food to customers. According to the stock exchange filing, Blinkit Foods will be incorporated with a total paid-up capital of ₹10 lakh. This development comes as Zomato seeks to broaden its service offerings. A PIB fact-check unit has now flagged a fake email campaign falsely claiming to be from the Income Tax Department, urging users to carry out the manual verification of their details. Authorities have cautioned citizens not to fall for such fraudulent messages. A post on social media platform X on Sunday, PIB fact-check with an email which appears to come from the Income Tax Department is completely fake. It advised recipients to avoid clicking on suspicious links or sharing any personal, financial or sensitive information through emails, text message or phone calls. The managing director of the Bajaj Finance resigned from the company on Monday. That the company notified the state that they have now notified a stock exchange filing. Now, in his resignation letter, Anup Kumar Saha, the former managing director of Bajaj Finance, wrote that he has tendered his resignation as managing director of Bajaj Finance due to personal reasons. He also thanked the board, the management team and all stakeholders of the company for the support and trust during his tenure. And viewers, much more coming right up. Prime Minister Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex. And top sources tell Republic presiding officers of both houses to write to CGI seeking probe against Justice Varma. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live this morning.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Torrential rainfall has battered Mumbai today, triggering widespread waterlogging, severe traffic disruptions, and significant challenges for residents across the financial capital of India. The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert, warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai and neighboring districts, including Thane, Palghar, and Raigad, through Tuesday. The downpour, which began early this morning, has submerged low-lying areas, disrupted public transportation, and brought daily life to a near standstill in several parts of the city. Key areas such as Sion, Kurla, Andheri, and Bhandup have been hit hardest, with reports of knee-deep water on roads and underpasses, rendering them impassable for hours. Commuters faced significant delays as local train services on the central and western railway lines were disrupted due to waterlogged tracks. The Western Express Highway and Eastern Express Highway saw massive traffic snarls, with vehicles stranded for hours, exacerbating the chaos. In some areas, residents reported power outages and difficulties accessing essential services. The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, or BMC, has mobilized emergency response teams to address the crisis. High-capacity pumps have been deployed in flood-prone zones to drain water, and civic workers are clearing stormwater drains clogged with debris. The BMC has advised residents to avoid non-essential travel and stay indoors unless absolutely.
And getting you some more updates coming in right now. The former India cricketer Harbhajan Singh has boldly claimed that it will be difficult for Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma to play the 2027 ODI World Cup after retiring from the other two formats. He believes that stepping away from two formats could limit their match practice and impact their performance as the game progresses. The Lancashire Cricket Club will now honour Farouk engineer Clive Lloyd with the dedicated stands named after them at Old Trafford Cricket Stadium in Manchester. The legendary cricketers have previously represented the country club and made a lot of contributions. Ahead of the fourth test match, former England pacer Steve Harmison says that the spinner's inclusion would be beneficial for India, but was not sure to pick the player who will make way for Kuldeep. Unearthing the uniqueness of the wicket in Manchester, Harmison said that as the game proceeds, it would help the spin bowlers without any doubt. Fast bowling all-rounder Nitish Kumar Reddy has ruled out of the ongoing Addison Tendulkar series played between India and England. Off-pacer Arshdeep Singh will miss out on the fourth test due to injury. The board of control for cricket confirmed. India skipper Shubman Gill revealed the conversation he had with Manchester United captain Bruno Fernandes, sharing how the two leaders of their respective teams deal with pressure on and off the pitch. Not just Gill, the entire India team met the Manchester United players and took a tour around the vicinity. Surrey County Cricket Club will honour Graham Thorpe, a former England batsman who died by suicide last year. Day 2 of the fifth and final test of the ongoing Addison Tendulkar Trophy at the Oval will be dedicated to the remembrance and memory of Thorpe, featured in 100 Tests and 82 ODIs. Former England spinner Monty Panesar believes India has a good chance of winning the fourth test of the Addison Tendulkar Trophy if they can focus on the basics and use the strength of the pitch at Old Trafford as their advantage. Panesar spoke on how the pitch will play out over the course of the 5 days and how there will be something on offer for everyone. India's Anuj Agarwal won the dressage event of the Open to record his maiden victory with his mare Floriana. Agarwal, who represents the country at the Paris Olympics, recorded an impressive 69.8% points to finish atop of the six-member field. India will host this year's Chess World Cup from October 30th to November 27th, with the host city for the event to be due in course. The sport's global governing body has confirmed the tournament that will see 2,206 players battling it out for the coveted title and qualification spots in the 2026 Candidates Tournament. Nepal's men cricket team will train at the BCCI's Centre of Excellence in Bengaluru from August 20th to September 4th as part of its preparations for the T20 World Cup qualifiers, a move that is supported by the Indian government to connect the youth of the two countries. Much more coming up, viewers. Jagdeep Dhankar resigns as Vice President, cites health reasons for decision. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there is far more to totally unexpected resignation that meets the eye.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 9 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. The Vice President has stepped down, and this comes, remember, on the commencement of the monsoon session that was just yesterday. The opposition is smelling foul play. They say that there is a deeper conspiracy, a deeper reason behind Vice President resigning, and it's just not health reason. What is the actual story? We'll get you that and a lot more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar resigns, cites health reasons as his decision priority. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there's far more to totally unexpected resignation than meets the eye. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex today at 10 a.m. British Royal Navy's F-35B jet set to fly out after a month at Kerala Airport. Air India witnesses 2 major aviation incidents in a single day. DGC orders investigation. Civil Aviation Ministry seeks report. Top sources tell Republic presiding officers of both houses to write to CJI seeking probe against Justice Varma. We start this edition with some breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Patna hospital firing where one patient was dead. We now learn that the 3 criminals have been arrested in the Parl hospital firing case. Remember, there was a manhunt that was launched to nab the accused. Just a few days ago, we got those visuals from West Bengal where there were a few people that had been detained, but those, remember, were the aides of the criminals and not actually the criminals. But now we learn that 3 have been arrested. The criminals who fired inside a hospital in Patna have now been arrested. Tossing across to Prakash, who's getting us live updates on the case.
उसके बाद वहां पर पुलिस ने गिरफ्तारी के लिए शिकंजा कसा।
इस केस से जुड़ी हर एक अपडेट आप हम तक पहुंचाते।
All right, so that was Prakash getting us the latest, but we'll try and connect with him. But before we do that, let's also listen in to Advocate Rishikesh Narayana of the Patna Civil Court.
कल का जो मैटर है मामला था गोलीकांड का, उसमें जो भी हुआ अभी तक की कार्रवाई में पुलिस के द्वारा जो 4 अभियुक्तों की गिरफ्तारी हुई उसको न्यायालय में लाया गया है और न्यायालय SCM 9 में और SCM 9 में 3 लोगों को ये 1 लोगों को जो दोषी है उनको सिर्फ रिमांड 3 दिनों की मिली है और 3 लोगों को जेल में।
कितने दिनों की रिमांड मिली है?
3 दिनों की है।
3 दिनों की रिमांड। बाकी लोगों को
बाकी लोग को कोर्ट ने ये पाया न्यायालय के हाथ में बेऊर जेल भेजा।
आप अपना परिचय बताइए।
ऋषिकेश नारायण अधिवक्ता।
जिस तरीके से तौसीफ का चेहरा आया और शूट करके वो निकल रहा है, भाग रहा है अपने गैंग के लोगों के साथ, और पुलिस अरेस्ट कर लेगी और उसके बाद अरेस्ट करके उसको जेल भेजा जाएगा। लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं कि जेल तक मोबाइल फोन, उनका सत्ता, उनका हथियार, सब कुछ चलता रहता है। और ये जो शूट आउट भी हुआ है जेल के पीछे से हुआ है। शेरू सिंह ने पुरुलिया जेल से, बिहार से नहीं, पुरुलिया से, बंगाल से। तो भारत का कोई भी जेल अछूता नहीं है जहां से अपराधी अपना सत्ता नहीं चलाते हैं। इसलिए इस तरह के अपराध को क्रश करने के लिए सबसे पहली बात कि स्पीडी ट्रायल करके लॉ इन्फोर्सिंग एजेंसी जो कि सरकार की होती है और साथ साथ कोर्ट्स को जल्द से जल्द इसमें फैसला सुनाकर और जो भी सजा है कठोर से कठोर सजा दी जाए ताकि इसमें ये अपराधी बेताज बादशाह न बन पाए अपराध की दुनिया में। ये लोग करते ही इसीलिए है। बैक टू यू।
जैसा कि आप बिहार की खबरों
The latest details as far as the Patna hospital firing is concerned, a big breakthrough. The 3 criminals that were involved in openly brandishing guns inside a hospital in Patna have now been arrested. On that note, we move across to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the monsoon session of the Parliament that is going to commence, the second day of the monsoon session of the Parliament that is going to commence in just an hour or 2 from now. Opposition has now begun speculation on Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation as Vice President. Congress has raised eyebrows saying that there is more to this totally unexpected resignation than what meets the eye. Congress has now called Dhankar's resignation shocking and unexpected. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, meanwhile, has also questioned the official explanation behind Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's sudden resignation, calling it inexplicable and hinting at a deeper political undercurrents. He has also slammed Nadda and Rijiju's absence in the BAC meeting. Jagdeep Dhankar, in fact, tendered his resignation yesterday, remember, citing health concerns after the first day of the monsoon parliament session.
अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करूंगा धनखड़ जी, और धनखड़ जी इतनी जल्दी हार न माने और उपसभापति के पद पर बने रहें, क्योंकि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का मुद्दा है, फिर बिहार में वोटर्स का है, और ट्रंप ने जिस तरह से हमारे भारत देश की अवमानना किया है, ये सारे बड़े मुद्दे हैं जिसमें धनखड़ जी की उपस्थिति बहुत ज़रूरी है। अब मुझे तो कुछ बड़ा अटपटा सा लग रहा है, लगता है कि कहीं इन मुद्दों को टालने के लिए तो कुछ ऐसा नहीं किया जा रहा है। मैं धनखड़ जी के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूँ, उनके स्वास्थ्य की कामना करता हूँ, लेकिन राहुल जी हैं, खड़गे जी हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, इन मुद्दों को उठाते रहेंगे।
मैं समझता हूं कि जहां तक हवाला दिया गया है धनखड़ साहब के द्वारा कि उन्होंने हेल्थ इश्यूज़ को लेकर के रेजिग्नेशन दिया है, मैं समझता हूं कि हेल्थ इश्यूज़ की जहां तक बात करते हैं, जब रिसेंटली पिछले 2 महीने पहले पिछले सेशन के दौरान उनको हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम हुई थी, स्टंट लगा था, और मैं समझता हूं कि तीसरे चौथे दिन ही उन्होंने जो है वह ऑफिस रिज्यूम कर लिया था। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हेल्थ के इश्यूज का बीच में आना ये कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रश्नवाचक चिन्ह इस पर लगता है। इस चीज़ को लेकर के ये निश्चित रूप से जो है सरकार के दबाव में दिया गया इस्तीफा नजर आता, कहीं ना कहीं जो है सरकार ने उनकी किसी बात को लेकर के और उस चीज़ पर मंथन करते हुए इस निर्णय को उन पर थोपा है, और ये देश के लिए और लोकतांत्रिक देश के हितों के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
All right, those are the latest reactions as far as the resignation of the Vice President is concerned. Chandrakala is joining me on the broadcast. She's live from Vijay Chowk. Chandrakala, talk to us about what could be actually the possible reasons until and not about the official reasons that have been cited by the Vice President. He said that he has health reasons, but it does raise eyebrows when the Vice President of India, he commences the monsoon session of the Parliament and he's very active in the Rajya Sabha, and suddenly, just after meeting the President of India late at night, he tenders his resignation. What could have been the possible reasons, Chandrakala?
Well, of course, this sudden move by Vice President of resigning from his office right after the first day of the monsoon session of Parliament has definitely raised eyebrows and, of course, have caught his own staff off guard. The point that the Vice President's resignation comes just after the motion being set on Justice Yashwant Varma, and all eyes on that. Of course, this has questioned, the MPs has raised questions about this abrupt move, and let me tell you that in Indian history, just one Vice President, V.V. Giri, has resigned, and so far it's for the second time that V.V. Dhankar has resigned suddenly after the first session of the Parliament. And of course, many questions, speculation is rife as to what could have led to his resignation. And today is the second day of the monsoon Parliament where this particular issue would be of his resignation would be raised by the opposition, who has questioned his resignation. All eyes on this particular issue, and also on impeachment of Justice Varma, right after which his resignation came in. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, one more question before I let you go. Who are the front runners as far as the Vice President of India is concerned? Because the monsoon session is ongoing, the opposition is raising questions and questioning the government on what could have been the possible reasons. As far as we talk about the front runners in the Vice President race, who are those? All right,
well, there are list of course.
Yes, Chandrakala, please go on.
Well, there are certain people, there are certain list of people which is on card, and all eyes on this. Of course, now there are a lot of speculation being made. We'll have to wait for the update, and we'll update you on this.
Right, Chandrakala, thank you very much for getting us those details. Stay with me, actually. We are getting in some more breaking news, and this again is in regard with the parliament that is all set to begin. The monsoon session is going to be day 2, and the stage is already set by the opposition members, with the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh giving a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 and demand to discussion on special intensive revision of voter list in Bihar. Along with Sanjay Singh, Congress Rajya Sabha MP Akhilesh Prasad has also given a suspension of business notice under Rule 267 and demand to discuss the concerns arising out of Elections Commission's special intensive revision exercise in Bihar ahead of elections, followed by a plan to conduct similar exercises nationwide, including in West Bengal, where high level of migration, displacement and documentation related vulnerabilities have been persisting. Chandrakala continues to stay with me on the broadcast on that. Chandrakala, after Pahalgam, Operation Sindoor, today is a new topic, a new discussion that the opposition is going to corner the government on, and this is about the Election Commission's voter revision list. This has happened in Bihar. The opposition alleges that the same is going to happen in West Bengal. What are the points that the opposition could be raising today as far as this topic is concerned?
Well, of course, yesterday we have seen a stormy start to the monsoon parliament, the parliament monsoon session on Pahalgam attack, the ruckus over this particular issue, and today is the second day where, of course, a ruckus is likely to happen on Bihar SIR, and the opposition has demanded to raise these issues, and of course, Pahalgam terror attack will definitely be on agenda. But yes, Bihar SIR is going to create likely to be a ruckus on these particular issues on the second day of the monsoon session. All eyes on that, basically. And we have seen yesterday how the opposition has definitely demanded for a discussion on Pahalgam terror attack, and the centre has clearly mentioned that the topic would be taken up. This discussion would be taken up, and today all eyes on Bihar SIR, where the opposition is going to raise this demand and aggressively.
Right. Thank you very much, Chandrakala, for getting us those updates. Moving across to some more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the impeachment of Justice Yashwant Varma, where top sources now tell Republic that the presiding officers of both houses are set to write to the Chief Justice of India, urging him to carry out an investigation in the Justice Yashwant Varma matter, the biggest judicial scandal, remember, following which a committee will be formed with MPs of both houses, and the CJI may recommend the name of a senior judge once the investigation is done. A report will be ready, and it will likely be tabled in the Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will form a committee then together. In the case of Justice Yashwant Varma, of this committee will be the 3 members. So a big update there as far as Justice Yashwant Varma case is concerned. Fast-paced developments are taking place in the national capital. The commencement of the monsoon session has been extremely active, starting from yesterday, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation to now today, Justice Yashwant Varma's impeachment. Shambhavi is joining us live from Vijay Chowk along with Shivangi, who's live from the Republic newsrooms. Shambhavi, first to you. The impeachment of Justice Varma is nearing, and there is no escape for the judge now. What more updates do you have on that as far as the process is concerned?
Well, definitely, as we can see, we are actually nearing the impeachment process, and the fact that the presiding officers of both the houses, not only one, are planning to write to CJI for a fresh investigation could go either ways. Now, when they've written, they will write to the CJI. The CJI will recommend the name of a senior judge who is likely to lead or head the probe. After that, again, a 3-member committee will be formed. In the previous investigation as well, there was a 3-member committee formed. In this as well, there will be a 3-member committee formed. And after the investigation report, the final report, that will be tabled in the Lok Sabha first. And then we'll see where this actually leads. Back to you.
Right. Shivangi, coming to you next. It was decided. Kiran Rijiju, in fact, had earlier also said that the impeachment, there's no escape for Justice Yashwant Varma. All parties were taken into confidence. Do you think the opposition is going to corner the government as far as this case is concerned?
Well, this is a huge story which we are tracking very clearly. And remember, like you pointed out, there was an all-party meeting which was chaired by Kiran Rijiju, where he had said that 100 MPs are already on board. Now, 200 MPs have submitted motion in Parliament to impeach Justice Yashwant Varma. Already, we see that Kiran Rijiju has said that all political parties are on board on the issue of the impeachment of Justice Varma, from whose residence, remember, and we are putting those pictures out as well, from whose residence burned cash was formed. And after that, there was a Supreme Court appointed inquiry, which has concluded that Justice Varma had full control of the storehouse where that cash was formed. Also, we have the names out of these 145 Lok Sabha members who submitted the impeachment motion, include Anurag Thakur, Ravi Shankar Prasad, LOP Rahul Gandhi, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, PP Chaudhary, Supriya Sole, KC Venugopal. So Kiran Rijiju had made it very clear during the all-party meeting that many political parties are on board for the impeachment, and already we have seen 200 MPs have gone ahead and submitted motion in Parliament to impeach Justice Yashwant Varma. Of course, once the Parliament kicks off at 11 a.m. onwards, more details will be coming in. Yes, Tanisha.
Right, Shivangi and Shamavi, both of you, thank you very much for joining here on the broadcast and sharing those details. Meanwhile, like I said, the impeachment of Justice Yashwant Varma is nearing today. It's going to be fast-paced development as far as the story is concerned. Here's a quick check of the case so far, what has happened and how Justice Yashwant Varma, there's no escape for him now.
Impeachment proceedings against Justice Yashwant Varma is set in motion after MPs submitted a signed memorandum. More than 200 members of Parliament have submitted notices to Lok Sabha Speaker and Rajya Sabha Chairman seeking removal of Justice Varma. Motion for the removal of a judge has to be signed by no less than 100 MPs in Lok Sabha and 50 in the Rajya Sabha.
I have received notice of motion to constitute a statutory committee for removal of Justice Yashwant Varma, Judge of the High Court of Judicature at Rajasthan, at Allahabad. This has been received by me today. It is signed by more than 50 members of the Council of States, and thus it meets the numerical requirement of signing by members of Parliament for setting in motion a process for removal of a High Court judge.
152 MPs in Lok Sabha and more than 50 MPs from all parties have signed the motion.
Most of the parties have signed for it. Most of the MPs also have signed for this. We don't want corruption in any of the organization of the government. Obviously, that's what Modi ji, Prime Minister, has been mentioning about it from 2014 itself. There's nothing too much to read into this, but at the same time, yes, there is something that has been found, and there's the committee that has been formed. The committee has also gone into the details, and the committee has found that so and so thing has happened. So based on the committee's report, the government is going for the impeachment.
Removal of Justice Varma, the Congress party also signed more than 52 MPs from Congress party signed for the removal of Justice Varma, that I hand over to Honourable Speaker.
The controversy began in March this year when a mysterious fire at Justice Varma's Delhi bungalow led to discovery of burnt currency worth crores. Justice Varma calls the process unconstitutional and has accused the committee of bias. If impeached, this would be the first ever impeachment of a sitting High Court judge in independent India.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute as Himachal witnesses Rain Fury passengers of train had a narrow escape while retaining wall of a railway bridge on the Chakki River Ram in Dhangu in Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh collapsed due to incessant rainfall. IMD issued an orange alert in 2 to 7 districts of Himachal Pradesh with warning of intense showers from July 21st to 23rd. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Gujarat's Vapi. The fire officers state that the firefighting operations are underway and no casualties reported so far. Trouble mounts for former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's son as ED alleged that Chaitanya Baghel used rupees 16.7 crore as liquor scam funds in his realty business. Chaitanya is in ED custody for 5 days and is expected to be produced before the court today. 4 Dalit youth have accused police in Madhya Pradesh's Chhatarpur district of police brutality, custodial torture and illegal detention. The 4 individuals claim that they were stripped, beaten for 4 days and were forced to confess a theft case. Following the public outcry and preliminary findings, 3 policemen have been suspended. The White House, ladies and gentlemen, has reiterated its stance that President Donald Trump played a pivotal role in resolving the India-Pakistan conflict, with the press secretary praising Trump's foreign policy. Here's the report.
The White House has once again credited President Donald Trump for resolving India-Pakistan conflict. This as Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt touted Trump's foreign policy as aggressive, results-driven and underappreciated. White House's comments come days after the US President's repeated remark that he mediated the ceasefire between the 2 nuclear-armed countries by using the trade route.
The President has done on the world stage. He has ended wars like India and Pakistan. He continues to work aggressively to end the war in Russia and Ukraine. He completely obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. He has continued to hopefully negotiate a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza to end that conflict and release all of the hostages. We've seen many of the hostages released as a result of this president's efforts.
Dealing to blow to the quest for justice in the 2006 serial train blast case, the Bombay High Court on Monday acquitted all 12 convicts in the case, setting aside the trial court convictions. The High Court said that the prosecution utterly failed to prove its case. 5 of the convicts have been sentenced to death by the trial court, while the remaining were handed life terms. The deadly serial blast had claimed 189 lives, while leaving another 800 injured. The ruling Mahayuti, meanwhile, said it would move to the Supreme Court, challenging the High Court ruling. Here's a report.
Exactly 19 years to the day, the country's commercial capital was shaken by a series of blasts on suburban trains, claiming close to 200 lives. The Bombay High Court on Monday dealt a huge setback to the long battle for justice in the 2006 serial blasts case. In an unexpected turn of events, the High Court acquitted all 12 convicts in the case, citing the prosecution's failure to prove the charges. A trial court had earlier convicted 12 accused in the case, sentencing 5 to death and the rest to life term. A series of 7 blasts ripped through Mumbai locals on July 11, 2006 in a span of 11 minutes, sending shockwaves across the city. While the blasts took 189 lives and left 800 injured, many more have continued to carry the scars from the event 19 years on. A High Court bench of Justice Anil Kilor and Justice Shyam Chandak said there was no clinching piece of evidence or witness testimony to reach a satisfactory conclusion and uphold the trial court ruling. Failure to establish value of evidence, type of bomb, identical parts and confession statements, and no relevant materials given were some of the lapses on the basis of which the convicts were given the benefit of doubt.
शुरू से ही हमारा ये कहना है कि हम बेगुनाह हैं, पुलिस ने हम लोगों को झूठा फंसाया। सिर्फ मुझे नहीं बल्कि जितने हम लोग इसमें थे 13 के 13 उन लोगों को झूठा फंसाया। 2 लोगों को जानते बूझते इन लोगों ने मालेगांव 2006 लास्ट केस में भी डाला और ट्रायल कोर्ट ने उनको डिस्चार्ज दिया। और ये बोल के डिस्चार्ज दिया कि स्केप गोट। ये 2013 की बात है, 13-14 की बात है, 12 या 13 की बात है। तो हमारा मतलब जो भी क्लेम रहा है हमें झूठा नहीं, हमें झूठा फंसाया गया। ATS ने जो गलाया वो झूठ गलाया।
The High Court ruling opened all wounds of those who lost their loved ones in the serial blasts.
19 साल तक इंतजार करने के बावजूद आज अगर फैसला आया कि वो निर्दोष छूट रहे हैं तो ये सुनकर बड़ा ताजुब हो गया। ऐसे लगता है कि न्याय व्यवस्था मर गई है या न्याय बिक गया है या सरकार बिक गई, पता नहीं है। तो ऐसा क्यों? क्या बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट किसी ने नहीं किया? किसने किया? फिर इतने लोग मरे हैं, कम से कम 200 आदमी करीबन मर गए, हजारों आदमी के तादाद पर लोग जख्मी हो गए और आज भी वो झेल रहे, मुसीबत झेल रहे।
The opposition, meanwhile, accused the state of failing to build a watertight case against the convicts.
लोग मरे थे, शहीद हुए थे। 2006 से इंतजार कर रहे हैं न्याय का। न्यायपालिका में इंतजार कर उन पे विश्वास रखकर उन्होंने क्लोजर और जस्टिस की उम्मीद जो बनाए रखी थी, आज वो टूटी होगी। ये तो जले पे नमक डालने वाली बात हुई है। मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ इसको होम मिनिस्टर जो महाराष्ट्र के हैं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, जो मुख्यमंत्री भी हैं, इस कोर्ट वर्डिक्ट को चैलेंज करेंगे और एक ऐसा केस सामने रखेंगे जो फुल प्रूफ हो और उनको बाइज्जत बरी की बजाय उनको सजाए मौत तक ले जाए।
AIMIM leader Boris Pathan, however, welcomed the acquittal of all 12 convicts by the High Court.
जजमेंट है ये बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का, ये सत्य और न्याय की जीत है, जिसमें तकरीबन कुछ 12 बेगुनाह बेकसूर मुसलमानों को सिर्फ शक की बुनियाद के ऊपर अरेस्ट करके जेल में ठूस दिया गया था। उनको आज न्याय मिला है। 19 साल के बाद आज बेगुनाह बेकसूर साबित हुए हैं और बॉम्बे के कोर्ट ने उनको पूरी तरह से बाइज्जत बरी कर दिया।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
बाय द वे, आई एम क्वाइट श्योर पॉलिटिकल सवाल तो पूछूंगा ही। राष्ट्रवादी मंच है, न्यूज का मंच भी है, आप अमेठी वापस आएंगे कि नहीं?
बात कहूँ, आप ये सवाल मुझसे सालों साल से पूछते आ रहे हैं।
मैं नहीं पूछ रहा, आप लोग नहीं पूछ रहे ये सवाल।
वो तो तालियां बजा रहे हैं, सवाल आप पूछ रहे हैं।
अगली बार स्वीट रिवेंज होगी कि नहीं होगी?
मैं दर्शक जितने यहाँ बैठे हैं, आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट सभी वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं।
जी जी,
सबकी कहीं ना कहीं नौकरियां हैं
जी।
अगर आप लगातार अपनी नौकरी में 11 साल से ढंग से काम ना कर पाए तो क्या आपकी नौकरी रहेगी? उनकी है इतना पावरफुल, उनका
Viewers, top headlines: Jagdeep Dhankar resigns as vice president, cites health reasons for decision. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there is far more to totally unexpected resignation than meets the eye. Prime Minister Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter jet set to fly out after a month at Kerala airport. Air India witnesses 2 major aviation incidents in a single day. DGCA orders investigation. Civil Aviation Ministry seeks report. Top sources tell Republic presiding officers of both houses to write to CGI seeking probe against Justice Varma. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Breaking news: opposition has begun speculation on Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation as vice president. Congress has raised their own eyebrows and they say that there is more to the story. That is right. They say that the resignation is absolutely unexpected. That is what they say. Congress calls Dhankar's resignation shocking, and not just shocking, unexpected. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh says, and questions the official explanation behind Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's sudden resignation, calling it inexplicable and hinting, that means it can't be explained, and hinting at deeper political undercurrents. He is also slammed Nadda and Rijiju's absence in the BAC meeting. Jagdeep Dhankar tendered his resignation, viewers, citing health reasons after the first day of the monsoon session of the parliament. And now we see that the Congress says there are far deeper reasons behind Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh particularly says that Mr. Dhankar was not personally informed about the Union Ministers JP Nadda and Kiran Rijiju not attending the second Business Advisory Committee meeting at 4:30 p.m. on Monday. And we are getting some reactions coming in, so let's go ahead and play them out.
अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करूंगा धनखड़ जी, और धनखड़ जी इतनी जल्दी हार न माने और उपसभापति के पद पर बने रहें, क्योंकि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का मुद्दा है, फिर बिहार में वोटर्स का है, और ट्रंप ने जिस तरह से हमारे भारत देश की अवमानना किया है, ये सारे बड़े मुद्दे हैं जिसमें धनखड़ जी की उपस्थिति बहुत ज़रूरी है। अब मुझे तो कुछ बड़ा अटपटा सा लग रहा है। लगता है कि कहीं इन मुद्दों को टालने के लिए तो कुछ ऐसा नहीं किया जा रहा है। मैं धनखड़ जी के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूँ, उनके स्वास्थ्य की कामना करता हूँ, लेकिन राहुल जी हैं, खड़गे जी हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, इन मुद्दों को उठाते रहेंगे।
मैं समझता हूं कि जहां तक हवाला दिया गया है धनखड़ साहब के द्वारा कि उन्होंने हेल्थ इश्यूज को लेकर के रेजिग्नेशन दिया है, मैं समझता हूं कि हेल्थ इश्यूज की जहां तक बात करते हैं, जब रिसेंटली पिछले 2 महीने पहले पिछले सेशन के दौरान उनको हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम हुई थी, स्टंट लगा था, और मैं समझता हूं कि तीसरे चौथे दिन ही उन्होंने जो है वह ऑफिस रिज्यूम कर लिया था। तो मैं समझता हूं कि हेल्थ के इश्यूज का बीच में आना ये कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रश्नवाचक चिन्ह इस पर लगता है। इस चीज को लेकर के ये निश्चित रूप से जो है सरकार के दबाव में दिया गया इस्तीफा नजर आता। कहीं ना कहीं जो है सरकार ने उनकी किसी बात को लेकर के और उस चीज पर मंथन करते हुए इस निर्णय को उन पर थोपा है, और ये देश के लिए और लोकतांत्रिक देश के हितों के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
Yes, let's go straight across. So Shambhavi is joining us right now. Shambhavi, Dhankar resigns as VP, and we have to go and really read out what we see is written by the Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, where he says that very clearly this is, even though he's saying there's no time for speculation, he's also saying that he should reconsider his decision, and there's much more to the story. They're saying it's quite shocking. If you could just take our viewers through what the opposition specifically is pointing out about this resignation.
Well, after his resignation, as expected, the opposition has definitely started fishing for some kind of undercurrent. They are hinting towards some other kind of political involvement, and they are clearly not accepting the fact that the Vice President has resigned, citing health concerns. They have also raised the fact that 2 senior officials were not present during the BAC meeting as well, hinting that that has something to do with the Vice President resigning. And just after day one of the monsoon session of the Parliament, it is definitely a huge shocker for the political world that the Vice President has decided to resign. Back to you.
That is right, Shambhavi. I also want to point out one line from this post that Jairam Ramesh has made, and he says that Mr. Dhankar was also to make some major announcement related to the judiciary. He has said that, and the resignation has come around that time. Do we have any details about this?
Well, there are no particular details about it, but definitely judiciary is under scrutiny because as we all know, the impeachment of Justice Varma is, the motion for that is very set to be passed. We also got to know about how the presiding officers of both the houses are very soon going to write to CJI asking for a fresh investigation in the matter. So definitely some kind of statement, some kind of major news or decision related to judiciary would have been expected. But his resigning was very unexpected at total overall.
That is right, Shambhavi. And I'm also being joined by other reporters who are on the ground right now. So we have Shambhavi and Vijay Chok. And we also have with us Harsha joining us live. Harsha has been covering the monsoon session as well very, very closely. Harsha, a lot of speculation coming out about the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. So on one hand, he's citing health issues, health reason. On the other hand, some of the opposition leaders are raising questions about the timing of his resignation. If you could just take our viewers through what you are learning of from the ground.
Shivangi, yesterday there was not even a slightest of idea that something like this is going to happen because Vice President and the Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Jagdeep Dhankar, he convened Business Advisory Committee meeting. Since morning he was there in the Rajya Sabha when the ruckus and the chaos happened, and he looked perfectly fine. Yesterday after PAC meeting, when the media themselves met Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, he looked fine. At that time, no one had the slightest of the intimation that something like this is going to happen late in the evening. And also yesterday after 4 o'clock, after 4:30, when both the houses of the parliament adjourned, there was the scoop, the inside details what we are getting in that there was a lot of MPs who were continuously coming at the chamber of Rajnath Singh. We ourselves flashed on our channel that how there was a meeting, intense meeting going on in the chamber of Rajnath Singh, but we didn't have the clue that why the MPs were made to sign the blank papers. All the NDA member of parliament, because we saw the LJP MPs, we saw JDU MPs, we saw BJP MPs, we saw the Mizoram Alliance Party MPs coming there in the chamber of Rajnath Singh. They were signing they were making a signatures on the blank letterhead, on the blank pages. But even MPs were unaware why they were made to sign a letter which had no content, and therefore we kept on asking to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh after Parliament got over, but there was not the slightest of intimation that something like this is going to happen. And most of the Congress leaders are indicating that these signatures which took place yesterday in the chamber of Rajnath Singh has to directly do something with the exit of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. It's second time in the history of our country that a Vice President has resigned in the mid of his term, and it is very different to digest as well that what could have happened suddenly. And the Vice President in his note to President has clearly stated that it was the health reasons, it was a health ground on which he has resigned from his position. But Congress is going to raise this issue in the parliament today because what we have seen, the Twitter handles of Gaurav Gogoi and also the leaders like Jairam Ramesh, they have been questioning that how can this smooth transition happen, and most of the member of parliament and the senior ministers from the Business Advisory Committee were yesterday absent, and they were absent because something was going on. And if government had the idea and its government was planning something like that, then they have to clarify. Now these questions are being raised by the opposition party, and that is the reason the exit of Vice President and the Chairman Rajya Sabha Jagdeep Dhankar raises lot of questions, and it is being said there's lot that need the eye, and the opposition right now needs the clarification directly from the BJP, from the senior ministers of BJP, exactly what led to Vice President's resignations out of suddenly.
Yes, Harsha and Shambhavi, I want both of you to stay on with us because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in for our viewers. This is coming in as the Indy bloc is planning the strategic meeting at 10:15 a.m. before the second day of monsoon session. And I want to go back to reporters on this because of the key huddle ahead of the day 2 of the monsoon session. At 10 a.m. is when they decide. At 10 a.m. is when they decide to hold that meeting. I just want to go to Harsha first on this because Harsha, we know that the Indy bloc will be raising the Bihar special intensive revision issue in the parliament. As per what we understanding, now Bihar's SIR will be raised. They also, from what we understand, according to what some of the agencies are saying, there could be a protest later on in the day as well, maybe around 10 a.m. Now we know that both houses of the parliament saw ruckus yesterday because of opposition sloganeering and the ruckus that they created. So we saw that on the first day itself. Yes, Harsha.
So, Shivangi, this is a very important meeting which has been called earlier. Yesterday, it was convened to all the floor leaders of the opposition party that there's a meeting in the CPP office at around 10:25 a.m., which was regarding talking out a plan because the Bihar Congress leaders and the other alliance parties of opposition like RJD has been demanding that the issue of special intensive division in Bihar should be taken up in the parliament, and therefore the protest was like at around 10:30 a.m. in the parliament. But before that, this meeting suddenly coming out of the blue, where the Congress leaders have been called for a meeting, and all Congress MPs have been called for a sudden meeting in the chamber of Mallikarjun Kharge. This raises a lot of bros. Exactly what is going to happen exactly in the Lok Sabha today, because this is something where they will chalk out the plan if they are going to raise the issue of special intensive revision in parliament, or they are going to raise the issue of the sudden exit of VP Dhankar from his position. What is going to be the issue of opposition today and the Congress today? And if Congress has to convince the other opposition alliance parties like DMK, like RJD, like Samajwadi Party, that what is the key issue which they should take up in the parliament. So before the floor leaders meeting of the opposition, this meeting of Congress leaders amongst themselves is very important. All the key Congress MPs will be there in the meeting, and it will be decided that the Dhankar issue is the major issue or the Bihar voting issue is the major issue. Which issue is more, which will grab a lot of attention, and it is a public generic issue which they should take up in the Lok Sabha and in the Raj Sabha today. Back to you.
That is right, Harsha. So we can expect a very important meeting which is going to happen very soon, and Shambhavi is joining us as well. And speaking on the strategy of the Indie bloc, they will be holding a meeting, Harsha is saying. But Shambhavi, let's not forget the ruckus which we saw yesterday on the first day of the monsoon session. Now remember that the Prime Minister Modi, also Kiran Rijiju, who chaired that all-party meeting before the monsoon session, made it very clear that they want the cooperation of the opposition because there are many key issues which need to be debated this time around, and ruckus should not be encouraged at all. But we saw something else happen yesterday. What do you think is the plan ahead for today as we count down to the day 2 of the monsoon session?
Well, I would say that this is nothing new because even yesterday they had a meeting, and before the first day of monsoon session, the opposition had a meeting, the Indie bloc had a meeting, and where they were discussing the agenda, how they're going to corner the central government on various issues, including Operation Sindoor, the Bihar SIR, Special Intensive Revision of the Electoral Roll, the flight crash and everything. Now, with the unexpected resignation of the Vice President and the impeachment motion, which is going to be passed for Justice Varma's case, I think they are gearing up on today's agenda, and the monsoon session is obviously heating up, and they are planning to show a unified front inside and outside Parliament for that matter.
Shambhavi, hold on for a second, and I want our reporters to stay on with us. Harsha as well, stay on with us, getting some breaking news coming in, and we will give our viewers some updates, especially as to what we can expect next. Now, Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh has given suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under the Rule 267 and demand to discuss the special intensive revision SIR of voter list in Bihar. Like we told our viewers, this could be one of the key discussions likely today. Along with Sanjay Singh, Congress Rajya Sabha MP Akhilesh Prasad Singh has given suspension of business notice under Rule 267 and demand to discuss the concerns arising out of the Election Commission's special intensive revision exercise in Bihar ahead of elections, followed by a plan to conduct similar exercises nationwide, including in West Bengal, where high levels of migration, displacement and documentation related vulnerabilities persist. Okay, so big update coming in right now. SIR clearly on the agenda, and I just want to go across to Chandrakala. Chandrakala is joining us. Yes, Chandrakala, SIR definitely on the list. We discussed that with Harsha and Shambhavi as well. Now, we know that a lot of Congress and opposition leaders are submitting some suspension of business notice under Rule 267 to discuss a special intensive revision exercise of electoral rolls in Bihar. Now, we have seen how the opposition as well and the Congress had held a couple of rallies in Bihar over this issue. If you could just take our viewers through what we can expect.
Of course, this is the second day of the monsoon session of Parliament, which is set to begin at 11 o'clock. And the fact that the very issue of Bihar SIR, which has been on the agenda, the opposition has been demanding a discussion on this, and a likely ruckus is to be expected today in the Parliament on this particular issue. Of course, after Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, which has where we have seen yesterday a ruckus was created, which led to the adjournment 4 times on the first day. And today, the discussion on Bihar SIR, the sitting the special intensive revision is going to take place, and all eyes on that. And a likely protest is also to be, must be called out. Will take place in the Makar Dwar of Parliament. A meeting is also likely to take place at 10 o'clock by the Congress leaders as to what would be the agenda today for the meeting. But yes, the SIR, Bihar SIR, which is very definitely very crucial, is going to be on the agenda, and a likely ruckus is to be expected on this particular issue being raised by the opposition. Over to you.
That is right. You're outside Vijay Chowk right now, Chandrakala, and we're just counting down to the monsoon session, which will be kicked off. I just want to tell our viewers once more that the Election Commission has filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court defending the SIR of electoral rolls in Bihar, saying that the exercise was undertaken to restore. All right, viewers, getting pictures coming in. This is the F-35B plane, and we will very soon, we'll see that the F-35B will be leaving Kerala. It has been stuck for a very, very long time. It was stuck for 5 weeks in India, and it's all ready to fly off. That is right. This is a state-of-the-art British fighter jet that has been stuck at an Indian airport there in Kerala, in Thiruvananthapuram, for more than 5 weeks. Is all set to fly out today, and these are the pictures we're getting for you as we count down to that moment which will be taking place. The F-35B landed on 14th June at Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, where it was diverted because of bad weather. And then it developed a technical snag. There was a lot of to and fro, which we saw to fly out this fighter F-35. But now, finally, after a prolonged presence, which sparked curiosity, it sparked memes on social media, finally, this aircraft would be leaving the Indian soil. So these are back-to-back pictures coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV of the F-35 jet, which will be very, very soon leaving. And this is coming in after 5 weeks. The stranded UK fighter jet will be leaving India. Technical glitches have now been fixed. Now, this is the British F-35 Lightning fighter jet grounded in Thiruvananthapuram since June 14 due to the hydraulic issue system fault. Is scheduled to depart today itself. A joint UK-US team, including a Royal Navy and Lockheed Martin personnel, have completed extensive repairs after the initial attempts had failed. Okay, we have with us Ashwin joining us right now. Ashwin is joining us right now. Ashwin, now we know that very, very soon this jet will be leaving. And we have done so many stories on this. You've been reporting for us from the ground. This story has led to memes on social media. Finally, when will this jet take off, Ashwin?
Well, you can see the frame right now. Visual speaks for itself. What we can clearly now see is that there is a pilot who has already entered the particular the F-35, and the top lid has also been close right now, is what we can see. And there has been a set of Indian authorities who have been helping this pilot to on board this particular flight, and it is scheduled to take off at 10 a.m. as per the plan, and it certainly looks like in a few moments from now this is going to happen. Now what you see is this jet parked on the Bay 4 of the domestic airport of Thiruvananthapuram. And since June 14th, this fifth generation fighter aircraft has been giving out stories nationally, telling a very quiet story. In fact, it has been parked quietly, but it has made headlines all over. Certainly, after 38 days, this jet, which is going to take off in a few moments from now, will be telling a lot of stories in the times to come. But what is also important to note is that this jet will be moving to Australia, is what we have got, because the HMS, the Prince of Wales carrier ship, is right now taking part in a joint exercise of 19 nations in Australia, and in the Pacific there is a show of strength of 19 nations, and this will be flying back to Australia. Yesterday we could show our viewers the fueling of this particular jet was done. Everything is put in place. The pilot, what we have been told by our sources, reached day before yesterday to take this flight back, is what we have gathered so far. But the visuals are of probably the final few minutes of this flight staying in Thiruvananthapuram. Back to the studio.
That is right. So you're saying that next destination for this fighter jet is Australia, and we are taking a short break right now, viewers. This is the live pictures first and exclusive on Republic TV of the British Royal Navy fighter jet, all scheduled to fly out after remaining grounded in Kerala for a very, very long time, over 38 days. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं, और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
By the
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
बाय द वे, आई एम क्वाइट श्योर पॉलिटिकल सवाल तो पूछूंगा ही। राष्ट्रवादी मंच है, न्यूज का मंच भी है, आप अमेठी वापस आएंगे कि नहीं?
बात कहूँ, आप ये सवाल मुझसे सालों साल से पूछते आ रहे हैं।
मैं नहीं पूछ रहा, आप लोग नहीं पूछ रहे ये सवाल।
वो तो तालियां बजा रहे हैं, सवाल आप पूछ रहे हैं।
अगली बार स्वीट रिवेंज होगी कि नहीं होगी?
मैं दर्शक जितने यहाँ बैठे हैं, आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट सभी वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं।
जी जी,
सबकी कहीं ना कहीं नौकरियां हैं
जी।
अगर आप लगातार अपनी नौकरी में 11 साल से ढंग से काम ना कर पाए तो क्या आपकी नौकरी रहेगी? उनकी है, इतना पावरफुल उनका इकोसिस्टम है।
नहीं, आप नौकरी लेने वाले हैं कि नहीं अगली बार? सवाल ये
नहीं, मैं आपको बड़ा गंभीर एक मुद्दा बता।
नहीं, मैं सीरियस सवाल
वो कैसे सर्वाइव।
ये वायरल मोमेंट है, आपको कहना पड़ेगा, आपको कमिटमेंट देनी पड़ेगी।
आप और मैं मंच पे आते हैं, वही वायरल मोमेंट है।
तो
और अगर आपको ग्लोबल वायरल मोमेंट बनाना है तो आप में और मध्य में मिस्टर गांधी हो जाएं तो फिर
गांधी जी के साथ में, ये राहुल बाबा के साथ 2014 में मैं बैठा था, तो मैं तो चुप रहा पूरे इंटरव्यू।
मैं तो ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि पीछे से इशारे कौन कर रहा था कि क्या
इशारों की जरूरत नहीं है, वो अपने आप को इशारा करते हैं, वही एक इशारा है। वो तो कहते हैं मैं जिस दिन मैं जन्म, जो व्यक्ति ऐसे में मुद्दे से अलग जा रहा
आप मुद्दे से भटक
जो व्यक्ति कहता है भारत, नहीं इस मुद्दे पर,
मैं उसी मुद्दे पे
नहीं, उन्होंने दो बातें कही है। उन्होंने वही है,
आप इतना भावुक है राहुल जी के बारे में, मुझे बोलने नहीं दे।
मैंने भावुक नहीं हूँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि उन्होंने कहा जिस दिन मेरा जन्म हुआ, हमारा जन्म किसी घर में होता है, किसी है ना, किसी कम्युनिटी समाज में होती है। वो कहते हैं जिस दिन मेरा जन्म हुआ, मैं सिस्टम में जन्म हुई है मेरी, मैं समझ नहीं पाया। वो कहते जिस दिन मैं जन्म हुई है, मैं तब से सिस्टम में हूँ। ये कौन सी विचित्र सिस्टम है?
नहीं, लेकिन अर्नब जी, इसको हल्के में नहीं लेना चाहिए।
मैं नहीं लेता।
मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ, हम सब यहाँ मजाक में हंस रहे हैं। आप सोचिए एक व्यक्ति का विश्वास कितना अडिग होगा कि उसको पता है कि वही सिस्टम है। ये कोई हल्की बात नहीं है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching live and breaking at 10 a.m. and we cut straight across to pictures that are coming live and exclusive only on Republic from Thiruvananthapuram, where the stranded British F-35B is set to fly out today from the Thiruvananthapuram airport. The jet was stranded at the airport for about 38 days. That was cited as a technical snag in the flight. Ashwin is with us on the broadcast, reporting live and exclusively from the Thiruvananthapuram airport, only channel to get those first visuals on your screen right now. Ashwin, straight across to you, talk to us about what are the live developments that are that you witnessed there. We learned that 10 a.m. was the time that was given for the jet to take off.
Well, absolutely. I think it is right on time. It is likely to move from the Bay 4 of the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. The time is right now about 10 o'clock, and we can already see the jet. The engine has already started. In fact, we could clearly see that it is making quite a high decibel noise is also coming. So certainly the engine has started. So in a few moments from now, we can expect this jet to move towards the runway. And since this jet has a possibility of vertical liftoff as well, we would need to see how much of the runway space it will be using before it takes off. But certainly what we know so far is that this jet will be flying to Australia, and where the mothership is the Prince of Wales, which is right now in Australia. It will be going there, and that is where its destination is. So from June 14th to July 22nd. It's almost 38 days of stay in Thiruvananthapuram, and this fifth generation fighter jet of the UK Royal Navy will be taking off very soon, is what these visuals speak. We are expecting a kind of movement of the jet in some time now. The engine has started. Remember, the crew of 31 people had reached this particular airport on July 6th. And since July 6th, it was taken to the Air India hangar, and for 3 weeks it was kept inside the hangar, and it was being repaired. Now, our sources have also confirmed that the crew members, in fact, will be only leaving tomorrow. And they will be leaving tomorrow. So the jet is definitely leaving today, is what has been confirmed. And we can also see the jet engine has already started. And we are waiting if this jet will be moving towards the runway in a short while from now.
Absolutely. Ashwin, also talk to us about what exactly was the technical snag, like they said was detected. And when was it cured? When was it fit to fly? When was it discovered that it was fit to fly now?
In fact, when it made an emergency landing on June 14th, due to a technical glitch, as earlier it was stated that there was a fuel injection problem, but then later it was confirmed that there is a problem with this hydraulic lift system, and which is an essential critical part of the movement of this particular jet. So certainly it was a grave issue that had to be addressed. But since June 14th up till July 6th, there were no technical team which arrived. So it took the technical team almost 3 to 4 weeks, 3 weeks in fact, to arrive to get it repaired. In fact, there was also initially some reports which suggested that they will be not repairing it in Thiruvananthapuram, but rather taking it off on a C-17 or an Atlas 400 and repairing it in their respective base. So, but contrary to that, it was finally confirmed that the British authorities agreed that this particular jet will be repaired in the Air India hangar. That was a service that was provided by the Indian authorities. And so on July 6th, it was taken as soon as the crew member arrived at around 12 noon on July 6th. By 2 p.m. itself, this jet was completely moved into the Air India hangar. And from then, July 6th to date, it was just on July 21st, that is yesterday, this was completely repaired and then brought back to the Bay 4. So what we know so far is the journey of this particular jet from June 14th to July 22nd certainly has made a lot of national headlines, and the story of this jet staying for such a long time has also become a meme material for many people, especially the Kerala tourism also used it, the official tourism department also used it, saying that those who come to Kerala cannot leave it, they're not able to leave it. So that is the story. After all, humor aside, this jet is all likely to take off in a few minutes from now, because we earlier saw that the lid was open, the particular was open, and there was a pilot who entered inside. After that, the jet engine has also started. Now we could also see those people who were earlier around this jet has also moved away, and all the vehicles have also moved away. So certainly in some time now we can expect this jet to move past.
Right, absolutely, Ashwin. The United Kingdom's F-35B stranded in Kerala for nearly a month now is finally all set to take off. The holiday period is over, and the Republic is reporting live from the Thiruvananthapuram airport. Ashwin, my colleague there, reporting live on the background. Where Ashwin is reporting from is the F-35B that had been stranded. Technical snag was cited. Ashwin, we stay with those live visuals, but also talk to us about why did it actually take nearly 37 to 38 days for the jet to finally get fixed and take off? We know that India did offer to help, but that was rejected by the United Kingdom.
Because this is a very extremely sophisticated machine. It's a 5th generation aircraft. It has multi-level capabilities. The kind of systems that are there under the hood of this particular jet is extremely advanced, and that is why it need a team of experts to come down. And these team of experts which had to come down, they also had to secure the permissions. They had to secure the permission from the Ministry of External Affairs and the Department of Immigration, and there were a lot of documentation that was that was put in place. So all these took some time. So that is probably the reason why, despite the massive failure of this technical failure of this jet on June 14th, the team reached here essentially on July 6th.
All right,
so,
yes,
such a
Ashwin,
long
Ashwin,
period
stay
of
with
time
me.
to just come and repair it.
Yes, Ashwin, stay with me. I'm also being joined by Air Marshal Anil Chopra. Air Marshal, thank you very much for speaking to Republic this morning. Visuals on your screen right now that we are showing it to our viewers. The F-35B, stranded for 37 to 38 days nearly, is all set to take off. If you can just detail to us about the security concerns that this jet staying in India might have caused for past several days.
Yeah, first thing, let me tell you that for any jet to have been, that also the world-class jet with more than 1,200 are flying around the world, and backed by the most powerful, military-industrial complex of America. It's a little abnormal that they should have taken such a long time to move a jet, away from India. Second is that whenever you have a jet like this, there are documentation issues. What parts, repairs are required. A team has to come and analyze. They have to go back, then bring those parts. Then every time the parts come in, come out, there is some custom and other formalities that they have to go. Of course, the MEA and the Ministry of Defense, they all support such an exercise with friendly foreign countries, like is the case in the point over here. So finally, 27 days is one very, very long time, because we have got good logistics, LEMOA and other, agreements with the Americans, and also with the UK. We have got interoperability. We are regularly carrying out air exercises and naval exercises with each other. So they should not have taken. They have been able to get it repaired. It would have been more embarrassing if they had to, open up the aircraft and then take it by parts in a C-17 aircraft. So I think, that way, finally, the ordeal is sort of over for them. But certainly, that has been of concern to everybody. Yes.
Right. Air Marshal, one more question before I let you go. Why did it take, according to you, 38 days for a British jet to stay in India and then to fly off? Technical snag, yes, of course, it had been cited, but 38 days is far too long, that too for a high-tech jet like the F-35B to be stranded in a place like India.
Absolutely. When we used to ferry, I was the pioneer of the Mirage 2000 fleet, and in 1985, when we brought the fighter jets to India, we used to land at 3-4 places because there was no air-to-air refueling. But, we had in one single IL-76 aircraft, we used to carry engine as a spare and many, many other things. So therefore, there was never a case where our aircraft ever got stranded anywhere in the 50 times that the aeroplanes were brought from there. And similarly, we saw the Rafales, how smoothly they have come. So therefore, anytime you operate overseas, like the F-35, the Royal Navy was operating, you have to have contingencies for such an emergency landing, and you should have the means to be able to recover the aircraft quickly, especially if you are responsible global, air power. So I think on that count, it puts the things in a little bit of a poor light for it to have taken so long. Yes.
Right. Thank you very much, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, for joining us here today, this morning, sharing your insights on that. Ashwin continues to stay live with me, getting us those first and exclusive visuals only on Republic. Ashwin, just yesterday we were talking about how this jet could have caused a lot of money as well because it stayed on the hangar for way too long now. Talk to us about the cost that the United Kingdom will be incurring for the staying of the jet in India for nearly 38 days.
Well, what we understand is that for this 38-day stay, they have to pay a paltry amount of around 1 to 2 lakhs is what we get to understand. But the kind of resources the UK had to put down because the entire crew member of 31 people were put in a hotel here since July 6th and all the other resources that need to be brought in because the Atlas 400 came down from Oman on July 6th, and before it came down from Oman, there were other replacements of some of these parts that need to be brought in from England. So there was another jet which carried these from England to Oman, and from there it was later transported to this particular to the Atlas 400. So along with 31 members and the crew members and equipments as well as the Lockheed Martin engineers, they had flown down here on July 6th. Since then, the repair work went on. Yes, we can now see some light which is emitting right now from this jet. I just want to go back to the visuals right now because we can see there is a light that is emitting from the jet. A white light is emitting from this jet right now. It is likely that it is going to move in some time now, but certainly what we can know is it can confirm in a few minutes from now this jet is going to take off from the southernmost capital of India, that is Thiruvananthapuram, and it will be taking off from here in some time now. The jet is slowly, we can also see the other vehicles also moving away, the other vehicles which were giving all the support to the jet pilot as well as the crew. Everybody is slowly moving back as well. So while the preparations are going, let me just also give our viewers a complete history of what transpired. From June 14th night, an emergency landing was made by this jet, stating that there is a technical failure. Now, it was stated that there was a joint exercise between India and UK, 100 nautical miles away from Thiruvananthapuram deep in the sea. And this was a technical glitch because of which it couldn't anchor back to the mothership, which is the Prince of Wales. And then the permission was sought from the Indian authorities to land in the Thiruvananthapuram airport. So on June 14th, this flight made an emergency landing in the dead of the night, and then it was parked on Bay 4, the very parking spot where the jet is right now there. And from then on, this jet has called in a lot of stories. It was part of dinner rumors as well as it had called the curiosity of many avid researchers as well as people who study the jets as well. So when this happened, first it was stated that there was a hydraulic failure, and then what came in the next 6 or 7 days was the refusal of the pilot of this particular jet not to take his eyes off. He was forever there in front of the jet. In fact, the Indian authorities had offered a hangar of Air India where it could be parked, but that was denied by the UK authorities. The pilot also forever kept his eye on this machine, and then the Indian authorities then offered a temporary hangar which could be built around the place where the jet is. So that was also denied. By the time the British High Commissioners had come over here between June 14th and June 20th, the British High Commission officials had come. There was various rounds of talk on how to go about repairing this particular sophisticated machine. Now, in 7 days, the decision was made, but then there was a lot of documentation purpose that was done, and and then it was understood that a crew of 31 members will be coming down, and that happened on July 6th. After July 6th, as soon as the crew landed here by noon in Thiruvananthapuram airport on an Atlas 400, along with missionaries and other supplies which needed to repair this particular jet, it was quickly moved into the harbour, to the hangar, and from there, the Air India hangar, it took 3 weeks of repair, and on July 21st, yesterday, at around 10:45 a.m., we could see, Republic was beaming these visuals also live when it was coming out of the hangar, and then it was brought to the Bay 4 where it is right now. Now you can see that this jet is all set for takeoff, is what we are getting to understand. There is the jet engine has already started, and you can also see just a few minutes ago a light is also flickering, so certainly all preparations are there for the jet to take off from Thiruvananthapuram.
Right, Ashwin, thank you very much for getting us those details. Top story here on Republic. We continue to track that story. Any moment now, the F-35B is all set to take off, go back to the United Kingdom, and Republic is tracking that story very, very closely. But for now, it's time for us to move on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this one has made the biggest headline today. Opposition has begun speculation on Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation as a vice president. Congress has raised eyebrows, saying that there is more to his totally unexpected resignation than what meets the eye. Congress has called Dhankar's resignation shocking and unexpected. They have even said that there is an official explanation that is needed as far as the government is concerned, as far as the vice president himself is concerned. The exit mystery, ladies and gentlemen, is only deepening. And why we are saying this is because yesterday was the commencement of the monsoon session. The first day of the monsoon session, fiery debates both in the upper house and the lower house. And when we talk about Rajya Sabha, Dhankar was the one who chaired the Rajya Sabha. He held extremely heated debates, and just on that day itself, that is just yesterday, he held a key meeting with President of India, Draupadi Murmu, and soon after which, likely around 9:30 p.m. is when came the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation. And all that he said in his letter was that he wants to resign, citing health concerns and the medical advice. And soon after that is when politics followed, with Congress questioning the sudden exit of the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. And on that story, we have a big breaking news that's coming in. There is a key meeting that is underway, the NDA's huddle that is underway inside the Parliament House, and this is happening inside Rajnath Singh's room in the Parliament House. We learn that the important people attending this meeting is Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Jai Shankar, JP Nadda, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Kiran Rijiju, Arjun Ram Meghwal. Everybody is present in the meeting. The key meeting is underway at the Parliament premises right now. This is being held at Rajnath's chamber. We, however, have no details yet on what the meeting is about, but a stormy session is expected today as well, with the opposition raising several concerns, starting from the Bihar revision of voter list to could likely in the upper house be the mystery behind Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's exit. So these are the top developments that we have. The Parliament, remember, is about to begin in just 45 to 40 minutes from now. The second day of the stormy monsoon session will begin. Meeting is underway. A key NDA meeting is underway inside the Parliament House. This is being held at Rajnath's chamber. In attendance is Amit Shah, Jai Shankar, JP Nadda, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Kiran Rijiju, and the Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. All right, in fact, back-to-back parallel meetings that are underway. We now learn that the Congress meeting is also underway in Kharge's chamber. So both the opposition and the government that are chalking out a floor strategy just ahead, minutes ahead of the second day of the monsoon session is about to begin. Congress meeting is underway at Kharge's chamber. Remember, they are likely to protest regarding the revision of voter list in Bihar. They allege that the same will be done in the state of West Bengal as well. And all of this furor and outrage comes just ahead of the elections in the state of Bihar. And as we talk about the Congress's meeting that is being held in Kharge's chamber, there is a parallel meeting that is being held at Rajnath Singh's chamber. Both the meetings of the Congress and the government are being held inside the Parliament complex. While we learn that the NDA meeting details are not known yet, but there are key people that are inside the meeting, starting from Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, also Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. Harsha, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. On that note, Harsha, talk to us about what this key meeting of the NDA is all about.
So, Tanisha, right now, we can't say exactly what's the reason and what's the purpose of the meeting. But yes, there's a key meeting which is underway in the chamber of Rajnath Singh, and all the senior BJP ministers like Kiran Rijiju, Arjun Ram Meghwal, and also Shivraj Singh Chauhan, JP Nadda, all these ministers are there in the chamber of Rajnath Singh. And the meeting is underway. It's already been 10 minutes to the meeting, which commenced at around 10 minutes back. And also, it's also very important to know that opposition is continuously raising questions on the explicable exit of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and resigning late evening from his position. And after that, this raises a lot of blows. Exactly what's the reason? And Congress has been also speaking about it, that government has to clarify exactly why did Vice President resign from his post without any prior intimation. Or yesterday also, if we see the tweet of Gaurav Gogoi also, he was stating that yesterday, what was the proceedings in the House? Jagdeep Dhankar was there in the Parliament. He convened the proceedings also. PAC meeting was also convened by Vice President himself. But it didn't look like that. So government has to clarify right now that what's the real reason, because without any intimation, the smooth transition of VP from his position raises a lot of questions, and that is the reason Congress meeting is also
Harsha,
underway regarding this issue.
Yes, Harsha, please stay with me. I'm also getting in a live reaction from Jagdambika Parl. Let's listen to what he has to say.
कमेटी की बैठक है, उस बैठक में स्पीकर साहब की अध्यक्षता में तय, बाद में देखा कि 16 घंटे लोकसभा में तय हो गया, 9 घंटे राज्यसभा में। तो इससे साफ है कि जो बात सरकार है कि सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी कहा था कि ये सदन चर्चा के लिए है, और ये इस बार का और महत्वपूर्ण है कि पूरे विश्व ने देखा कि भारत की सेना का जो शौर्य और पराक्रम है, तो उस आधार पे हम इसमें एक विजय उत्सव की तरह से, एक ऐसे उत्सव पर्व की तरह मनाएं कि आखिर दुनिया आज भारत की तरफ देख रही है, चाहे इकोनॉमी में सबसे फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी हो एट द रेट ऑफ 7.5% हो, या दुनिया में जिस तरह से हमने सटीक 22 दिन में 22 मिनट में 100% हमने नेस्तनाबूद किया,
Right, so that was Jagdambika Parl talking about the latest developments that are happening inside the upper and the lower house of the Parliament. Harsha continues to stay with me on the broadcast. Harsha, like you were telling, that a key meeting is underway of the NDA, and this is happening inside Rajnath Singh's chamber. Likewise, you also got us this information about how a meeting at Kharge's residence is also being, I beg your pardon, Kharge's chamber is also being held at the Parliament premises, and this is the key Indie bloc meeting that is being held at Kharge's chamber. Very likely a floor strategy is being chalked out of by the Indie bloc to counter the government, to corner the government on day 2 of the monsoon session.
So, Tanisha, till yesterday, it was convened to all of us that there's a meeting which will be held in the chamber of CPP at around 10:25, because there was a continuously demand from the Bihar Congress leaders also that the issue of SIR should be raised in the Parliament. And it was earlier decided that there will be a protest from the side of opposition leaders on the issue of SIR, where they are raising the issue of the voters' name being cut out of the list. But that doesn't seem to happen right now. Also, it's raining heavily here, so we don't see right now any protest happening in the Parliament. But yes, it might be that the Congress and opposition party changes its issue now in the Parliament, because it's very clear that now each and every issue has diminished behind VP's resignation. So the bigger story of the day from the Parliament looks like the Congress and the entire opposition raising the issue of Vice President's resignation from his position. And that's the reason all the senior Congress figures have also arrived here in the parliament at 10 o'clock only, and meeting is underway in the chamber of Mallikarjun Kharge. Now they will be decide whether they have to take the VP issue in the parliament today, in the floor of the house today, because continuously back to back we are seeing Congress leaders like Jairam Ramesh, Gaurav Gogai making a statement about it and raising questions that how can this resignation come out at a sudden. There was not even a slightest of idea or intimation to any of the opposition party leaders. At least the NOP in the parliament should have the information about the resignation of the vice president, but till yesterday, till the parliament was underway, yesterday we saw both the houses running, and also we saw after the house adjourned at around 4:30. There was several MPs also went to the chamber of Rajnath Singh, and mystery signatures were done on a blank paper. But how it is related, it is yet not known. So we can right now only say that the several meetings are underway in the parliament. One on the side of one the key meeting which is happening of the central government senior leaders and other of the opposition bloc. And also we have currently got to know that many questions are being raised by opposition party leaders that whether there will be a farewell speech by Vice President or not. We don't know that whether Vice President will be coming today in the Parliament and making any speech on his resignation or not. This is yet to be known, and therefore this key meeting is underway. Back to you.
Yes, Harsha, key hurdles that are underway. It's time for us to now move across to some other stories that are making headlines nationally.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
As Himachal witnesses rain fury, passengers of a train had a narrow escape when the retaining wall of a railway bridge on the Chakki River near Dhango in Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh collapsed due to incessant rainfall. IMD issued orange alert in 2 to 7 districts of Himachal Pradesh with warning of intense showers from July 21st to July 23rd. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Gujarat's Vapi. The fire officials state that the firefighting operations are underway and no casualties have been reported so far. Trouble mounts for former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel as his son is in custody, the Enforcement Directorate custody, and the ED says that Chaitanya Baghel used rupees 16.7 crore liquor scam funds to his realty business. Chaitanya is in ED custody for 5 days and is expected to be produced before the court today. 4 Dalit youths have accused the police in Madhya Pradesh's Chhatarpur district of police brutality, custodial torture and illegal detention. The 4 individuals claim that they were stripped, beaten for 4 days and were forced in a theft case. Following the public outcry and preliminary findings, 3 policemen have been suspended. Time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break, getting you the live and exclusive visuals of the F-35B that is all set to fly back to the United Kingdom.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Torrential rainfall has battered Mumbai today, triggering widespread waterlogging, severe traffic disruptions, and significant challenges for residents across the financial capital of India. The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert, warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai and neighboring districts, including Thane, Palghar, and Raigad, through Tuesday. The downpour, which began early this morning, has submerged low-lying areas, disrupted public transportation, and brought daily life to a near standstill in several parts of the city. Key areas such as Sion, Kurla, Andheri, and Bhandup have been hit hardest, with reports of knee-deep water on roads and underpasses, rendering them impassable for hours. Commuters faced significant delays as local train services on the central and western railway lines were disrupted due to waterlogged tracks. The Western Express Highway and Eastern Express Highway saw massive traffic snarls, with vehicles stranded for hours, exacerbating the chaos. In some areas, residents reported power outages and difficulties accessing essential services. The Mumbai Municipal Corporation, or BMC, has mobilized emergency response teams to address the crisis. High-capacity pumps have been deployed in flood-prone zones to drain water, and civic work.
A very good morning, hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll get you details about the F-35 fighter jet that is all set to fly to United Kingdom today after 8 days in Kerala. All this and much more, but first, as always, the headlines. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter jet is all set to fly out after a month at Kerala airport. Congress party has begun the speculation. Jairam Ramesh says that there's more than meets the eye as there was an unexpected resignation from the Vice President. Congress and opposition to rake up Bihar voter list revision matter in the Parliament today, likely to protest against the Parliament. Another case of Gundaism in Maharashtra has come to the fore. Shiv Sena workers threatened women for not speaking in Marathi language. Prime Minister is all set to chair the cabinet meeting in the Parliament today. We have a breaking news coming in. Today is day 2 of the Monsoon Session of the Parliament, and we have a breaking news coming in from the Parliament that JP Nadda off record in the Parliament. In fact, he has told in an off-record briefing to media that he informed the Vice President regarding skipping the BAC meeting at 4:30 p.m. yesterday before meeting only, and he was attending important meeting. So this is as far as the comment by JP Nadda is concerned regarding the BAC meeting that took place at 4:30 yesterday, and he has told the media that he had informed the Vice President regarding skipping the meeting at 4:30 yesterday before the meeting only, and he was attending another important government meeting. Remember, JP Nadda was not part of this meeting yesterday, and now a clarification has come in from him. Let me go across to my colleague Shamvi, who has been reporting from Parliament. Shamvi, tell us about the statement that has come in from JP Nadda. He said that he could not be part of the meeting yesterday, the important BAC meeting, because he was busy attending some other important government meeting. Give us more details.
Well, this is the first time that government now has countered the opposition's claim, because since the Vice President's resignation yesterday, the Congress and the opposition has been speculating that this is very out of the blue and that this definitely has some other political interference undercurrents. And now that the government has said, countered Congress, because Congress was bringing up the point that JP Nadda, Kiran Rijiju, they were not present at the BAC meeting yesterday, and that might have something to do with the Vice President resigning. But now that JP Nadda has said, spoken to the media about the fact that he did inform the Vice President that he won't be able to attend the BAC meeting because of some other prior commitments. This comes as a new development, because Congress has been trying just in the meeting that the Indie bloc was having before this monsoon session. They were definitely planning on some agenda on what the discussions that they're going to have today, how they're going to counter and corner the central government, and this was definitely one of the points that they would attack the government on. So this is a very interesting development from the government.
Absolutely, because the opposition leaders yesterday said that as far as this 4:30 meeting is concerned, they were present there, but JP Nadda was not there, and that is why they had said that there was there's something that goes beyond the. In fact, there is speculation that something in fact went wrong in the Parliament yesterday. But also, Shamvi, tell us, will this issue of resignation of the Vice President, will this overshadow the issues that are going to be raised in the Parliament today? Do you think that is the issue that the opposition leaders are going to be focusing on today as far as day 2 of the Parliament is concerned?
But this is definitely going to be one of the forefront topics, apart from the topics that opposition has been very strongly about and planning to corner the government, be it Operation Sindoor, be it the election roll SIR, Special Intensive Revision in Bihar, or even the aircraft crash, Air India crash. And now with the resignation, they have got a new subject, a new topic, and also includes the impeachment motion, which is said to be passed against Justice Yashwant Varma. So this topic, the out of the blue resignation, which the opposition is speculating that it definitely does not have anything to do with the health concerns that the Vice President has cited and has some other political undercurrents. This will definitely be one of the forefront topics, Akansha.
Absolutely. And as far as the resignation of Vice President is concerned, there are several speculations that are coming to the fore from the Congress party. Listen in to what the leaders are saying.
राष्ट्रपति का इस्तीफा अचानक है और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, क्योंकि वो जिस प्रकार से कल मीटिंग्स में प्रेसाइड कर रहे थे और आज भी उनका एक मीटिंग राज्यसभा में बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी का था और सुनने में आया है कि क्षेत्र में भी उनके प्रोग्राम थे, तो हमारे तरफ से तो हम उनकी अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना तो करते हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा प्रमाण होता है कि केंद्र सरकार और उपराष्ट्रपति के बीच में जो उनका रिश्ता है दोनों के बीच में, वो पहले जैसा नहीं रहा, क्योंकि कल के बीएसी मीटिंग में केंद्रीय मंत्री भी नहीं थे। अब तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की तरफ से कोई बयान भी नहीं। केंद्र सरकार हमको ये नहीं बता पा रही कि किस प्रकार से देश आगे बढ़ेगा अगले उपराष्ट्रपति के संदर्भ में। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो एक संतुलन होना चाहिए था, जो एक तैयारी होनी चाहिए थी, वो नहीं है। और ये साफ दर्शाता है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो रिश्ता केंद्र सरकार और उपराष्ट्रपति के बीच में जो पहले जैसा था, अब वैसा नहीं है।
कहने का मकसद ही नहीं है, क्योंकि ये उनकी इच्छा है और गवर्नमेंट की इच्छा है कि उनको स्वीकार करना नहीं करना, वो सब उनकी बात है, हमारा कोई इससे वास्ता नहीं है। कहने का मकसद ही नहीं है, क्योंकि ये उनकी इच्छा है और गवर्नमेंट की इच्छा है कि उनको स्वीकार करना नहीं करना, वो सब उनकी बात है, हमारा कोई इससे वास्ता नहीं है।
Well, let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been reporting live from the Parliament. Harsha, there's chorus in opposition parties. They're saying that there's more to resignation of Vice President than meets the eye. What are you learning from your sources in the Parliament?
Yes, Akansha, now in the Parliament also continuously the issue is being raised. Most of the political party leaders are continuously stating that there is more what looks like normal here in the Parliament. It doesn't look like a normal resignation on the health ground. There's more, and that government has to clarify. In fact, the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav also spoke about it. Kalyan Banerjee and other party leaders are also stating about it. Like we said, Gaurav Gogoi also questioned government that in the BAC meeting there was JP Nadda was absent from the BAC meeting, and also government needs to clarify, because there was no intimation to the Congress party. In fact, Loken was not informed if something like that was going to happen. And many stating that there could be government's upper hand in the resignation of Vice President. However, it is still not known. These are just the speculations which are running around in the Parliament. But yes, the major point of discussion and the story from the Parliament looks like it's going to be all the issue regarding the VP's resignation in the midterm after VV Giri. This is the second Vice President of the country who has resigned midterm, and therefore opposition is also meeting underway, and they are going to likely raise this issue in the Parliament. But in what manner, whether all other opposition parties will also be with them in this issue, that's yet to be known. Back to you.
Harsha, and tell us one more thing, because we're learning that JP Nadda just a while back spoke to media, and you were part of that briefing as well, because he has countered the claim that has come from the opposition parties that he was not part of the BAC meeting at 4:30 p.m. yesterday. There was a lot of speculation about that as well. What exactly has he told media about that?
So JP Nadda, the BJP national president, when he was entering the parliament, we asked him that Gaurav Gogoi has made a tweet, and the tweet he has clearly stated that JP Nadda didn't attend the business advisory committee meeting, which was at 4:30, and after that, this entire changes have come to light in late evening. Was government's hand in it? Then to that, JP responded that no, there's no such thing, and Vice President was informed that he will be skipping the meeting, and the chairman is Vice President is also
All right, we tried and connect that line with my colleague Harsha. Let me now go across to Chandrakala, who's reporting live from Vijay Chowk. Chandrakala, tell us about what you're learning as far as the opposition parties are concerned, because they are saying that there is more about the resignation that meets the eye. What are you learning on this? What was the possible reason? Because the Congress party and other opposition parties are saying that it was definitely not about the health issues.
Well, the point is that the resignation of Vice President VP Dhankar has completely changed the landscape of the Parliament session right at this moment. It's the second day of the monsoon Parliament. It started with it started on a stormy note, and the fact that the Vice President has resigned, and there is much to his resignation. It's not just his health, and currently several meetings are underway, and this particular issue is going to be raised in the Parliament today. Of course, it's a very, very crucial matter. What actually had led to his resignation, all eyes on that, and nothing is concrete on this. We have not seen any official statement coming in from the BJP at this point of time, and of course meetings are underway. The Congress and the India bloc is holding a meeting on this particular issue. What actually led to his resignation, and this particular issue would be discussed in the Parliament. This has completely changed the landscape in the Parliament session. The main agenda of the Parliament, of course, was on Pahalgam, and also Trump's claim on Operation Sindoor, on the ceasefire of India-Pakistan, and now the resignation of Vice President has completely changed the landscape in the Parliament. So we wait for the session to begin at 11 o'clock, and we are all waiting as to what could be the discussion on this issue.
Absolutely, Chandra.
Over to you.
On one side, in fact, the chorus continues as far as the speculation by opposition parties are concerned, but also do tell us about the two meetings that are underway in the Parliament. We're learning that there's a key BJP meeting that is underway. Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, they all are part of that meeting. And on the other side, Mallikarjun Kharge is also holding a meeting just ahead of the day 2 of the monsoon session of the Parliament. Tell us about these two meetings.
Well, as I have already mentioned, that a very crucial meeting is underway. Both the parties, of course, in Rajnath Singh's residence, and also in Kharge's residence currently at this point of time, as to what could be the agenda. Will this issue be raised in the Parliament? Because given the sensitivity of what has happened last night, it was shocking, because he was addressing the Rajya Sabha on the impeachment of Justice Varma, and it is a very crucial matter. And then and suddenly he resigned from the post. We have seen the press statement coming in from his office late evening on Monday, on the first day of the session, which has raised multiple questions as to what could have been the reason. And of course, JP Nadda, as he has confirmed to media, that he has spoken to VP regarding of not attending the BAC meeting at 4:30. Over to you.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. In fact, we have more reactions coming in. We are learning that, in fact, now Akhilesh Yadav is also speaking. Listen in.
इसी तरह उत्तर प्रदेश में जानबूझ करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इलेक्शन कमीशन से मिलकर के और प्रशासन के सहारे बड़े पैमाने पर वोट काटे थे, डिलीटेड शो किया था। और जिस समय हम लोगों ने आपत्ति की और आरोप लगाया, तो उन्होंने हमें नोटिस दिया। नोटिस के जवाब में मैंने खुद समाजवादी पार्टी से सभी लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने, नेताओं ने मिलकर के 18,000 जिन्होंने वोट डाले थे, बाद में डिलीटेड कर दिया था उनका, और वो वहीं थे, जिंदा थे, लेकिन 18,000 का विद एफिडेविट इलेक्शन कमीशन को जानकारी दी, लेकिन किसी भी अधिकारी के खिलाफ कभी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है। और बूथ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग पता नहीं कौन सी मशीन रखते हैं कि अगर आपको वोटर आईडी चाहिए जो आपका इलेक्शन कमीशन बनाता है वो 5 मिनट बना देते हैं। आधार कार्ड चाहिए जिसको वो 5 मिनट बना देते हैं। तो ये कौन सी मशीन है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास जो बूथ पर तुरंत वोटर आईडी जो इलेक्शन कमीशन देता है वो बना देते हैं और आधार कार्ड बना देते हैं। इस पे विचार सरकार को करना चाहिए। कोई ऐसा कार्ड बने जो बूथ पर नकली ना बना पाए, जनता नकली ना बना पाए, या कोई भी जो बनाना चाहे न नकली बना पाए।
जगदीप जी की रेजिग्नेशन को लेके अगर हम बात करें, कल रात को वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ने रिजाइन कर दिया है।
जो हम लोगों को जानकारी मिली है स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के है, और इतनी उम्र में स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के तो चिंता करनी चाहिए हम सब लोगों को भी। इतना जब उम्र हो जाती है तो कई बार स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के चिंता करनी चाहिए।
18,000 का आपने आंकड़ा दिया, क्या सिर्फ एक विधानसभा क्षेत्र?
नहीं, एक नहीं, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश का 3 महीने के अंदर हम लोगों ने मेहनत करके कार्यकर्ता नेताओं का सहारा लेकर के 18,000 वोट जिन्होंने वोट डाले थे डिलीट कर दिए गए थे, ऐसे लोगों के एफिडेविट के साथ जानकारी इलेक्शन कमीशन को दी थी।
सरकार कह रही है कि 16 घंटे चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है, पर विपक्ष नहीं मान रहा है।
नहीं, हम लोग भी तैयार हैं चर्चा पर। जब प्रधानमंत्री रहेंगे, बिना प्रधान के क्या बयान दें और किसको बयान दें? क्या भूल हुई, क्या चूक हुई, क्या गलती हुई, इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर रहा, कोई एक बार नहीं हुआ। पुलवामा भी हुआ, फिर पहलगांव में हो गया। और बीजेपी की सरकार का पुराना इतिहास उठाओगे, यहीं पर गोलियां चल रही थी जहां हम और आप लोग खड़े हैं। जहां नई लोकसभा होनी है, इसी तरफ से गोलियां चल रही थी। और कन्नौज की एक जो महिला इसमें थी, फोर्स में, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स में, उसकी जान भी, वो शहीद भी।
Well, there you heard Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav speaking on the host of issues that the opposition parties are going to be raising in this session of the parliament. From the state of Kerala, 38 days after, in fact, making an emergency landing in Kerala International Airport. There you can see that
the F-35B2 Lightning jet is set to take off into the grey monsoon clouds of Kerala. What we see is the visual of the F-35 now moving towards the runway. In a short while from now, this sophisticated machine will be moving to Australia. Right now, what you see, the visuals speak that the jet is right now moving towards the runway, and these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in right now. The jet is moving right now towards the runway. In a few minutes from now, this jet will be taking off. This story of this jet has been ongoing since June 14th, ever since it landed in Thiruvananthapuram airport on June 14th in the dead of the night. And since then, there has been repair that was going on. On July 6th, the team had come for repair, 3 weeks of repair, and finally, this jet is right now back onto the tarmac. In a few minutes from now, we can see this jet is all set to take off to Australia. It is learnt that it will be moving to the airport of Darwin in Australia, and it is all set to take off. So it is literally goodbye Kerala for the jet and goodbye India. For 38 days, it has given all the Indian authorities have given all the support for this fighter aircraft, the 5th generation fighter aircraft, and soon this will be now taking off very soon from the airport. Now what you see are the visuals of it moving towards the end of the runway, where it will be taking a turn and then moving to Australia. This grand machine, which can go at a speed of around 1.6 Mach, will be going to Australia in a few minutes from now. It will be taking off. The crew members will be watching it. They will be leaving tomorrow. But now, after 38 days of giving national news, this jet is all set to take off from Thiruvananthapuram.
All right, there are the visuals. You can see 5 weeks after making an emergency landing in Kerala, there you can see F-35B fighter jet that is all set to take off, and it is moving towards now the Australia is what we are learning. And my colleague Ashwin has been reporting live from that very spot where you can see the visuals are coming in from.
Let me go across to my colleague Ashwin, who's been tracking this story very closely from the last 5 weeks. Ashwin, tell us about what are you seeing on the ground as of now?
Taking off, you can... The jet has gone to the far end of the runway. Till soon, with this right now not in visibility, but in a few moments from now, we'll be able to see the jet cruising past. Yes, it is now cruising past. You can see the F-35B Lightning right now in full throttle. It is going to take off into the grey monsoon skies of Kerala. You can see these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in. The jet is finally taking off, a high throttle jet. The sound that is deafening, the maddening sound, the deafening sound of a sophisticated aircraft saying goodbye to Kerala, saying goodbye to India, giving all the support rendered by the government of India and all the airport authority. Finally, the F-35B2 Lightning has gone back. It will be going to Darwin Airport in Australia, where and then eventually will join the mothership, which is the Prince of Wales. So these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in for our viewers. The jet is still in sight. It has moved and it has cruised past. This jet will be going, it is going through the blue skies right now. So it's goodbye blue skies from the people of Kerala. So what you can see right now, the jet is now slowly tilting towards the right. It is moving towards the northern side, and it will probably be going deeper into the sea and then reach the coast of Australia, is what we get to understand. So the destination is Darwin Airport. So finally the entire saga of the F-35B has come to an end after 38 days of stay in Thiruvananthapuram. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. There in the visuals, you can see that is the F-35B fighter jet that has bid goodbye to the state of Kerala. It landed there on June 14. That was an emergency landing. In fact, what we're learning is that few days later, the UK technical team came, and that technical snag was, in fact, fixed yesterday. And now you can see in the visuals that this fighter jet has taken off. Ashwin, tell us about how many days it took for this fighter jet to get fixed, and what was the issues that it was facing?
Well, I just want to describe the moment it just went off from the Thiruvananthapuram airport. In fact, bang at 10:50 a.m., this jet reached the other end of the runway, and in a deafening, maddening sound, this jet just cruised past the runway and took off from the airport. And 38 days it stayed in Thiruvananthapuram airport. June 14th night it had landed, and since then there were a lot of whispers, there were a lot of rumors, there were a lot of things that were going behind the curtains. Yet this the F-35 was in fact a recipe, and in fact a recipe for a lot of rumors and a lot of speculations on why this jet even took off from its mothership in the dead of the night. There were many questions that remain unanswered, but eventually what we know, that all the treaty between India and UK is fully followed, and India has given all the support it is required, and the jet after 38 days has finally taken off from the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport.
Absolutely. Now, in fact, 5 weeks after it made an emergency landing there, what we're learning is, and you can see on the visuals as well, F-35B fighter jet has finally bid goodbye to the state of Kerala, where it was for the, in fact, getting the technical glitch fixed in the last 5 weeks. 38 days it was at Kerala International Airport. There in the visuals, you can see that the fighter jet has finally bid goodbye to the state of Kerala. But Ashwin, also tell us about, you've been showing us visuals coming in from the international airport, but also tell us about the hefty parking fee that now the United Kingdom will have to pay India as far as this technical fixing of this fighter jet at the Kerala International Airport is concerned.
Well, the parking fee is a due procedure. There is no fine as such. As per rules, any flight which lands, which uses the resources of the airport, will have to bear the parking expenses. And certainly for 38 days, whatever expenses are due, it is calculated on number of hours it has spent in the airport, and also the complete what is the capacity of the particular flight, and and many other variables comes into picture. Based on that, a calculation will be made. These are part of a regular procedure. There is nothing different about it. So whatever applies to any aircraft will also be applied to this particular aircraft also. So certainly they will have to pay that parking fees and all the other administrative fees and usage of the hangar and any other resources that were being used by which were given by India. They will all have to be paid. But certainly one thing is assured that it was a tact act of diplomacy from the Indian side. Every support was given, a red carpet was given, despite all the initial says of not allowing to use the hangar or temporary hangar. Finally, all these things were agreed upon and full support was given to...
Absolutely. The hefty parking fee will have to be paid by the United Kingdom. Ashwin, stay on with us. In fact, we are joined by retired Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Sir, we are showing the visuals to our viewers of F-35B fighter jet finally taking off from the Kerala International Airport after being in India for 5 weeks. Your first reaction to this?
Yeah, I've been on your program for this, and I told you the snag of hydraulics is a very complicated one. It requires specialized tools, lashes, slings, cradles, jacks. And being a fifth-generation aircraft, it is very sensitive to scratches, and the complete body is fitted with antennas, mirrors, sensors, radars, and pickup points. So it has to be handled by professionals in the way they are trained. In my appreciation, the first few weeks would have gone to coordinate whether the OEM, that is the Lockheed Martin of US, would take on the repairs, whether the UK Navy, Royal Navy people will come, whether they will collaborate and take somebody because F-35s are deployed in Middle East, which is closer. I'm sure a few weeks would have gone on. And finally, the call was taken and repair party came. In between, there was a talk of this aeroplane being, created and flown off by a C-17, and they wanted to take it away. But I'm sure they would have assessed the engineers and the technicians and other people would have come and seen.
All right.
And now it is repaired, serviced, and it's flown off. It's taken rather little long, but many a time these kind of things happen in aviation.
Absolutely. A very crucial day. F-35B fighter jet has finally taken off, and we here at Republic TV are showing you the live and exclusive visuals of that, and we'll continue to get you more details on the story. Stay on with us right after a very short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
मैं तेनू क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And viewers, top headlines. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter flies off to Australia after being stranded for nearly a month at Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram airport.
मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं, किसानों के सवाल को आने दे, हम जवाब देने को तैयार हैं। हम माननीय सांसद का जवाब तो देंगे ही, लेकिन सदन के माध्यम से हम किसानों के बीच सरकार की योजना रखना चाहते हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज का दिन किसानों का दिन है, कम से कम खेती पर चर्चा होने दीजिए, किसानों पर चर्चा होने दीजिए, गांव गरीब पर चर्चा होने दीजिए। मेरी प्रार्थना है माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय।
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज प्रश्नकाल पर देश के किसानों के मुद्दों पर चर्चा होनी है, उनके आपदा संकट पर चर्चा होनी है। आप प्रश्नकाल नहीं चलने देना चाहते, आप किसानों के मुद्दों पर चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, आप हंगामा करने तख्तियां लेकर आएंगे, ये सदन की परंपराओं के अनुरूप नहीं है। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है, अपनी अपनी सीट पर जाएं, बैठें और किसानों के महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर चर्चा करें, ताकि हम देश के किसान के कल्याण के विषय पर व्यापक चर्चा सदन में कर। सदन चर्चा संवाद के लिए, नारेबाजी के लिए नहीं है। आप सदन की मर्यादा को बना करके तख्तियां लेकर मैं अलाउ नहीं करूंगा। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, Lok Sabha adjourned, viewers, within just minutes of day 2. Parliament, Monsoon Parliament session kicking off. We just saw that the Lok Sabha has been adjourned once again amidst a lot of sloganeering that could be heard, viewers. Back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, and we have been leading up to this day 2 of the monsoon session. A short while back, we saw that the Indie Bloc held a meeting. Indie Bloc floor leaders meeting was held in the Parliament, and then we saw many more updates as the MPs have reached the Parliament amid heavy rain in Delhi.
Since the notices do not conform to the directives imparted by the chair, the same are declined. Please. Now it's matters raised with permission. Please. Shri Vaiko, please take chair. Please. Shri Vaiko. No, please take chair. Shri Vaiko, Shri Mayank Kumar Nayak, demand for inclusion of other rural areas of Mehsana district in the urban mission. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी शहरों और आत्मा गांव का हो, उसके लिए रुर्बन मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का ध्यान मुख्यमंत्री रुर्बन मिशन की ओर आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूँ। इस योजना का उद्देश्य ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में शहरी सुविधा से युक्त बनाना है। मेरे महसास जिले में नेटवर्क
All right. Okay, so just a short while back, just right now, in fact, Rajya Sabha is also adjourned. Back-to-back updates coming in right now. Both houses of the Parliament, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, have been adjourned within minutes of day 2 kicking off. Now, remember that this is day 2 of the monsoon session with a lot of sloganeering and ruckus could be seen on the first day. It was a very turbulent opening day. Today is day 2. And now the focus today is shifting to the Bihar special intensive revision of the electoral rolls. And we are also seeing there could be a key debate as the Aam Aadmi Party is pushing for debate on Bihar's electoral revision. So that is something to watch out for today, as Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party has submitted a suspension of the business notice. Now, a storm over the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar, that is also has led right now to a lot of chaos. Parliament has been adjourned. It's a very sudden move which has come in when Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar resigned from his post. What he said that he's prioritizing health, but the opposition and the Congress are saying there's much more than what meets the eye. There's some back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we saw that a very abrupt move was made by Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have Shambhavi from Vijay Chowk. Shambhavi, just minutes, I repeat, just minutes within the day 2 kicking off, both Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha have been adjourned, and Lok Sabha was the first one to be adjourned, followed by Rajya Sabha with a lot of sloganeering. What happened inside? Yes.
Well, since Jagdeep Dhankar has resigned, Congress and opposition has been in full force trying to speculating that this is definitely has nothing to do with his health issues and has some kind of political interference. They also tried connecting it with the absence of Kiran Rijiju and JP Nadda yesterday at the BAC meeting. But now that the government has come out with a counter where JP Nadda has spoken to the media and said that he did quite, in fact, inform Jagdeep Dhankar that he won't be able to attend the BAC meeting because he has to attend some other parliamentary meeting. So this is definitely coming as a big update, and this was very clear that when the Indie Bloc was having a meeting today around 10 a.m. This is clear that they are deciding on the agenda, what are the topics, what is the agenda that they are going to use to again attack and corner central government like they did yesterday, and the parliament session got adjourned, and that is the same which has happened today. Back to you.
Okay, hold on, Shambhavi, hold on. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates for our viewers who is tracking the monsoon session very closely here. Okay, as the monsoon session of Parliament continues, floor leaders of the Indie Bloc are holding a very important meeting in Parliament to chalk out the strategy for coordinated action on the floor of the House. The meeting aims to strengthen opposition unity and plan their approach on pressing national issues during the ongoing session. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back is coming in. Shambhavi, you're back with us. And Shambhavi, you know, like we are telling our viewers that there are many key issues that the opposition would be talking about, strategizing about. Today's key issue would definitely be the SIR, that is the revision of the voter electoral rules revision. If you could just take our viewers through, what would the opposition and the Congress be looking at, given that the day 2 has just kicked off?
Well, definitely, after them being focusing very heavily on Operation Sindoor and what led to Operation Sindoor, what led to Pahalgam attack on day 1, they are back on day 2 of the monsoon session with new agendas, which includes, of course, the special intensive revision going on in Bihar of the electoral roll. Apart from that, we are also expecting the impeachment motion to be against Justice Yashwant Varma to be a very major issue that the opposition is going to corner or ask questions or ask for debates from the center. Apart from this, as we also know, yesterday the Air India flight crash was also discussed. So, and now the political drama of the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar resigning. This will, I think these three issues will be at the forefront of opposition once the session convenes.
Shambhavi is getting us all those top details coming in from Vijay Chowk. So we are getting...
और उस कानून के माध्यम से वोट बंदी कर रहे हैं। आपके अपनी व्यवस्था ठीक नहीं है तो काला तो प्रोटेस्ट का प्रतीक है। हम तमाम लोग जी अंदर भी प्रोटेस्ट रहेगा। हम सदन कहाँ चलने दे रहे हैं, तो तय कर चुके हैं सदन नहीं चलेगा।
स्पीकर को भी आप लोगों ने यहाँ पर
नहीं, स्पीकर साहब को अपना रास्ता तय करना है, उनको तय करना है। आजकल तो देख रहे हैं कि स्पीकर लोग रिजाइन कर रहे हैं। हाँ,
इतिहास लिखा जाएगा राज्यसभा का, तब उनका नाम बहुत ऊंचे स्तर पर आएगा। उनके बारे में हमको बहुत बड़ा आदर था। उनकी तबीयत ठीक होती थी तो और भी वो हमारे साथ रहते थे, लेकिन उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, इसीलिए उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया है।
लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि सब कुछ ठीक नहीं है बीजेपी में, इसीलिए इस्तीफा दिया नहीं है, लिया गया है।
नहीं, मुझे लगता है ऐसा कुछ नहीं। इस्तीफा लेने का, अगर इस्तीफा लेना होता था तो उनको राष्ट्रपति नहीं बना देते। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी तो आरोप लगाती रहती है।
All right, many reactions coming in. Especially, we see that that there's a lot of reactions coming in on Dhankar's resignation. The opposition is linking Dhankar's resignation to absence of ministers at a crucial meeting which had taken place. Let's go back to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Shambhavi. Yes, Shambhavi. Now, the government has countered opposition's narrative over Dhankar's exit, and JP Nadda himself said that the VP was informed on skipping the BAC meeting. So the opposition might as well not link the resignation to skipping or any kind of ministers not attending the BAC meeting. Yes, Shambhavi.
Well, definitely now that they've gotten answer to one of their main speculation when they were dealing with the Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation, when JP Nadda, of course, gave a very befitting reply, because this was their main point. This was the main point from Congress and opposition, that one of the main reasons Jagdeep Dhankar has resigned is definitely not his health. Of course, they said that they're very concerned about his health, but this is definitely not the reason why he would resign. After the ruckus on day one, this move came out of the blue. They have also called it inexplicable, and how this is this came out completely out of the blue. They definitely, apart from this, they have other topics, a lot of other subjects, a lot of other points that they've discussed, even in a meeting before this monsoon session started.
Chaudhary, what's your response to VP's resignation, as Congress continuously stating that there's more that meets the eye?
अक्लमंद को इशारा काफी है। देश भर समझ रहे हैं कि क्या नाटक चल रही है भाजपा में, ये नाटक चलते रहेगी। तो फिर हमने ये वायरस, जो अजीब वायरस फैल रही है भाजपा में, इसमें कई पेशेंट अब प्रवेश हो जाएंगे, आप देखते रहिए।
But as Jairam Ramesh is stating, why Congress believes that something happened between 4:30 p.m. Because JP Nadda responded that he informed Vice President about his skipping the BAC meeting.
I don't know. Jairam Ramesh ji may have better knowledge about all this. I am not in the know of all this.
But Congress and other opposition parties will be raising this issue in the parliament today?
Well, let's see what's going to happen, because there's something weird going on. So let's check it.
What weird? Ma'am, you're again stating that there's something weird. What look like?
The House notification that Parliament will come into session has been given to members of Parliament and the whole country more than 25 days ago. Everything was fine. Suddenly overnight, yesterday the session started. That was also fine. And suddenly by evening there is a crisis, and you have the Prime Minister travelling outside the country. Today the country has no Vice President. We are headless in so many ways.
बहुत अचानक है, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। हम तो उनके अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करते हैं, लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि सारे विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं ने अपनी चिंता व्यक्त की है, लेकिन केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से किसी मंत्री ने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपना कोई बयान नहीं रखा। तो सवाल ये उठता है कि क्या केंद्र सरकार के पास पहले से जानकारी नहीं थी, क्या पहले से ये सूचना नहीं थी कि उपराष्ट्रपति के मन में ये बात झलक रही है? और अगर नहीं थी तो ऐसा रिश्ता जो एक समय पे हमें लगता था कि बहुत संतुलित रिश्ता था, आज रिश्ता में इतना बदलाव क्यों? क्योंकि कल भी हमने देखा कि उपराष्ट्रपति की एक बैठक में केंद्र सरकार के मंत्री अनुपस्थित थे। तो मुझे ये चिंता का समय लगता है और केंद्र सरकार को देश को स्पष्टीकरण देना अनिवार्य है कि वो देश को किस प्रकार से आगे लेके जाएंगे।
All right, viewers, pictures coming in. Let's go to these live pictures where the Congress is holding that protest which was planned. In fact, this is the Makar Dwar. Congress is protesting at Makar Dwar, and this is coming in as the Congress had a short while back held a meeting about the strategy for the day ahead. This is coming in as we see back-to-back updates. The Parliament 2 of the Monsoon Session has already started off on a stormy note, with both houses have been adjourned. The proceedings of the Parliament House began at 11, but within minutes, because of the ruckus, we see that both houses have been adjourned. However, these Congress leaders are right now protesting at Makar Dwar as the monsoon session continues. The floor leaders of the Indie bloc, however, were, remember, meeting in Parliament just before the monsoon session kicked off to finalize their coordinated strategy for the day's proceedings. Now, let's go straight across to Harsha, because she will get us exactly what the Congress is protesting about. Harsha, we knew that the Congress was planning this protest in Makar Dwar, but it's very interesting to know that once again they're creating a ruckus, and as the House is adjourned,
or issue of which is being taken by India. Shambhavi, you come from Bihar, you are a member of Parliament, and they are stating that with SIR, the special intensive revision which is happening in Bihar. What's your point of view on this?
I think the opposition has already accepted defeat, and they are trying to find an explanation of what to say after they lose the election. This in no way is constraining on the provisions of the Constitution of the country. As this lawfully, this is within the law. It's not law. The Supreme Court has upheld the SIR. They're saying that it's not unconstitutional. It's within the provisions of the Constitution, and in no way is it targeting anything that's not rightful or not legal.
But Shambhavi, they are stating that there are many voters in Bihar whose name has been deducted from the list. The Election Commission is not even waiting for the voters to submit the form.
I think they are trying to. All these are false rumors that they are trying to spread. We are from Bihar. We are in touch with the voters, and we are in touch with the public, and we know what is going on the grassroots level. They did the same thing during the Lok Sabha election. They tried to say that if BJP forms the government, if NDA forms the government, the provisions of the Constitution and constitutions about the reservation khatam kar diya jayega. So they are used to spreading all these rumors about the government, and they always keep, they're always trying to find an explanation of their defeat. In no way they went to the mayor. Are you trying to say that we are understanding or the entire situation better than the Supreme Court?
So, but Shambhavi taking up this issue at Makar Dwar, protesting, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav themselves being here, that means they are clearly sending out a huge message to the voters in Bihar.
See, this is a process of documentation and identification. This has got nothing to do with targeting anybody who is a citizen of a country. This is if you are on the if we are trying to only finish the entire documentation and identification process. Why is the opposition always threatened when documentation or identification of the citizens of this country happen? This is the biggest question that needs to be asked.
So this is Shambhavi Chaudhary we were speaking to. She's member of Parliament, and she clearly states that SIR is upholded by the Supreme Court itself. And right now showing you the visuals, because the protest right now, which was being done by opposition party leaders at Makar Dwar here, because of all the opposition party leaders are right now, they were at Makar Dwar, and now they are dispersing. They are dispersing right now, and they are going back. As at 12 o'clock now, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will again begin. And right now, what we see at that, there was protest because opposition party leaders were holding the placard. They have been demanding that special intensive revision should not take place because it's unbiased by the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India is working under the behest of the NDA party, and that is the reason why SIR is being conducted. We saw Akhilesh Yadav, we saw Rahul Gandhi.
So Harsha is right there at that at Makar Dwar, where the Congress is protesting and the opposition leaders are protesting, and we can clearly see the top leaders are there. So we Akhilesh Yadav, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka, Vadra, all of them are protesting. Just minutes after we saw that the Parliament Monsoon Session Day 2 kicked off, both houses of the Parliament were adjourned. They will start again around noon today, like Harsha was telling us. We'll try to go back to Harsha in a short while from now. But we're getting some reactions. Let's go ahead and play it up.
देखिए, पूरा दिन आप काम कर रहे हैं, पूरा दिन आप बैठ करके वर्क कर रहे हैं और सबसे मिल भी रहे हैं और सदन सुचारू रूप से चला रहे हैं, और अचानक आप एकदम इस्तीफा देते हैं, तो इसके पीछे कोई ना कोई कारण है, कुछ तो राज है जिसके पर्दादारी है।
तो आप लोग क्या ये कह रहे हैं, तमाम विपक्षी पार्टियां, कि आप लोग इस मुद्दे को क्या सदन में उठाने वाले हैं? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आप लोग के लगातार ट्वीट देखने को मिल रहे हैं, लग रहा है कि आप लोग को ये बात हजम नहीं हो रही है कि वो स्वास्थ्य कारणों से उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया है।
देखिए, स्वास्थ्य कारणों से इस्तीफा होता तो कोई ना कोई स्वास्थ्य का कारण दिखाई देता। आप स्वस्थ तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं, आपके शेड्यूल प्रोग्राम लगे हुए हैं, कोई ना कोई बात है जिससे आप इतना हाथ हुए कि आपको इस्तीफा तक देना पड़ गया।
तो सदन में ऐसा क्या हुआ जो आपको लगता है कि जिसकी वजह से ऐसा निर्णय लिया, या फिर वाकई में कुछ है?
मैं उस सदन का मेंबर नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ तो है।
Ma'am, what's your point of view on the resignation of Vice President? Because Congress is stating that there's more that meets the eye.
Well, it's very shocking, very surprising. Nobody expected, because just yesterday was the first day of the monsoon session, and Honorable Vice President, who's also the chairman of Rajya Sabha, was present during the entire proceedings, and he conducted the House very well. And generally, as a chairman, we've seen him very energetic and always participating in the House, and suddenly his resignation comes up. So that is definitely unexpected, but he's also cited health reasons. So I don't think we need to see a lot into his resignation. He's given a reason, and we've also seen that there have been a couple of episodes in the past few months where his health issues have come to the notice of all of us. So I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope he gains a good health.
As a union minister and of particularly this ministry, the continuously it's being said by Congress party that health grounds, it doesn't feel right. You also feel the same, that health grounds is the reason?
Well, he stated so, and we have to believe it, and we have seen it also. It's not something which has been created or made up. We've seen in the past few months, there have been episodes. I remember in Uttarakhand, he was there, and he suddenly, his health deteriorated and he had to be hospitalized. So there have been a couple of episodes which do tell us that, yes, on the health front, he has been facing issues.
You agree that the politics by opposition party has gotten too low, that now they are raising this issue as well?
They have nothing of public interest, common public interest to raise in the House. That is why they are getting into these things.
All right, getting us some more breaking news coming in. Supreme Court agrees to hear on July 24th Maharashtra plea against Bombay High Court verdict acquitting 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai train bomb blast case. That is right. Back to what's coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. Supreme Court to hear the 2006 Mumbai train bomb blast case. Now, this is coming in as the Supreme Court agreed to hear on that date a special leave petition filed by the Maharashtra government challenging the Bombay High Court's verdict, acquitting all 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai blast case. There's some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And this is coming in as Supreme Court takes up the plea challenging Bombay High Court's order on the Mumbai train blast case. The Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the state, has told the bench of the CJI B.R. Gawai, Justices K. Vinod Chandran and others that the matter is of utmost urgency. He says it is a serious issue and it requires a very urgent hearing, adding that the state had already filed the appeal against the High Court's judgment which overturned the convictions, including the death sentences for 5 of the accused. Back to what's coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, where the Supreme Court has now agreed to hear later on, a few days from now, a special leave petition which was filed by the Maharashtra government challenging the Bombay High Court's verdict acquitting all 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. And this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. Now, it's very important to note that that just yesterday, Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis expressed shock at the Bombay High Court decision. He had said the verdict of the Bombay High Court is very shocking and we will challenge it in the Supreme Court. The ruling by the Bombay High Court had set aside the 2015 judgment of a special MCOCA court that had convicted the 12 accused for the serial blast on Mumbai's suburban railway network on July 11, 2006. The blast had killed 189 plus people and injured over 800. Let's go straight across to Akansha. Akansha, the Maharashtra government was shocked and they have moved the Supreme Court against High Court verdict acquitting the 12 accused. In fact, the Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis had called the order shocking. Yes.
Well, absolutely. You see, a plea was filed in the Supreme Court challenging the Bombay High Court order which had acquitted these 12 prime accused in the 2006 Mumbai blast. Remember, 189 people lost their life, but Bombay High Court, while acquitting them, in fact, stated that the prosecution, that is the public, utterly failed to prove the case. Remember, there were several of the accused who were given death penalty in this case and several were given life imprisonment. But in one order of the Bombay High Court, they all were acquitted. And as you also mentioned, the Maharashtra government was not very happy with this order that came in from the Bombay High Court. A plea was filed in the Supreme Court challenging this particular judgment that has come in from the Bombay High Court. And now what we're learning is day after tomorrow is when the Supreme Court will be hearing this crucial case. It remains to be seen what the observation will be. But because as far as High Court is concerned, they have categorically said that the prosecution, and that is the police in this case, completely failed, utterly failed in proving the entire case. Back to you, Shivangi.
Well, thank you for joining us with all those details, Akansha. I'll be coming back to you for more as we get updates. I have to take a short break right now. Much more coming right up. We are live and breaking. Okay, in fact, we're getting some more updates coming in on the story. This is a huge story that we're tracking here on Republic TV, where we see that very, very clearly there has been a big update in terms of the 2006 Mumbai bomb blast, where the Maharashtra government has moved the Supreme Court against High Court verdict acquitting the 12 accused. Okay, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Congress begins speculation. Jairam Ramesh says there is far more to totally unexpected resignation than meets the eye. Another case coming in from Maharashtra, where Shiv Sena workers threatened women for not speaking Marathi language. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live and breaking.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Torrential rainfall has battered Mumbai today, triggering widespread waterlogging, severe traffic disruptions, and significant challenges for residents across the financial capital of India. The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert, warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai and neighboring districts, including Thane, Palghar, and Raigad, through Tuesday. The downpour, which began early this morning, has submerged low-lying areas, disrupted public transportation, and brought daily life to a near standstill in several parts of the city. Key areas such as Sion, Kurla, Andheri, and Bhandup have been hit hardest, with reports of knee-deep water on roads and underpasses, rendering them impassable for hours. Commuters faced significant delays as local train services on the central and western railway lines were disrupted due to waterlogged tracks. The Western Express Highway and Eastern Express Highway saw massive traffic snarls, with vehicles stranded for hours, exacerbating the chaos. In some areas, residents reported power outages and difficulties accessing essential services. The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, or BMC, has mobilized emergency response teams to address the crisis. High-capacity pumps have been deployed in flood-prone zones to drain water, and civic workers are clearing stormwater drains clogged with debris. The BMC has advised residents to avoid non-essential travel and stay indoors unless absent.
सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Both houses of the parliament adjourned within minutes of commencement as opposition resorts to sloganeering.
आज का दिन किसानों का दिन है, कम से कम खेती पर चर्चा होने दीजिए, किसानों पर चर्चा होने दीजिए।
Amid Dhankar's sudden exit, opposition creates ruckus in the parliament. Congress and opposition to rake up Bihar voter list revision matter in parliament, likely to protest against inside. Prime Minister Modi to chair cabinet meeting in Parliament House complex. British Royal Navy's F-35B fighter flies off to Australia after being stranded for nearly a month at Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram airport. Another case of Gundaism in Maharashtra. Shiv Sena workers threatened women for not speaking Marathi language. Getting you some big breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Opposition has begun speculation on Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation as vice president. Congress has raised eyebrows, saying that there is more than what really meets the eye, and his resignation is absolutely unexpected. Congress calls Dhankar's resignation shocking and unexpected. The Congress leader, Jairam Ramesh, especially, is questioning the timing of the exit and is saying the exit has been prompted by the BJP, and they are questioning the official explanation behind Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's sudden resignation, calling it something that can't be explained and hinting at a deeper political undercurrent. He's also slammed Nadda and Rijiju's absence at the BAC meeting. The Jagdeep Dhankar has tendered his resignation, viewers, citing health concerns after the first day of the monsoon session of Parliament. So, viewers, we have many reactions coming in as the opposition is linking the Dhankar's resignation to the absence of ministers at that crucial BAC meeting. At the same time, we are coming to know that the government has absolutely denied the narrative of the opposition on this issue. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions.
Chaudhary, what's your response to VP's resignation as Congress continuously stating that there is more that meets the eye?
अक्लमंद को इशारा काफी है। देश भर समझ रहे हैं कि क्या नाटक चल रही है भाजपा में, ये नाटक चलते रहेगी। तो फिर हमने अब ये वायरस जो अजीब वायरस फैल रही है भाजपा में, इसमें कई पेशेंट अब प्रवेश हो जाएंगे, आप देखते रहिए।
But as Jairam Ramesh is stating, why Congress believes that something happened between 4:30 p.m. Because JP Nadda responded that he informed Vice President about his skipping the BAC meeting.
I don't know. Jairam Ramesh ji may have better knowledge about all this. I am not in the know of all this.
But Congress and other opposition parties will be raising this issue in the parliament today?
Well, let's see what's going to happen, because there's something weird going on. So let's check it.
What weird? Ma'am, you're again stating that there's something weird. What look like?
The House notification that Parliament will come into session has been given to members of Parliament and the whole country more than 25 days ago. Everything was fine. Suddenly overnight, yesterday the session started. That was also fine. And suddenly by evening there is a crisis and you have the Prime Minister travelling outside the country. Today the country has no Vice President. We are headless in so many ways.
बहुत अचानक है, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। हम तो उनके अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करते हैं, लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि सारे विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं ने अपनी चिंता व्यक्त की है, लेकिन केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से किसी मंत्री ने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपना कोई बयान नहीं रखा। तो सवाल ये उठता है कि क्या केंद्र सरकार के पास पहले से जानकारी नहीं थी, क्या पहले से ये सूचना नहीं थी कि उपराष्ट्रपति के मन में ये बात झलक रही है। और अगर नहीं थी तो ऐसा रिश्ता जो एक समय पे हमें लगता था कि बहुत संतुलित रिश्ता था, आज रिश्ता में इतना बदलाव क्यों? क्योंकि कल भी हमने देखा कि उपराष्ट्रपति की एक बैठक में केंद्र सरकार के मंत्री अनुपस्थित थे। तो मुझे ये चिंता का समय लगता है और केंद्र सरकार को देश को स्पष्टीकरण देना अनिवार्य है कि वो देश को किस प्रकार से आगे लेके जाएंगे।
And viewers, getting some big breaking news coming in right now. Now, it's day two. This is day two of the Parliament session, and you can see a lot of protests happening. The Parliament sessions, which by the way are adjourned right now, they'll begin once again at noon. It was dominated by debates over the want of debates or the request for debates over the voter list revision in Bihar. Opposition parties have expressed strong opposition and viewing the exercise as a threat to democratic rights. And they have submitted adjournment notices on this. They also held a protest that you can see right over there on your screens. Watch this report by my colleague Harsha to understand what really happened.
Clearly see that opposition leaders are protesting here. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, DMK leaders, Akhilesh Yadav himself, all of them are in the attendance here at Makar Dwar, at the stairs of Makar Dwar. All the MPs have the placard in their hand on the special intensive revision which is happening by Election Commission of India in the state of Bihar. Before assembly election, all the MPs here are demanding that SIR should not happen. They are holding the placard stating quit SIR, and they also have been stating that continuously the voters' name is being cut out. The voters' name is being cut out from the Bihar voter list. There are many voters whose name has been cut out, and they are also raising a lot of questions on it. We see that continuously how many members of parliament are here. This is the Makar Dwar of the parliament, and it is the outside Makar Dwar after the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both houses of the parliament got adjourned. This protest is right now taking place against Election Commission of India. Harsha Chandwani reporting for Republic TV from Parliament. The opposition leaders who are standing at the stairs of Makar Dwar now protesting against the government. As we show you in the visuals, these are the visuals where we clearly see that how opposition leaders are right now protesting with the placards in their hand. Now these are the visuals from the Makar Dwar of the parliament. The protest which was earlier supposed to happen at around 10 o'clock in the morning now is being done at Makar Dwar of the parliament after both houses of the parliament, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, got adjourned. The placard clearly states SIR, which is the special intensive revision being done by Election Commission of India in Bihar. So all the opposition leaders have now raised the issue of special investigation revision and the voting issue in Bihar, and this is the major issue. As we see, all the opposition parties from Congress, from Samajwadi Party, RJD, DMK, all the opposition parties leaders including the Aam Aadmi parties right now, all the MPs are standing at the Makar Dwar of the parliament with placards in their hand, demanding that there should be unbiased voting revision in the state of Bihar ahead of the elections in Bihar, and they're stating that special intensive revision is completely biased and voters' name is being cut out from the Bihar list. Mr. Jha, what's your response to the SIR? Because opposition protested here, you were part of the protest. They are saying quit SIR, but now NDA is stating that SIR was upholded by the court itself.
Let me tell you, who in NDA told you? I don't know. They have lack of understanding. I'm one of the petitioner. I watched the proceedings of the Honorable Court. The closing remark of the Honorable Supreme Court that it should result in maximum inclusion and not blatant exclusion. So I wish them luck. They should read certain things apart from WhatsApp forwards. And I'll request all of you to don't make their WhatsApp forward knowledge as domain knowledge here in asking questions to me.
Mr. Jha, but Election Commission also stated that anyone who is a citizen of the country, no one will be stopped from voting, and that process will also follow in Bihar itself.
Look, let me ask the Election Commission, why are you trespassing the domain? There is a term in bureaucracy, there is a term in governance, domain trespassing. It's not your domain. My amateur should do it. You should look at the functioning of the first Chief Election Commission. That's why I wrote a letter, imaginary letter from Sukumar Sen to Mr. Gyanesh Kumar Gupta, the present one, citing how to run Election Commission. Not on the diktat and direction of somebody, but by the constitutional mandate of Article 324 and Article 326.
This is Manoj Jha on SIR issue being raised by opposition party in Parliament. The Senior Member of Parliament Manoj Jha, Mr. Jha.
And viewers, getting you some big updates coming in. Huge buzz. Who will be the next Vice President of India? Well, Bihar BJP MLA pitches for Nitish Kumar as a Vice President following Dhaka's visit. That is right. Many names are being circulated from Bihar CM Nitish Kumar to the others. This time, Bihar BJP MLA pitches for Nitish Kumar as a Vice President following Dhaka's exit and resignation, which has come in. Now, remember that with Jagdeep Dhankar resigning from the post of Vice President, the election to appoint his successor must be held as soon as possible as per the constitutional provisions. According to Clause 2 of Article 68 of the Constitution, an election to fill a vacancy in the office of the VP, whether due to health, resignation, removal or otherwise, must be conducted as soon as possible after the post becomes vacant. And during this time, definitely a lot of names are doing the rounds. BJP MLA pitches for Nitish Kumar as the next VP. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Shambhavi. Shambhavi, we know that the election, as per the constitutional provisions, there should be an election for new VP as soon as possible. But a BJP MLA from Bihar is pitching for Nitish Kumar for the post of Vice President.
Yes, definitely. That is a very interesting update and this has come after Congress since morning, in fact, after Vice President's resignation, Congress has been speculating all kinds of things, connecting the absence of senior BJP leaders, whether it is Nadda or Kiran Rijiju in the BAC meeting yesterday. So this is definitely a very interesting update, and in fact, the government, as we are updating you, the government has also cleared the allegations or the speculation that the Congress has been making in relation to their absence in the BSA meeting, that JP Nadda in fact informed the Vice President about his absence in the BSA meeting because he had to attend some other government meeting. So there are, of course, the speculations continue to be maintained. The opposition is definitely going to ask who is going to be the next Vice President, because that is the next question. After why has the Vice President resigned, the next question would be who would be the next Vice President, how is the monsoon, the Parliament session is going to continue. So, yeah.
Shambhavi, hold on and keep reporting live for us. I'm getting some more updates coming in right now. Let's go to the next update. The government has countered the opposition's claim and questions on sudden exit of the VP. Let's listen in to this reaction of Union Minister Anupriya Patel, who has dismissed all these claims.
Ma'am, what's your point of view on the resignation of Vice President? Because Congress is stating that there's more that meets the eye.
Well, it's very shocking, very surprising. Nobody expected, because just yesterday was the first day of the monsoon session, and Honorable Vice President, who's also the chairman of Rajya Sabha, was present during the entire proceedings, and he conducted the House very well. And generally, as a chairman, we've seen him very energetic and always participating in the House, and suddenly his resignation comes up. So that is definitely unexpected, but he's also cited health reasons. So I don't think we need to see a lot into his resignation. He's given a reason, and we've also seen that there have been a couple of episodes in the past few months where his health issues have come to the notice of all of us. So I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope he gains a good health.
As a union minister and of particularly this ministry, continuously it's being said by Congress party that health grounds, it doesn't feel right. You also feel the same, that health grounds is the reason?
Well, he stated so, and we have to believe it. And we have seen it also. It's not something which has been created or made up. We've seen in the past few months, there have been episodes. I remember in Uttarakhand, he was there and he suddenly, his health deteriorated and he had to be hospitalized. So there have been a couple of episodes which do tell us that, yes, on the health front, he has been facing issues.
You agree that the politics by opposition party has gotten too low, that now they are raising this issue as well?
They have nothing of public interest, common public interest to raise in the House. That is why they are getting into these things.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Major crackdown. Security forces in Manipur arrested 7 active insurgents, including 3 KCP cadres. Recovered a large cache of arms and ammunition in multiple operations. 2 operations led to the recovery of 37 arms, 156 rounds of ammunition and 4 hand grenades. Additionally, 4 active UPPK cadres were arrested. A massive landslide triggered by continuous heavy rainfall since last night has led to the closure of the Jammu-Pooch National Highway. The incident occurred in the Madana area, and this happened in Pooch district, where mud and rocks slid into the road, completely blocking vehicular movement and disrupting connectivity in the region. A joint anti-Maoist operation, the Jharkhand police along with the Special Task Force and CRPF 60 Battalion recovered 14 REDs weighing 2 kilograms each, local hand grenades, ammonium nitrate powder and other explosive materials from the jungles. Now this happened in the West Singhbhum district. According to the police, explosives were destroyed on the spot through a controlled blast as per standard operating procedures. Getting you some more updates coming in. Breaking news. British High Commission has issued a statement on the F-35. By the way, it just flew off right now. A British High Commission spokesperson said a UK F-35B aircraft, which landed on an emergency diversion on June 14, departed today from Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. A UK engineering team deployed since July 6th completed the repairs and safety checks, allowing the aircraft to resume active service. So now we have the British statement, High Commission statement, and we have with us Chandrakala, who's joining us right now. Chandrakala, British High Commission has now issued a statement. Finally, after 38 days, the British Royal Navy's F-35B jet has now flew out of Thiruvananthapuram Airport a short while back. If you could just tell our viewers what the British High Commission is saying.
Well, a very important development we have seen, and unusual. Of course, we have seen that the British Royal Navy aircraft F-35B has been stranded in Kerala for over a month now, and as we know that the UK High Commission has been cooperating on this matter. And recently, we have issued a statement where the UK High Commission has confirmed that it has taken off from the Thiruvananthapuram airport after Indian authorities, a joint collaboration and joint cooperation between Indian authorities and the UK authorities, and the UK engineering team was deployed on 6 July, where the repair has taken place, and after the aircraft has been repaired, it finally took off. The UK High Commission has extended thankful note to Indian authorities for supporting and also with the airport teams, cooperating with the airport teams to repair the UK aircraft. Of course, the British Royal Navy aircraft, which was stranded in Kerala for over a month now, and there were certain speculation as to what has happened, that it was stranded for such a longer period of time. A UK engineering team was deployed, and the Indian and the UK authorities were constantly in touch to get the aircraft repaired, and finally it took off. And of course, the UK High Commission has also mentioned that it would continue to strengthen and bolster defence cooperation with India.
Yes,
over to you.
Chandrakala, you know, I'm glad you took that point out, because UK has said very clearly we look forward to continuing to strengthen our defence partnership with India. And because we know that India really cooperated with the UK so they could repair that jet, so they could... and that day has come today, where not only the jet has been repaired thanks to the help of the Indian authorities, but it flew off towards Australia. Just tell our viewers a little bit more about how the UK has thanked India for cooperating.
Well, the point that we already know that our defence cooperation with UK has been very strong, and it has been on the moment up. And now that the aircraft which landed in India, not any other country but in India, when the exercise was going on, the Navy drill was taking place in the Indo-Pacific, and due to weather conditions, it diverted to Trivandrum Airport, and it took an emergency landing. Now that it has flew off to Australia. Well, of course, we know that UK, India, and Australia are good defence partner, and when it comes to our maritime cooperation, we definitely bolster. We definitely have a great ties, good ties, working on maritime cooperation and maritime issues. Over to you.
That is right, Chandrakala. We see that that UK has thanked India for its support, and not just support, but also all the help that India has given UK to help them fly out the F-35B. And my colleague Ashwin has been reporting on the story. He has filed this report and captured the exact moment when the F-35B jet took off from the Thiruvananthapuram airport. Let's have a look at that moment.
Ever since it landed in Thiruvananthapuram airport on June 14th in the dead of the night. And since then, there has been repair that was going on. On July 6th, the team had come for repair, 3 weeks of repair. And finally, this jet is right now back onto the tarmac. In a few minutes from now, we can see this jet is all set to take off to Australia. It is learnt that it will be moving to the airport of Darwin in Australia, and it is all set to take off. So it is literally goodbye Kerala for the jet and goodbye India. For 38 days, it has given all the Indian authorities have given all the support for this fighter aircraft, the 5th generation fighter aircraft, and soon this will be now taking off very soon from the airport. Now what you see are the visuals of it moving towards the end of the runway, where it will be taking a turn and then moving to Australia. This grand machine, which can go at a speed of around 1.6 Mach, will be going to Australia in a few minutes from now. It will be taking off. The crew members will be watching it. They will be leaving tomorrow. But now, after 38 days of giving national news, this jet is all set to take off from Thiruvananthapuram.
All right, there are the visuals. You can see 5 weeks after making an emergency landing in Kerala, there you can see F-35B fighter jet that is all set to take off, and it is moving towards now the Australia is what we are learning. And my colleague Ashwin has been reporting live from that very spot where you can see the visuals are coming in from. Let me go across to my colleague Ashwin, who's been tracking this story very closely from the last 5 weeks. Ashwin, tell us about what are you seeing on the ground as of now?
Taking off, The jet has gone to the far end of the runway till soon. It is right now not in visibility, but in a few moments from now, we'll be able to see the jet cruising past. Yes, it is now cruising past. You can see the F-35B Lightning right now in full throttle. It is going to take off into the grey monsoon skies of Kerala. You can see these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in. The jet is finally taking off, a high throttle jet. The sound that is deafening, the maddening sound, the deafening sound of a sophisticated aircraft saying goodbye to Kerala, saying goodbye to India, giving all the support rendered by the government of India and all the airport authority. Finally, the F-35B2 Lightning has gone back. It will be going to Darwin Airport in Australia, where and then eventually will join the mothership, which is the Prince of Wales. So these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in for our viewers. The jet is still in sight. It has moved and it has cruised past. This jet will be going, it is going through the blue skies right now. So it's goodbye blue skies from the people of Kerala. So what you can see right now, the jet is now slowly tilting towards the right. It is moving towards the northern side, and it will probably be going deeper into the sea and then reach the coast of Australia, is what we get to understand. So the destination is Darwin Airport. So finally, the entire saga of the F-35B has come to an end after 38 days of stay in Thiruvananthapuram. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. There in the visuals, you can see that is the F-35B fighter jet that has bid goodbye to the state of Kerala. It landed there on June 14. That was an emergency landing. In fact, what we're learning is that few days later, the UK technical team came, and that technical snag was, in fact, fixed yesterday. And now you can see in the visuals that this fighter jet has taken off. Ashwin, tell us about...
Yes, so that was the exact moment where the F-35B fighter leaves Kerala Airport after being stranded for 5 weeks, taking a short break. Viewers, much more coming right up. We are live and breaking.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
U.S. President Donald Trump makes a big statement on Iran after Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi admits serious damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. He wrote, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, on the Iran nuclear sites, damages are very severe. They are destroyed. Of course they are, just like I said, and we will do it again if necessary. As interviewed
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
U.S. President Donald Trump makes a big statement on Iran after Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi admits serious damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. He wrote, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, on the Iran nuclear sites, damages are very severe. They are destroyed. Of course they are, just like I said, and we will do it again if necessary. As interviewed by Brett Baer, fake news CNN should immediately fire their phony reporter and apologize to me and the great pilots who obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. CNN is a major ratings loser, as is MSDNC. He reiterated claims of having obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. He even reasserted that the U.S. will not walk away from attacking Iran if they deem it.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
U.S. President Donald Trump makes a big statement on Iran after Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi admits damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. He wrote, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, on the Iran nuclear sites, damages are very severe. They are destroyed. Of course they are, just like I said, and we will do it again if necessary. As interviewed by Brett Baer, fake news CNN should immediately fire their phony reporter and apologize to me and the great pilots who
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
U.S. President Donald Trump makes a big statement on Iran after Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi admits serious damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. He wrote, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, on the Iran nuclear sites, damages are very severe. They are destroyed. Of course they are, just like I said, and we will do it again if necessary. As interviewed by Brett Baer, fake news CNN should immediately fire their phony reporter and apologize to me and the great pilots who obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. CNN is a major ratings loser, as is MSDNC. He reiterated claims of having obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. He even reasserted that the U.S. will not walk away from attacking Iran.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyana Mitra. There's a storm in Parliament after the sudden exit of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. We're tracking all the latest political reactions on that and a lot more for you. But for now, let's cut straight across to Lok Sabha.
सभा पटल पर रखता हूं आइटम नंबर 3 श्री बांडी संजय कुमार जी की पुरुष कार्यसूची में
जानना चाहूँगा कि कितनी हम बिजली पैदा कर रहे हैं. क्या वो बैटरी स्टोरेज सिस्टम और
कृपया बैठो आप कृपया प्रश्नकाल सदन की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
All right, 2 minutes into the session in the upper house of Parliament, the Rajya Sabha has been adjourned yet again, and this after the opposition resorted.
नाम के सम्मुख उल्लिखित दस्तावेज सभा में रखता हूं. आइटम नंबर 6 श्री कमलेश पासवान जी.
महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 6 पर अपने नाम के समग्र ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय से संबंधित सूचीबद्ध विवरण सभा पटल पर रखता हूं.
आइटम नंबर 7 सेक्रेटरी जनरल.
Sir, I have to report that Rajya Sabha, at its sitting held on the 21st July 2025, agreed without any amendment to 2025 as passed by both houses.
Item number 8, Mahasachiv.
Sir, I lay on the table the following 10 bills passed by the Houses of Parliament during the 4th session of the 18th Lok Sabha and assented to by the President since the report was last made to the House on 3rd February 2025. 1. The Appropriation Bill 2025. 2. The Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025. 3. The Manipur Appropriation Bill 2025. 4. The Manipur Appropriation Vote on Account Bill 2025. 5. The Finance Bill 2025. 6. The Appropriation Number 3 Bill 2025. 7. The Railways Amendment Bill 2025. 8. The Disaster Management Amendment Bill 2025. 9. The Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2025. And 10. The Protection of Interest in Aircraft Objects Bill 2025. I also lay on the table copies duly authenticated by the Secretary General Rajya Sabha of the following 6 bills passed by the Houses of Parliament and assented to by the President. 1. The Oil Field Regulation and Development Amendment Bill 2025. 2. The Tribhuvan Sarkari University Bill 2025. 3. The Boilers Bill 2025. 4. The Immigration and Foreigners Bill 2025. 5. The Waqf Amendment Bill 2025. And 6. The Musalman Waqf Repeal Bill 2025.
Item number 9, Shri M. Srinivasulu Reddy.
Sir, I rise to present the 5th report, Hindi and English versions on the subject, Regional Rapid Transit System and role of NCRTC of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Housing and Urban Affairs 2024-25 listed against my name in today's list of business, sir. Thank you.
Item number 10, Shri Saptagiri Ulaka ji. Shri Saptagiri Ulaka ji.
10th report, Hindi and English versions of the Standing Committee of Rural Development Panchayati Raj as listed against my name in today's list of business.
Item number 11, Dr. Viren Kumar ji.
सभापति महोदय जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि सभा के सदस्य भारतीय पुनर्वास परिषद अधिनियम 1992 की धारा 4 के साथ धारा 3 की उपधारा 3 के खंड जा के अनुसरण में ऐसी रीति से जैसा अध्यक्ष निर्देश है उक्त अधिनियम के अन्य उपबंधों के अत्याधीन उनकी नियुक्ति की तारीख से 2 वर्षों की अवधि के लिए अथवा जब तक उनके उत्तरवर्ती विधिवत रूप से नियुक्त नहीं कर दिए जाते हैं, जो भी अधिक हो भारतीय पुनर्वास परिषद के सदस्यों के रूप में कार्य करने के लिए अपने में से 2 सदस्य निर्वाचित करें।
प्रश्न यह है कि डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हैं वो हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के विपक्ष में हैं वो ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। आइटम नंबर 11, डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि सभा के सदस्य दिव्यांगजन अधिकार अधिनियम 2016 की धारा 60 की धारा 2 के खंड गा के अनुसरण में ऐसी रीति से जैसा अध्यक्ष निर्देश दें उक्त अधिनियम के अन्य उपबंधों तथा उसके अंतर्गत बनाए गए नियमों के अध्याधीन उनके सभा के सदस्य बने रहने तक की अवधि के लिए केंद्रीय दिव्यांगता सलाहकार बोर्ड के सदस्यों के रूप में कार्य करने के लिए अपने में से 2 सदस्य निर्वाचित करें।
प्रश्न ये है कि डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हैं वो हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के विपक्ष में हैं वो ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। मैं अपने सभी दल के नेताओं से अपील करना चाहता हूँ। आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग टू केसी वेणुगोपाल जी, अखिलेश यादव जी, ऑल द रिस्पेक्टिव लीडर्स। कल आपने एक विषय उठाया था, कल आप चाहते थे कि आपका ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे उस पर डिस्कशन हो। संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने कहा था कि आज बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी की बैठक है और उसमें स्पीकर साहब की अध्यक्षता।
All right, let's go across to some breaking news coming in, which we're tracking at the moment. The President of India has accepted Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation. That is the big breaking news that we're tracking at the moment. It's President Draupadi Murmu who has accepted the VP's resignation a day after it was officially announced. And let's tell you more, viewers, that the President, I beg your pardon, the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, who's also the Rajya Sabha chairman, had put out a post late last evening citing health reasons as the reasons for his stepping down. And his sudden and unexpected exit has stirred up a firestorm in Parliament, with the Congress essentially questioning the timing of his resignation. And now we're learning that it is President Draupadi Murmu who has formally accepted the move. And there's a debate that is currently on in Parliament over his sudden and unexpected exit. And just to bring you more context, it was yesterday at 12:30 in the afternoon that Jagdeep Dhankar had chaired the Business Advisory Committee meeting. It was attended by most members, including Leader of the House, JP Nadda, and top ministers of the NDA government. At 4:30 p.m. the same day, the BSC had reassembled under the chairmanship of Jagdeep Dhankar. And we're also learning that it was in this meeting that two senior cabinet ministers had failed to arrive. And following some deliberations throughout the evening, late last night, it was Jagdeep Dhankar who put out a post. He said that due to health reasons, I have to step down from my post as the Vice President of India. I thank the Modi government and the President of India for the continued support in the matter and hope that they will accept this resignation. In fact, there is a lot of speculation that's going on in Parliament, viewers, over the sudden exit of Jagdeep Dhankar. The Congress has questioned the timing, and they've essentially called for a debate on the matter. There are lots of hectic parleys that are going on within the Parliament premises in the aftermath of his stepping down. And we're now learning that President Draupadi Murmu has formally accepted Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation. And let's tell you that Congress has essentially questioned the timing, and there's a debate that is currently on in Sansad over the matter. Let's go across to Shambhavi, who joins me live from Vijay Chowk for more on the story. Shambhavi, the President of India has formally accepted the Vice President's resignation. What more do you have?
Well, yes, now after since the Vice President has resigned yesterday, and Congress has been speculating about the timing and the situations, the political interference, everything that might have led to his resigning. And after the very befitting reply from JP Nadda as well, that this in fact has nothing to do with because there were three major claims which were being made by Congress, even in the meeting that they they had early morning today. That is one, regarding the timing, the fact that Jagdeep Dhankar resigned because of health issues was also being questioned.
All right, that was my colleague Shambhavi giving us the latest details, and in fact she was just telling us about how the Congress has essentially gone on to claim that there is far more to this matter than what meets the eye. In fact, these are statements that have been made by Jairam Ramesh, by Congress leader Udit Raj in the aftermath of Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation, and there was speculation that this has come essentially after two of the top NDA ministers, that is Kiran Rijiju and JP Nadda, failed to appear in the BSC meeting that was chaired on the Parliament premises at 4:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon, whereas JP Nadda in fact even gone on to claim that it was well informed in advance. And on that note, we're also learning that the Lok Sabha, which is the lower house of the Parliament, has been adjourned yet again, barely minutes into the session. And we got you those visuals live from Sansad, viewers. There was continuous ruckus and sloganeering by opposition MPs, and despite multiple reminders by the chair Jagdambika Parl, the opposition continued their sloganeering. There's absolute ruckus in the House. There was an attempt to disrupt the House proceedings, and now we're learning that the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha stands adjourned for a second consecutive day until 2 p.m. All right, Akansha, my colleague, joins me live from the newsroom. Akansha, there's complete disruption on the floor of the House, and what is it that the opposition MPs are really demanding?
Well, absolutely. You see, just 2 minutes after the proceedings began in Rajya Sabha, in fact, just at 12:02, it was adjourned, and 10 minutes into the proceedings of Lok Sabha, it also got adjourned amid the ruckus that was created by the opposition parties. Since morning, they are raising multiple issues. The first one being the resignation by the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. They are saying that there is more to this than meets the eye. The second one is the protest at the Makar Dwar regarding the Bihar survey that is currently underway. There were a lot of ruckus regarding that as well. And just a while back, we also heard slogans related to Manipur as well as soon as the Lok Sabha began. So there was a lot of ruckus in both the houses, a lot of, in fact, sloganeering that was done by the opposition parties. And that is the reason why now multiple times since yesterday, we are seeing that again and again, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha is getting adjourned. But what is very important to note here is that just after 2 minutes of Rajya Sabha starting, it got adjourned at 12:02, and 10 minutes later, Lok Sabha has now gotten adjourned with opposition parties raising host of issue from Bihar survey that is currently underway to Manipur issue and also the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. Now at 2 o'clock, both the houses will resume the proceeding. But on the day first of the monsoon session of the Parliament, we saw the same scenes. In fact, deja vu of what has been happening in the last few sessions. Iona, this is something, this has become a pattern as far as the opposition parties are concerned. Whenever the House gets started, there is chaos. There are slogans that are raised by the opposition leaders, and within minutes, the House gets adjourned, and that is what we are seeing this time as well in this particular session of the monsoon session. Now, at 2 o'clock, both the houses will resume. Now it remains to be seen what happens after that.
Yep. All right, Akansha, stay on with me. Let's go across to some breaking news coming in. The meeting of the Business Advisory Committee of the Rajya Sabha will be held at 5:30 p.m. this afternoon in the Parliament premises. The meeting will be chaired by Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Shri Harivansh, and the Leader of the House, JP Nadda, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, who did not attend the BSC meeting yesterday, have rescheduled the same for this evening. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment, that the top ministers of the NDA government will convene for a BAC meeting at Parliament premises this evening. That is a Business Advisory Committee this meeting, and the meeting is scheduled to take place at 5:30 p.m. this afternoon to discuss and decide the legislative agenda. Akansha, my colleague, continues to remain with us from the newsroom. Akansha, take us through the details of this meeting. What are we anticipating? What's on the agenda? And more importantly, do we expect the Vice President's sudden exit to be a part of the discussion?
Well, see, what we're learning so far is that this crucial meeting of Business Advisory Committee of Rajya Sabha will be held at 5:30 today, and this meeting will be chaired by Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha, Harivansh, and this today will be attended by JP Nadda and also Kiran Rijiju is what we are learning. Remember, there was a chorus on the BAC meeting that took place yesterday. Now, the opposition party leaders are saying that JP Nadda and Kiran Rijiju were not part of this crucial Business Advisory Committee meeting, and it is a claim that is coming from the Congress party that Dhankar, the ex-Vice President now, was upset over the absence of Nadda, the Leader of the House, and Rijiju, who is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. But today, what we're learning so far is that again this meeting will take place at 5:30. JP Nadda and Kiran Rijiju will be a part of this meeting, and there will be decision on the legislative agenda, a very crucial meeting that will take place in the Parliament today.
All right, that was the latest that we're picking up from my colleague Akansha. There's a meeting, a very crucial Business Advisory Committee meeting that is supposed to be chaired this evening at 5:30 p.m. to be precise on the premises of the Parliament, and it will be attended by Rajya Sabha Deputy. All right, let's go across to more breaking news coming in. We believe that the Prime Minister has now issued a statement on the resignation of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. This is a quote on social media platform X. He says, and I quote, that Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji has got many opportunities to serve our country in various capacities, including as the Vice President of India. We wish him the very best of health. This is the latest statement that is coming in. It's Prime Minister Modi who has now acknowledged and accepted the resignation of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. This comes shortly after an official confirmation from President Draupadi Murmu as well. Now this is the first statement that is coming in from the Prime Minister, who has essentially gone on to laud the work that Jagdeep Dhankar has done for so many decades in the realm of politics, and he's also wishing him good health. Let's go back to Akansha, who joins me from the newsroom. Akansha, this is the first statement from the Prime Minister. What more are you picking up, and how significant is this at a time, especially when the opposition is making reckless claims about and questioning the time of his exit?
Absolutely. You see, moments after President of India accepted the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar, now the former Vice President of the country, now Prime Minister has taken to social media, and he has in fact posted a message for Jagdeep Dhankar, saying that Dhankar ji has got many opportunities to serve our country in various capacities, including as the Vice President of India, wishing him good health. Now remember, Iona, this was in fact the reason that was given by the VP yesterday while he tendered the resignation. He had written to the President that to prioritize healthcare and abide by the medical advice, I hereby resign as the Vice President of India effectively, immediately, in accordance with Article 67A of the Constitution. That resignation letter has now been accepted by the President, but this is definitely a very shocking exit of the Vice President that has come to the fore. It was business as usual till around 4 o'clock yesterday in the Parliament. He presided over the opening day of the monsoon session of the Parliament. He attended the business advisory meeting at 4:30. But now what the Congress party is saying, that there is more to his resignation than meets the eye. They are saying that there are several reasons to believe that the resignation was definitely not because of the health issues that he has stated in his resignation letter. But now that he has quit already, he has tendered his resignation and it has been accepted by the President of the country. Prime Minister has also tweeted. He has said that he got many opportunities to serve the country in various capacities, including as the Vice President of the country, and he wished him good health.
Right. Akansha, let's go back to what happened in the BAC meeting yesterday evening. We're learning that Kiran Rijiju and JP Nadda were not a part of the meeting, and essentially after the fallout of the Vice President's sudden exit has essentially gone on to, the Congress party making reckless claims about there might be some sort of rift, that some sort of unsaid rift between the top command of the NDA government and between Vice President Dhankar. But Nadda has essentially come out and he's refuted all these claims, and he said that off record he had gone on and told Vice President Dhankar that he will not be attending this all crucial meeting of the BSC yesterday in Parliament.
Well, absolutely, Iona. Let me take you through what happened yesterday between 1 o'clock to 4:30, and that is a very crucial time. Remember, he presided over the opening of the monsoon session of the Parliament, the ex-Vice President, now Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, what we're learning is that around 4:30, there was a crucial BAC meeting, that is the business advisory meeting that took place. Now, what the Congress party and other opposition leaders are saying, that JP Nadda, who's the leader of the House, and Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, they were not part of this very crucial meeting. And now the Congress party says that this really irked Jagdeep Dhankar, and at around 3:55 as well, the government announced that Jagdeep Dhankar would be in fact visiting Jaipur, is what we are learning. But despite all this, what the Congress party says, that he was not happy with the absence of JP Nadda, Kiran Rijiju, and there is more to his resignation that meets the eye. But as far as the BAC meeting is concerned, today JP Nadda told media persons just ahead of the day 2 of the monsoon session of the Parliament that in fact he had another important meeting to attend, and that's why he was not part of that particular BAC meeting that took place at 4:30 yesterday. And there is nothing to speculate as far as that meeting is concerned. So he has cleared the air as far as those speculation by the Congress party are concerned, but they are still not satisfied. They want answers from the government as to what led to the sudden resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. They are saying that that there is more to this resignation that meets the eye. Health reason is definitely not one of the reasons why he has resigned, and the government must reveal as to why Jagdeep Dhankar had to tender his resignation so abruptly on the day he presided over the opening of the monsoon session of the parliament. Several questions coming in from the opposition leaders as far as this is concerned, but we are showing our viewers also the reactions coming in from the NDA leaders, and they are saying that in the last 1 year, Jagdeep Dhankar was suffering from health issues. In fact, Renuka Chaudhary, the MOS Health also came on to say that in Uttarakhand he had suffered from the health issues. This is in fact the clarification that is coming in from the NDA leaders, but the Congress leaders and the other opposition leaders are not satisfied. There's a whole chorus over what led to the sudden resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. Now that he has tendered his resignation, it has been accepted by the President as well. Now the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has wished him good health.
Yeah. Akansha, what next? Because like you rightly pointed out, there will be a debate in Parliament. Like I have been mentioning that, the Congress has raised some very pertinent questions about a sudden exit, whereas the NDA members have, continuously maintained that this decision has been taken in his own capacity. What is it that we can really expect in Sansad as far as this controversy is concerned? Because the Congress, we believe, and as we can see, is not going to let this go anytime soon, and they do intend to, likely corner the Modi government over this issue.
Well, absolutely. You see, the post of the Vice President is a constitutional post, and this is a rare midterm vacancy that has come to the fore. Now it remains to be seen when the elections will be held for this particular position that now lies vacant. Now that is something that remains to be seen. But right now in the Parliament, we are seeing that all the other issues have been superseded by this particular issue of the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. Since morning, we are getting the reactions coming in from the opposition leaders, from Congress party and other various parties. They are saying that there is more to this entire saga that meets the eye, and the government should come forward and they must answer what led to the sudden resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar, because several Congress leaders have said that at 4:30 yesterday there was a BAC meeting. The Union Minister JP Nadda was not part of it, and this really irked Jagdeep Dhankar. Back to you, studio.
All right. Thank you, Akansha, for giving us those very crucial details as far as the story is concerned. We're tracking this very closely, viewers. Meanwhile, let's quickly listen into some of the exclusive reactions that we're getting in from Parliament.
Yes, everybody was very shocked and taken aback. No one saw this coming, and I don't know what compulsions or what reason, but I wish him all the best for good health. And that is our primary focus, as he said, that for health reasons he's resigning. I hope there is nothing that serious about it, and we wish him good health.
What does Akali Dal feel about it? Because everyone is stating that VP looked better yesterday. He convened Raj Sabha. BSc meeting was also convened by him. Are you also of the opinion of the same, what opposition party leaders are mostly stating?
I don't know what opposition parties are saying. I have not had an opportunity to meet him, so I cannot comment on it. I can just go by the letter and what is in the social media, and I can just say that we are very shocked and saddened, whatever happened, and we pray for his good health.
Ma'am, what's your point of view on the resignation of Vice President? Because Congress is stating that there's more that meets the eye.
Well, it's very shocking, very surprising. Nobody expected, because just yesterday was the first day of the monsoon session, and Honorable Vice President, who's also the chairman of Rajya Sabha, was present during the entire proceedings, and he conducted the House very well. And generally, as a chairman, we've seen him very energetic and always, participating in the House. And suddenly his resignation comes up, so that is definitely unexpected. But he's also cited health reasons. So I don't think we need to see a lot into his resignation. He's given a reason, and we've also seen that there have been a couple of episodes in the past few months where his health issues have come to the notice of all of us. So I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope he gains a good health.
As a union minister and of particularly this ministry, continuously it's being said by Congress party that health grounds, it doesn't feel right. You also feel the same, that health grounds is the reason?
Well, he stated so and we have to believe it, and we have seen it also. It's not something...
All right, while this controversy now rages on in Parliament, let's bring you that statement of ex-Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar from the 10th of July, wherein he had spoken about his retirement.
I will retire at the right time. August 2027, subject to divine intervention.
All right, slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, it's a big defense boost for India. The first batch of Apache attack helicopters has now reached Jodhpur and will be deployed soon.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
U.S. President Donald Trump makes a big statement on Iran after Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi admits serious damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. He wrote, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, on the Iran nuclear sites, damages are very severe. They are destroyed. Of course they are, just like I said, and we will do it again if necessary. As interviewed by Brett Baer, fake news CNN should immediately fire their phony reporter and apologize to me and the great pilots who obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. CNN is a major ratings loser, as is MSDNC. He reiterated claims of having obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. He even reasserted that the U.S. will not walk away from attacking Iran if they deem it to be necessary.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
First batch of Apache helicopters has reached India. The choppers will be deployed in Jodhpur. PM Modi tweets on Jagdeep Dhankar's resignation, wishes him good health and says Dhankar got many opportunities to serve the nation. Congress questions the timing of Vice President Dhankar's exit, says exit prompted by the BJP. Amid Dhankar's exit, opposition creates ruckus in the parliament. Congress and opposition to rake up Bihar voter list revision matter in parliament today, likely to protest against parliament. Prime Minister Modi to chair cabinet meeting in the Parliament House complex. And finally, British Royal Navy's F-35B flies away to Australia. Another case of Gundaism in Maharashtra. This time, Sena workers threatened women for not speaking Marathi language. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's start this bulletin with more breaking news updates coming in. The first batch of Apache helicopters, the attack helicopters of the Indian Army, have reached India. The choppers are set to be deployed in Jodhpur by the Indian Armed Forces, and it's a massive boost to India's defense prowess. Now, state-of-the-art Apache helicopters, attack helicopters, now bought from US in a massive defense deal. The Indian Armed Forces, particularly the Indian Army, has now received the first batch of attack Apache helicopters, which will be deployed in Jodhpur. That's the big breaking news development that is coming in. Those are visuals of the Apache helicopters that have reached India finally. This is the first lot of the Apache helicopters that have reached in various tranches. We will be receiving subsequent orders of the Apache helicopters. These are attack helicopters specifically procured by the Indian Armed Forces for the Indian Army. It's a formidable attack helicopter with about 30 mm chain gun, and Apache also carries laser-guided Hellfire missiles designed for precision targeting along rocket pods and capable of engaging multiple threats together. It is believed to be one of the major and one of the best attack helicopters in the entire world, and India has now procured an entire tranche of them for the armed forces, particularly the Indian Army this time. This is the first tranche that has been received at the Indian Air Base. Those right there are the visuals of the Apache helicopter making landing at the Indian Air Base after being transported from the United States. I also have my colleague Gursimran joining us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, what's the latest on the deliveries of the Apache helicopters now? Sources tell us that they are set to be deployed in Jodhpur.
Shot in the arm of Indian Army's Aviation Corps because they have got the Apache attack helicopters. This is going to help India in multiple ways. If you speak of the Indian Army, they have placed an order of the 6 Apache attack helicopters, of which the first consignment has been received by the India, and it will be deployed on the western borders to tackle the threat that is emerging, or any threat that can emerge in days to come. Because what we have seen, the situation that has unfolded with the Pakistan in last couple of months, the importance of the Apache attack helicopter becomes manifold, and the specialty continues to be the longbow sensor that is part of this helicopter, that is placed above the rotor, and it can actually see the threats that are coming, and it can decimate them without this helicopter being airborne. Apart from this, also the important thing is the 30 mm chain gun that can decimate the enemy's infrastructure within no time, and also the Hellfire missile that can be guided at its way to the target. So these are going to be very important and the crucial aspects of this Apache attack helicopter, and India has now joined the list of those elite countries, including the US, UK and also the Israel, that use these helicopters for their security and also to attack the adversary, to carry out the attacks on the adversaries. Its deployment on the western borders also speaks volume about the Indian Army's preparedness and also the threat assessment, that they know that the western borders, they are really very crucial for the deployment of such high-tech machines that the Indian Army is getting. And now the first consignment has been received. It was received, and the video of the Indian Air Base has also surfaced, wherein Apache attack helicopter can be seen. Now it will be deployed in the Jodhpur, the Rajasthan international border, and upon the threat perception, it can actually scramble within no time to totally decimate the enemy's infrastructure or the enemy target.
Yes, Gursimran, and this is indeed a massive development as India now joins various nations of the world, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Israel, Egypt, and now India becoming the 5th nation in the world to operate the Apache attack helicopters. Ladies and gentlemen, India already operates about 2 squadrons of the AH-64E Apache, which is one of the world's most advanced attack helicopters. In fact, 2 squadrons were inducted in the Indian Air Force when a deal was signed during President Trump's first term, and this deal was also reached in 2015 initially, and subsequently the deliveries of 22 Apache helicopters to the Indian Air Force was completed, and now these 6 new ones are being specifically inducted to the Indian Army's Aviation Corps, particularly in Jodhpur, where this new squadron is being raised, and Apache is believed to be the tank in the skies with its Hellfire missiles, precision targeting capabilities, and its massive influence in the battlefield. It's going to be a complete game changer in the Western theatre. Gursimran continues to be live with us. Gursimran, also tell us about how important Apache helicopters acquisition for the Indian Armed Forces, particularly the Army in particular, and its deployment in the forward areas of Jodhpur, where we saw during Operation Sindoor the entire Western Front was active, is going to be a significant game changer for the Indian Armed Forces.
See, it's undoubtedly the game changer because the Indian Army has got the tech and the machine in their hand that has proven its mettle in the past as well. See, it was for the last almost a decade's time that the Indian Air Force has been using the same, because Indian Air Force got it for the first time. The first procurement was done by the Indian Air Force. They got the Apaches to them. The Apaches have been used in multiple exercises or the operations that have been conducted, though it was not the scale that the Operation Sindoor actually witnessed. But yes, there were drills that were conducted, and Apache proved to be one of those who stand alone when it comes to actually occupying the skies, and that's why it was decided that the Indian Army's Aviation Corps, they will be procuring the Apache, and the order was placed with the United States Boeing, and now the delivery has come. The first consignment has been delivered to the Indian side. It is very important because, see, it is going to be an extra edge for the Indian Armed Forces, because we know that the Indian Air Force already has their fleet of the Apaches, but now Indian Army also getting them and also placing them very close to the international border, to the western border. That means that it is not only that the deployment, but it is also the deterrence and a message that is being sent, because the deployment of the Apache helicopters, this elite machine, very close to the borders, also sends a message to the adversary that what kind of posturing the India is taking, because we saw that during Operation Sindoor, the way Indian Navy, via its posturing, has totally decimated the adversary's plan. So does is the case like here, when the deployment of the Apache is being done so close to the international border, the Indo-Pakistan international border, and this machine that stands out when it comes to its radar systems, the high-tech radar system, or its Hellfire missiles and the chain gun systems that are latest ones, and they have the capability to decimate the adversary within almost no time.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the big update coming in today at the Hindon Air Base. The India's tank in the skies. Apache helicopters have finally landed. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, security forces continue to remain on high alert amid the ongoing Ammar Nath Yatra, and Republic gains exclusive access to facial recognition watch list of anti-national elements and overground workers. Our colleague Zeenat Fazil brings you this report. Take a look.
As we are covering the proceedings of the Ammar Nath Yatra and how the security is maintaining the tracks like the National Highway D, where from I am reporting, I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you what's happening here on the National Highway D, because this is the route that takes you to Baltal, and one important element that has been used this time is the facial recognition techniques that have been this time installed at all these locations where from the Yatra will travel. This is one important segment that has been introduced, where the people who travel on this road, their pictures are scanned, and almost there is already a data of around 3 lakh people, because they are the one registered with the Ammar Nath Yatra. Even the ones who are whether the Yatris or not Yatris, they too are getting scanned here, and in case there is some international element who is roaming around, there will be a proper hooter, the buzzer, and the post that you see here, that they have a complete data of those international like OGWs who have the links with the terror organization. The hooter will buzz and will immediately alert those people who are here and they are the part of the deployment. Then this person will be segregated from the rest of the lot, because the kind of screens that you see and the technology, despite a very small bunker, but it is quite effective in managing the tracks and identifying those who can create law and order here. So all these posts have been helped to the Jammu and Kashmir police, to the CRF. Actually, the deployment that is here on duty 24/7, and then as my VJ Mubashir is showing you the kind of drill that goes here 24/7. The people who travel on National Highway, how they are being scanned, they are being searched, their identities is being checked.
And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, big development coming in from the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court has directed all owners along the Kawad Yatra route to display licenses and registration certificates at their establishments. This is a big win for the Yogi Adityanath government. Coming in from the Supreme Court of India, the order of the Supreme Court now reads that we have been informed that today is the last day of the Yatra. In any case, it is likely to come to an end. At this stage, we say that all respective hotel owners shall comply with the mandate of displaying the license and registration certificates as required statutorily. We will not go into other issues. That's the big statement coming in of the Supreme Court of India on almost the last day of the Kawad Yatra. Now the Supreme Court refuses to go into the merits of the other arguments and says that all restaurant owners will have to statutorily comply and display their names, that is through the display licenses and the registration certificates. It's a massive vindication and victory for the Yogi Adityanath government. Like last year, even this year, the QR code mandate of the Yogi Adityanath government, which requested all hotel owners to display their names in accordance to the law, was challenged in the Supreme Court. Last year, there was a stay on this order, and now I have my colleague Rhythm joining us live on the broadcast. Rhythm, this is a massive development coming in from the Supreme Court, a big vindication for Yogi government.
I think Mukul Rohatgi took it away for the UP government this year when he said the regulations are framed under central law. I think line put the course of the hearing into perfect understanding for the top court. They said it is not the state of UP, but it's a regulation that is under the central law. Last year they had a law and order, Mukul Rohatgi said, where the Kavariyas were ransacking from Dhaka because of these kind of issues, and that is why the police authority had issued this order. In fact, he also said last year an ad interim order was passed without hearing us. He also said, I'm only following a central law that's applicable for the entire country. Justice Sundaresh said, we will close this application by saying then follow the mandate of displaying the license. Mukul Rohatgi said the decision is only by a professor. There are hundreds of people on the road. None of them have come here. Justice Sundaresh said, we are not going to go into who all have come here. And I think it's also important to mention, Kruthar, there was from the other side, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Huzefa Ahmadi, senior advocates, appear. Now you read out the order. The court has passed a simple order closing the application by saying this is of the Yatra likely to come up at the end of the near future. Therefore, at this stage, we will only pass an order that all respective hotel owners will comply with the mandate of displaying the license and the registration certificate as per the statutory requirements. They're not going into the other issues argued. They're making clear of that. But this is a big win for the Yogi government because all hotel owners along the Kanwar Yatra route to comply with the statutory license and requirements now.
Indeed, Rhythm, and it is a significant development because last year there was a stay order. This year the Supreme Court refused to put a stay, and now effectively the Yatra is about to end, and yet it has not gone into the QR code issue. How significant it is legally speaking in terms of the change in the position of the Supreme Court since last year?
The Supreme Court's position has not changed. The Supreme Court has clarified they are not an issue. But when advocates of India the argument point law, this is a central law that has to be Supreme Court agrees that has made the Supreme Court stable registration certificate.
All right, I think I've lost that line, but ladies and gentlemen, that's a big development coming in for the Supreme Court of India, which has now refused to get into the matter of the QR code. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, in a shocking incident, women workers of Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction threatened Hindi-speaking women and forced her to apologize publicly for not speaking Marathi. Now, the confrontation has escalated after the woman who was being pressurized to speak in Marathi asserted that she would continue to speak in Hindi, stating that she does not know Marathi. Now, this is yet another incident of hooliganism over the Marathi language row, which has escalated in recent weeks since the rally of Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray that happened in Mumbai. Subsequently, there have been various incidences of alleged gundaism and hooliganism where common citizens are being threatened and forced to comply by speaking Marathi, and other citizens from maybe neighboring states or other states who are unable to speak Marathi have been facing a lot of backlash from these activists.
बोलो
कॉल चालू है ना मला महाराष्ट्र तू मराठी तुला धंदा करायला काय नाही जा तू युपीला बिहारला समजलं काय कसं करती बोल हिंदी बोला क्यों नाही तर आम्हाला मराठी नाही
महाराष्ट्र बोलो
कॉल चालू है ना मला महाराष्ट्र तू मराठी तुला धंदा करायला काय नाही जा तू युपीला बिहारला समजलं काय कसं करती
मराठीत बोलणार बोल मराठी बोलणार मी मराठी शिकणार बोल जय महाराष्ट्र बोल हात जोडून बोल जय महाराष्ट्र जोरात बोल नहीं तो बिहार भेज देंगे भाई तेरे को के लिए मला माफ कर मला माफ तेरा धंधा बिंदा है ना सब बेड़ा बंद.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, that's the story that is developing in Maharashtra. I have my colleague Satya Prakash joining us live on this broadcast. Satya Prakash, where is this entire incident from? And in the second sequence, we also see that the woman was almost forced and coerced into issuing an apology subsequently, surrounded again by some workers of Shiv Sena Uddhav faction this time.
देखिए सचिन, जिस तरह से घटना हुई उसके बाद कहीं शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे ग्रुप के कार्यकर्ता महिला कार्यकर्ता पहुंची और उनका कहना था कि महाराष्ट्र में रहना है तो मराठी बोलना पड़ेगा. इसको लेकर विवाद हुआ था और महिला से माफी मांगा गया. मैं इसमें दुकान में मौजूद हूँ. यहाँ पे अंदर महिला है लेकिन वो ज्यादा बात नहीं जिस तरह से लगातार धमकाया गया उनको कहा गया. उसके बाद कहीं मामला बढ़ता गया और यहाँ पे जो महिला का कहना है अगर हमें बिहार में नौकरी मिल जाएगी तो महाराष्ट्र में मुंबई में एक दिन भी नहीं रहूंगी. तो जिस तरह से धमकाया गया कहा महिला कहना है कि मुझे मराठी नहीं आती और यहाँ पे हम 25 साल पहले आए थे और मराठी हम अभी इतनी जल्दी सीख नहीं सकते. इस तरह से हमें धमकाना इस तरह से माफी मंगाना कहीं कहीं गलत है. फिलहाल मामला कहीं कहीं जिस तरह महाराष्ट्र में मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा लगातार बढ़ रहा है और जिस तरह विवाद बढ़ रहा है तो अलग अलग जगहों पे इस तरह से आ रहे हैं. फिलहाल महिला का कहना है कि अगर आज सरकार हमें बिहार में नौकरी देगी तो आज ही हम महाराष्ट्र छोड़ने के लिए तैयार है. सक्षम कोई छोड़ सकता है अगर
Thank you very much, Satya Prakash, for those details coming in from Maharashtra, where once again Gundaism over the language row is on the boil, ladies and gentlemen. Those are visuals coming in from Ghatkopar last evening, where a woman was allegedly forced by Uddhav Thackeray's party's workers to speak in Marathi. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a lot more is making news across Bharat. Let me take you through all those headlines in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
In a major crackdown, security forces in Manipur arrested 7 active insurgents, including 3 KCP cadres, and recovered large cache of arms and ammunition in multiple operations. 2 operations led to the recovery of 37 arms, 156 rounds of ammunition and 4 hand grenades. Additionally, 4 active UPPK cadres were also arrested. A massive landslide triggered by continuous heavy rainfall since last night has led to the closure of the Jammu-Poonch National Highway. The incident occurred in the Mandana area of Surankot Tehsil in Poonch district, where mud and rocks slid onto the roads, completely blocking vehicular movements and disrupting connectivity in the region. In a joint anti-Maoist operation, the Jharkhand Police, along with the Special Task Force and CRPF's 60th Battalion, recovered 14 IEDs weighing 2 kilograms each. Local hand grenades and ammonium nitrate powder and other explosive materials from the jungles were also recovered under the Chaibasa police station limits in West Singhbhum district. According to the police, explosives were destroyed on the spot through a controlled blast as per standard operating procedure. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates coming in. Now, threat mail has created panic at the Chrysalis School in the Whitefield in Bengaluru. A security scare has gripped the Chrysalis School under the Whitefield Division police limits after the institution received a threatening email on Tuesday morning. As a precautionary measure, the school management has instructed parents to pick up their children by 11:30 a.m., citing safety concerns. After Delhi, now it is the Bengaluru city which is now receiving more threats. It's a shocking development there, where the Chrysalis School in the Whitefield area of Bengaluru had received a bomb threat, following which students were picked up by their parents by 11:30 a.m. this morning. The security forces and the police have plunged into action, and necessary prerequisite checks are also being carried out. I'll soon be joined by my colleague from our Bengaluru newsroom with more details on that story. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the big breaking news update. A threat mail has been received in Bengaluru School now. This is the Chrysalis School in the Whitefield area of Bengaluru. Earlier this morning, the threat mail was received by the school authorities. This is inside the Whitefield Division police limits, And after this, the school soon informed all the parents, following which all the students were evacuated from the school and sent back by 11:30 a.m. this morning. Now, the school management has instructed all the parents to take back their children. Meanwhile, the police authorities have reached the location and subsequent measures are being taken. But this is the first incident of threat mail received in Bengaluru. My colleague Abhishek joins us live from our Bengaluru newsroom. Abhishek, what's the latest on this bomb threat? How far have the security and the authorities there reached in cordoning off the area and carrying out the further proceedings?
Kruta, this is not the first time that the schools have been receiving bomb threats over email in Bengaluru. This is the third such incident in the last 1 year, whereas we have seen a couple of schools which have already, as soon as they received the message, they had evacuated the schools in the previous instance. Now this has happened in the Whitefield limits, where the school had also received one such email from an unknown sender. Chrysalis School is a school which also sent the messages to the parents to pick up their children at around 11:30 in the morning, saying that there is a bomb threat to the school, and also they have informed the parents to pick their children up so that the school can be evacuated and completely sanitized by the police. After the police who received this mail or the call from the school, they reached the school, and to make sure that there is no bomb, they had a clear check out throughout the school, and the school has been sanitized as of now. And also it has been come to the notice that it is a hoax which was sent to the school's email ID, and especially the police are actually looking for the culprit who's behind this email as of now. We are waiting for an update from the DCP as of now. Kritan.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point of time, the situation continues to remain under control with further investigation underway. Meanwhile, days after a video of a man eating fried chicken inside the Iskcon Govinda restaurant in London sparked massive outrage, the man is now in the center of a new controversy and has now issued a statement. This is the full story of what exactly happened at Iskcon, London.
Few days ago, a shocking incident unfolded at Iskcon's Govinda restaurant, a well-known pure vegetarian establishment, when a British youth of African descent entered the premises and asked if they served meat. Upon being informed that the restaurant only serves vegetarian food, the man brazenly pulled out a box of chicken from KFC and proceeded to eat it inside the restaurant. After the incident sparked outrage, the man has now apologized.
My actions were ill-timed, irresponsible, and after doing my research on the restaurant, seeing that that restaurant is very predominantly dominated by Hindu people, where they believe in no violence and peaceful behaviors towards animals as well as people, my actions came off as offensive towards the community, and I would like to come here and offer a heartfelt, sincere apology for my actions. I just felt like it was just needed just to say a very good, sincere apology to the people I've offended. I would also like to make a comment on this rumor that I walked inside the Hindu temple and I started apparently eating chicken in the actual Hindu temple, which is completely false. Despite me obviously being